Oh, he- hello. 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 Hold on. Hello. Hello. Are we here? Okay, should I try to tape this? I don't know. I'm gonna try to tape the cable to the mic. Let's see if that works. Okay, hello. Carol Ann! Carol Ann! Alright, that should be working now. Okay, give me one more second. Give me uno secondo. Okay. Brrr. Okay. All right. What's up, everybody? What's up, y'all? How we doing? Okay. You guys, it's a big day. Wait till you see this new bandage that I have. Mother, will everything be okay? Oh my God, yes. Because I think we're going to get Kamala and Hillary. So I have a new bandage. You ready to see it? Okay. This is a baby picture of Will Neff. Isn't it cute? Yes, Will Neff paid merch announcement. Yeah, we're doing a collaboration. It's so cute. He looks the same. He looks the exact same. But yeah, this is just an example of how you can customize your ear bandage. And I decided to customize mine with this today. J. Marianne, thank you so much for the raid. Et Sarah, thank you for the 4 months. Soup User, thank you for the 16 months. He does have the same smile. It's so cute! Adorable. So anyway, I wanted to start off the stream by modeling how I customize this bandage. Just to remind you guys that you can do that. Dragon Army, thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you. Are we unburdened by what has been? Oh, we are so unburdened by what has been. Y'all, you know what would be great? What if we got Kamala Harris and then Joe Biden as the vice president? Keep it in the family. I saw a tweet that was like, okay, here's the plan. We're going to have Kamala Harris for 8 years. And then as soon as Joe's gotten some good rest, 8 years of rest, then we'll get Joe Biden 2032. Huh? What do you guys think? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. Maybe one possible thing we need to work out with these bandages. Blocks hearing. But you know what? You don't need to hear because you just need to feel. You just need to feel. Joe Biden might not make it to November. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put Joe Biden in a cryo chamber for 8 years. Did you see there was an explosion in Tel Aviv about 30 minutes ago or so? No, I did not. Soak Joe Biden in some stem cells. Yes. Yes. And then in 2032, he's coming back. Okay? Because we are still riding for Biden. The world is up in flames, y'all. True. But you want to know what can help with fire? One of these bad boys. Fireproof. Fire protection. I'm telling ya, it's worth the investment. You don't want to miss out, folks. You don't want to miss out. Mike from PA, who's going to be popping on with me. I think we're going to do Discord. He wants one. It's catching on. Have you seen Is It Jover's site? Oh. Is it Jover? Almost. It's not quite Jover, though. Is it Will that makes it fireproof or the material? It's the material, but also the accompanying baby picture gives it, imbibes it with further protective qualities. Why are you wearing that on your ear? Why are you not? You guys, I have to show you this. I'm very proud. If you know me, okay, first of all, two things that I did that took way too much time. This, courtesy of Obscure Leftist's emote. Why was I doing this at 1:30 in the morning? Because. And then the other thing that took me so long was, you know how I asked you guys how to like post a clip from YouTube onto Twitter but not have it be the link? Well, I can't remember what you guys told me, so I had to go Google it. But I wanted to post about Bob Newhart, who we'll talk about tonight. And I wanted to post this clip of when he was on the Johnny Carson show. This took me way too long. Like, I had so many things to do today, and I'm embarrassed to say, I don't even want to say, clipping this moment. We'll watch this when we get to the tribute. Is it over an hour? No, I don't think it was over an hour. I think it was close. Anyway, I'm going to remove this for now. Just wanted to I just wanted to show it to you guys as a reminder that this is going to go in the auction too. So every sub that you give into this stream gets you one sub closer to getting your own special ear bandage. You know what the thing about those ear bandages is? It is obviously a fanaticism, but it's it's imbibing the spirit of Donald Trump, whose ear was shot, and like taking in the pain for yourself. So it's like the pain that Donald Trump felt, you also feel. And that's what makes it so beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and maybe if enough of us wear those bandages, maybe if enough of us take that pain, we can take all the pain from Trump himself. We were all shot that day. If you're an American, if you're a red-blooded patriot, you were shot that day too. Don't forget that. All right. So first things first we're doing on the stream is watching Trump's speech, which I think he's supposed to speak. I think he's supposed to speak at like 6:05. When does Trump... I'm an empath, so when I saw Trump got shot, I felt that shit, not gonna lie. Yeah, me too. Me too. If you're not an empath, please leave. You're not welcome here. Did you see The Boys put a disclaimer before the finale because of the shooting? Wait, is this gonna be a spoiler? Because I haven't watched the last 2 episodes. No? Okay. All right. First, let me figure out Donald Trump's speech. Bruh, it's going to be an hour and a half? I wonder how much of that hour and a half is going to be dedicated to talking about how they tried to kill me, but I survived. I wonder if he's going to be wearing the bandage still. Do you think it's his signature now? Do you think he's going to be sporting a MAGA bandage? He's gotta wear it. Hassan already copied Carolyn ear bandage? You're fucking kidding me. Okay. Tell him to expect a lawsuit. Nobody steals Carolyn's bandage business idea. Tell him to expect a cease and desist. That Turkish son of a bitch. Let me check in with Mike and see. Yo, I'm live. No. Look, folks, do not get your ear bandages. Do not get your ear bandages from these frauds. You know, quality ear bandages are coming from Carolyn.com, CarolynBusiness.com. These are not quality patriotic ear bandages. Is that ketchup? Ugh. I hate ketchup unless I'm like dipping fries in it. I don't know who Caroline Kwan is. I don't know who this bitch is. We're talking Carolyn. We are talking Carolyn, y'all. They cut their ears in solidarity. I guess that's pretty patriotic. Okay, I'm waiting for Mike to message me back. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I think we watch it. It's streaming on USA Today. Let's just. Oh! Who's this?
Is because of our projection this year, as well as
what is your projection?
Oh, we're getting frisky.
8 million.
What do you need the 750,000 for?
Well, 750.
Are those like orange cheese head things because of Trump? Where's the volume? Where's the volume? It's for Wisconsin. I like the idea though that the orange is for Trump. Like they're embracing the orange. Did you see "We Are Jews for Trump" sign? Oh, that's sick.
Sure. I'll make you an offer. I'm not going to put in 750,000 for equity. I'm going to make it debt. But, you know, before I get detailed, let's see who's really interested to see who I'm competing with.
Where's this coming from?
I don't understand.
Oh, I was like,
you guys have...
what is that noise? What is that noise? And it's Kevin fucking, what's his name? AI 4K 1080p on Shark Tank. Why was Shark Tank playing? I don't know. No audio due to copyright? What? Come on.
Former President Trump survived
great.
a horrific assassination attempt.
Thank you.
He's come here. He looks like he's in good spirits. But two, they love what they're watching on the news when it comes to Democrats. The Democrats in disarray. Usually it's Republicans in disarray. You'll remember 2016, even in 2020, the never Trumpers. You don't even hear about those people anymore. I actually interviewed somebody here who was a congressional candidate. Donald Trump had endorsed the guy who was running against him. That guy won, and this congressional candidate still came here because he loved Donald Trump so much, even though he ended
God,
his
I love
political career.
old white people
That's the type
dancing.
of adoration, if you
It's my
will,
favorite kind
that
of
people
dancing
have
to
for
do.
former President Trump. And as you mentioned, there'll be a couple of surprises in the VIP box. Way in the back there, Melania Trump, who we have not seen a lot of on this campaign trail. The first time here tonight, along with Ivanka Trump and Jared. It's going to be an exciting
Mike
night.
is here.
It's gonna be a
Oh,
great
what's
night
up,
of
Mike?
politics.
Concuss, thank you for the gifted. About you.
Tom, was hard to catch that. We're ROCKing in the USA here pretty loudly, but I think we've got Jacob so far.
Take a shot every time the camera changes angles and you only see white people. All right, Mike, you wanna hop on the D cord?
Let's take a look at that if we have it. Mr. President, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, sir? What do you want the nation to know?
There
in your
he
speech,
is.
Sir?
He just walks
Savannah
past.
Lester, you heard there, the former president said he's feeling good. He gave me the double thumbs up.
Okay,
I have to tell you,
great.
watching him walk out, he was walking very well. He was walking
Mr. Trump, how are you feeling tonight? He is so locked in. He is so locked in. Okay, so for the Discord, let's see. I'm gonna need to screen share, right?
Great reporting, Jacob. As we watch this crowd, they are fired up. You can only imagine the
Mike, are we doing a voice call?
I'll just but for this moment, accepting his party's nomination with fresh in his mind, fresh in all of our minds, that image of him being gunned down, it's going to be likely an emotional.
What I like about you.
This is a reality television star. He has a flair for the dramatic. We can remember him walking out in 2016 in silhouette in that moment. He's got Kid Rock ready to perform, Hulk Hogan ready to
You guys, I need my jacket.
I believe we're waiting for J.D. Vance, and that turned.
It's easier if you use the guest star feature on Twitch. Fuck, how do I do that?
But Melania Trump hasn't been here yet. She's going to appear tonight. Ivanka, Jared, all expected to be here.
You look at the former
Okay.
First Lady. She spoke the last two conventions because this
Hello.
is the third time that former President
Let me
Trump
just
has accepted the nomination.
let me just trim some of these down here.
Main presence on the campaign trail. She's done a couple of private fundraisers, but she has certainly not been front and center. That's
What I like about you.
say she has
All right.
Oh, my stream just effed? Oh no, we're back. Okay. Okay. Refresh. Refresh, you guys. They're trying to take us out. They are trying to take us Patriots out. All right, so I need to try to share my screen.
All right, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a break right here, but still ahead tonight. We'll bring you tonight's big speeches, including former President
See if this
Trump's
works.
first major address since surviving an attempt on his life. More from the Republican National Convention right after this.
It's kind of amazing that it's taken so long.
What's taking so long?
I was just commenting on what the most recent NBC analysis was.
Okay, can you see my screen? Did that work?
I can.
Okay.
I can also do this. Hold on. Let me.
Oh yeah, did you see Lou Dobbs died? Oh, so sad. You guys, Will went to boarding school with Lou Dobbs' daughter, maybe both his daughters. There was definitely one daughter, and allegedly, she was crazy. I actually think it was both of them. Does he have two daughters? Let me see.
All right, I started my camera. If you want it, as well.
Okay. Do you think it's? Let's see. I just don't know how. I don't know how to pull up. Oh no, my camera's doing that crazy thing. Wait.
No.
No, it does this every time. Wait, how do I do this again? Hold on.
It's good to have another boomer on the Twitch.
Okay, there we go. I was like, we have a quick fix for it. We have a quick fix because it does that. How
Beautiful.
How do I pull up like a picture of you and have it on my screen, but also have like right now I'm on a React screen, so I have the debate showing.
Mm-hmm. You would have to add a new source.
Okay.
And then you would capture, but you might have to capture your Discord or like a screen share, and then you make a window and then you trim the window down. Is any of this making sense?
Yes. Do you think guest star is easier? I've never used it. I don't know what it is.
I've also never used it, but I'm willing to try. I mean, whatever.
Okay.
Does that actually bring a camera on, chat? Do I have to be streaming?
Wait, it does bring a camera on, but you don't have to be streaming, right? No, it gives you a source. Okay, how the hell do we do this? Okay, so guest star. Wait, Vio's here. You can make it so that Discord shows his icon whenever he speaks. Okay, so that's the Discord strategy, and then the guest star strategy. I don't even know where to go for this.
You know, one of the best things about being a streamer is you're also a producer and director.
Oh yes, and your IT. Guest star doesn't require the second person to be live views before. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, maybe this is the easiest path. Let me look this up. Let me see.
You're also a best boy.
Yes, you are. Okay.
I don't know what that actually is. That's how much of a film noob I am. I don't know what a best boy is.
They're like assistants to like the gaffer in the grid.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, fuck. Get started with Stream Together. If you're using desktop audio, you would use Stream Together for audio collaborations. Call audio.
Honestly, this works. If you don't wanna, if it's too much stress to throw a camera of me, it's a camera of me.
No, I want people to see your beautiful face.
Wow, thanks.
Why can't I see? Oh, because I'm sharing my screen right now, so that's why I can't see when you talk. Like, how do I? Mike, type in chat so Caroline can click your name.
I did already.
Okay. You should invite.
I can do it again.
Wait.
I'm very important, but I'm not a liberal.
Okay, let's see. Caroline, you should be able to invite from the user card. All right, let me go to this. Okay, invite. No, I just... Oh, I'm so sorry. I just... oops, okay.
I'm gonna put my squonk in the camera frame.
I just timed you out on accident, but now you're back. Jay Marianne, where does it give the option? It's just showing me like badges and like timeout, stuff like that. Oh, it's not letting me invite. Open Stream Together in a browser to invite the guest. It's not letting me click on it. Why? What the heck?
Well, I would say that Joe Biden is losing, wouldn't you guys?
No, I think he's doing great.
Very good. He's losing in every swing state.
No, I think he's good.
I think that's probably pretty bad if you're trying to win.
I think he should stay in. Open Stream Together.
Virginia is being added. Nice. And he's losing.
Here, I'll turn this up right now while I'm figuring this out.
So these are the numbers Democrats are seeing, and quickly to show you what they are fearing when they see these numbers. This is our Road to 270 map. We took a look at it last night. These are those 6 core battleground states, and just take you right through them. If Trump were to win Georgia, as that polling right now puts him ahead there, you could see right away that jumps him to 251. Arizona would put him over 260. Nevada would put him on the cusp of victory at 268. And then Pennsylvania, any of these 3 Midwest states would then put him over. You could see what Pennsylvania would do. Then he would just be adding insurance if he got Michigan, if he got Wisconsin. If he went for 6 for 6, he doesn't have to win all 6 of those. You could see less than that would do, but Democrats are looking at those polls and they're fearing this kind of an outcome. And then if ever Trump were able to put those other states into play and start winning them, a state like Virginia, for instance, I mean, it would start to get a little bit out of control there. And there are other states, even like New Hampshire, Minnesota, that even some Democrats are getting worried about. So the bottom line is, this is what Democrats are fearing based on those numbers. Now, the Biden folks will tell you it's still competitive. It's not gone. He can get back in it. There's still a lot of negatives about Trump that they can take advantage of. But the bottom line, Joe Biden's party,
they're just waiting to take advantage of it.
Outcome.
For the
Though
future.
We should also note, well, these are the numbers that have them nervous about Joe Biden. The same polling does not show a clear, obvious alternative candidate who would immediately reverse this result.
And that's why there's been so much paralysis on the Democratic side, Steve.
It's not letting me send an invite for guest star. I don't know why.
Convention organizers have not told us why. We were expecting to be the first speaker this hour, actually about 15 minutes ago.
Maybe we have to be friends or something on Twitch? I don't know. What is it? Do we...
let me turn to you on what Steve just laid
Maybe
out,
I don't have it.
because
Is there something I
he
need to
showed the map.
click?
It's always going to be tight in the battleground.
Yeah,
That's
make
why
sure
we
you
call
click
it
on the username and site.
battleground.
I
What sent a shiver
am.
up the spine of so many congressional Democrats was starting to see softening in some
It's
of
like
these
not letting me
states that have
click
been
on
reliably
invite.
blue for the last few cycles. A Virginia, a New Hampshire, a Minnesota.
I don't know.
That's what the concern is.
And these are states that I'm thinking back to the last election. I would hear the Republican campaign talk about the Trump campaign and saying, we're targeting some of these places. We think we have a shot. And that was always kind of the white whale in some ways for them. Now, giving you some insight into why there is that Democratic anxiety. It's
Yeah, I'm looking at the
exactly for
article.
that reason that not only some of them believe if President Biden stays on the ticket, you could lose those battlegrounds that Steve could lay out. But maybe the
Wait,
map gets
I
even
think I have a
worse. And
phone
what does this
verified
mean for
account. Okay, I do.
races? What kind of a
Right, me
graphic this is?
too.
Because remember, control of the Senate and House is at stake and at play in this election.
Okay,
So,
notification
when it
in my
comes to
inbox.
Vice President Harris, you are seeing Republicans start to press the case against
No.
her as well, just in case this becomes a possibility. One of the Trump
I
campaign
don't see
managers,
any.
senior advisors today called her, for example, the gaslighter in chief, suggesting that she helped cover
It's not
up,
letting me invite
President
anybody. I just
Biden's
clicked on other
tenure
people's
for
names.
office, what Republicans see as his inability to do the job. On the flip side, she is out on the campaign trail too, and she is going after what's happening right here on the floor below us, saying if Republicans want unity, they've got to do more than just use the word, saying that they are essentially trying to paper over what Democrats see as an extreme agenda.
And Kristen, the larger question overarching all this is if President Biden decides to come off the top of the ticket, what are the mechanics? What are the optics? Because that is going to play just as much as anything else.
What if I do
That is
this?
where
Hold on.
this becomes so complicated. There's a divide within the Democratic Party. If President Biden comes off of the ticket, should he endorse Vice President Harris? Should they hit the ground running with a
Wait, did they have a new article for political channels
mini primary?
being published tomorrow?
Democrats who say, let's have that debate. Let's
Political
have it.
onboarding.
It'll be messy, but they say it'll
What
be
the
good for
fuck?
democracy. I have to tell you, I spoke with one Democratic
Published
lawmaker
July
who
19th,
described
2024?
this as
Oh,
a
that's
really
tomorrow,
sad
ma'am.
moment within the Democratic Party, described the president as reflective. Right now, he is thinking more
Okay,
and
let me
more
try
about these
something.
arguments, about concerns over his viability. And by the way, I'm told he deeply resents this pile-on that is happening. So we will have to see how it plays out, because he is in the process of recovering from COVID while he's dealing with these very weighty issues.
Well, these Trump delegates here making it their own party as they continue to dance their way through what we're told is a hold, essentially. in the schedule. We don't
Okay,
know
I'm
for how
still
long
working
they're
on
holding
something. Hold
things
on.
up, but no one here seems to mind on the floor. Let's go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. He is on the floor. I don't know if he's busting a move, but he's got some news for us.
Hey Lester, this is Jerry McDaniel.
Are they gonna
and
play?
Jerry and I were
Hold
talking,
on.
and I think that there's a through line throughout this
I'm
moment.
coming.
How dare they be
You just tell me, when did you
anti-drag
first get
queen?
involved with politics?
You're literally stealing their entire drip.
They really are. Look at like the glitter, the camp.
First of all,
It's fucking
when I saw Sarah
ridiculous.
Palin come on stage, I was amazed.
At that convention.
I loved it.
And then you got involved in the Tea Party.
Yes, I did. I actually helped start the Tea Party in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And then you backed Donald Trump, and here, 9 years later, he's about to take the stage again for the third time. Lester, Savannah, Donald Trump is right back to the arena.
All right, well, the crowd, thank you. The crowd just went wild because
Oh,
former
here he
President Trump
comes.
has entered the
He's
chat.
still got the
He's in
bandage
the
on,
building, just
even
walking
though I
up
think
the
his
stairs
ear
to
is
go into the
totally
President's family
fine.
box and greeting his supporters. So whatever was on hold seems to be on
I mean,
hold,
he
not
took
for
a
much
shot.
longer.
Somebody took a shot at him. You know, I think he gets to wear the little ear bandage.
There was a picture of him though when he didn't have the bandage on, and his ear looks like I think the bandage is not like I think it's for aesthetics.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Briefly. So for the first time, we're going to see just about all of the family
God, can you
members
imagine if he took one to the eye
together. I don't believe
and he came out with an eye patch? How fucked we would be.
as well. So it's going to be family
Punish
night at the
Trump.
RNC as the president takes the stage in his official nominating speech. So we're expecting Hulk Hogan, Dana White,
Sorry, guys.
UFC
Hold on.
head, a performance by Kid Rock, and then the nominating speech.
Savannah, it's so stunning to see Jared and Ivanka. Hallie and I covered the Trump administration. We cannot overstate how integral they were to his entire
He already is an MGS
administration.
character, honestly.
And here they have not been here for the first
I'm doing it.
of this convention. But here they are tonight, a show of force. From
I'm
the
so
jump.
proud. This is great.
Why does it look like that though?
You need to like
Oh, there we
change
go.
the bounds of the.
Yeah.
There you go. Beautiful. And then a little bit vertically as well.
There we go. Okay.
And you can see my little cryptids I have behind me, and orangutan as well.
Oh my gosh.
There's a famous Pennsylvania cryptid known as the squonk.
Oh, I did it. Okay. Great.
This
Turn
is.
this up a little bit.
Can I just say, like, the Republican Party just leans into being everything that's a caricature of America, but just.
Oh, you mean Hulk Hogan?
I mean, Hulk Hogan. Like, I was talking about this earlier, and I hope you don't mind me talking over Hulk Hogan, chat. But basically, the Republican Party is going for a gender polarization. Like, they're going to try to make their party. If you're a man, you have to be a Republican. You know, like that's the political and cultural strategy.
Wait, it was. Wait. Hell yeah, brother!
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title.
He needs to jump into the crowd.
The vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no good sticky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But
He's a
what I
scab.
found out
Chills.
was I was in
Did
a
you know that
room
about Hulk
full of
Hogan?
real
He's what?
Americans, brother.
He's a scab.
Like a union scab?
Yeah, like they were trying to unionize the wrestlers, and he reported them. He ratted out the organizers so they could get fired.
I'm so shocked. Like, Hulk Hogan is a perfect encapsulation of the cult of MAGA.
Tag teams in my time.
Like his
Jesse
entire
Ventura.
image.
Jesse Ventura, former governor of Minnesota, talks about it, actually, because he was one of the organizers, trying to like organize them so they could have like healthcare and pensions and shit like actors
getting
did.
ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
He's wearing a Hulk Hogan in front of American flag shirt.
You know, even though
They're
you
the
guys are
exact
real
same color.
Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald Dick J. Trump becomes the president...
Did he say Donald Dick? Did he say Donald Dick J. Trump?
Are gonna be
Did you guys hear that?
Trumpites. Because
He said
all
Dick
the
J.
Trumpites are gonna be running
Why
wild
is he
for
wearing
4
a suit
years.
jacket?
What do you mean?
Just the whole outfit.
And all the Trumpites running wild.
What's wrong with the suit jacket?
America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
This is like seeing somebody at the TYT studio.
Look, he's
When I look out
business
and I see all the real
patriot.
Americans, I think about
He's serious, but he's also
how
Hulk
Donald
Hogan. He's
Trump,
not gonna wear a goddamn
his
button
family was
down.
compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a
Wait, what does
shot
that mean? Because he
at my
filed
hero?
for bankruptcy?
There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep.
And they
What is
tried
that
to kill
color?
the
That
next
color
president
is
of the
called
United States.
As Dark as You Can Get.
Was enough.
Wow.
Oh
Will just
my God, he's
fucking-
got another.
Will
He's
needs
got
to
another
sue.
tank.
Will needs to sue.
Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Okay, we have got to whoever's speaking at the DNC, we have got to have them ripping their shirts off.
Do you guys think that Donald Trump picked Vance because he also has a 5-letter name? Because I just realized Pence was a 5-letter name. Vance is a 5. They actually sound very similar.
Yeah, they both have NCE.
You know something,
Yeah.
Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk
that seems like
Hogan,
something
but
Trump
I just
would
had
think.
to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer,
Trumpites? What, like they're the fucking Cenobites?
and as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
Dude, how about Hulk Hogan being the guy who bankrupted Gawker Media?
Well, it was really.
I mean, it was Peter Thiel.
Because I want the world
But like,
to know
it revolves around Hulk Hogan.
is a real
weren't they
American
right?
hero.
Like, I'd have to go back and check, but
Proud to support my hero.
It had
as
to
the
do
next
with like a.
president
It wasn't
of
a
this
sex
United
tape.
States.
it was either a sex tape or something like that. Yeah.
Oh.
They published his sex tape.
You know, guys.
He won a
I've
known
known Donald Trump
9-figure
for
lawsuit.
Over 35 years. You know, hold on a second. Hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is
Didn't
really
Hulk Hogan say
tripping.
the N-word?
You know,
Like, wasn't he yelling at his daughter about having sex with black men and he used the N-word or something? Like, that is truly the most Republican of traits.
And I won the world title right in front of Donald
I think it's
J.
always
Trump.
safe to assume yes.
And you know something?
I mean, you know, I'm not publishing this slanderous, defamatory
And we're
statement,
all
so.
going to be champions again when he wins.
Trump looks like the happiest he's been the entire RNC watching Hulk
I've known
Hogan.
that man for over 35 years. And
He
he's
does
always
kind of
been
look like
the
he's
biggest
glowing. Like, I
patriot.
think he's
And
smiling more
He's been
now.
smiling.
Like, he definitely
He's
smiled more
always
now than he
told
did
you
during the birth of
exactly
Eric
what
Trump.
he thought.
Or
And he still
definitely
does,
Tiffany
brother.
Trump.
And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
AZ Packer and Velberg, thank you guys.
You know, it really does make sense. Like, when he says White House, it really does, like, bring it home for what it represents, right? Like...
You mean spray tan house?
Yeah.
They should spray tan the White House.
Yeah.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet.
But it was all
And I've
fake. It's
squared
staged.
off against
The bronzer
warriors.
house, yeah, the orange house.
Ooh, yeah, savages. And I've
I think
even,
it's
like
more
I
burnt
said,
sienna,
body
actually.
slam giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys.
Burnt
But let
sienna.
me tell you something, brother.
Yeah,
Donald
brother.
Trump is the toughest of them all.
Hulk Hogan is honestly the perfect spokesperson for MAGA.
They've
Absolutely.
thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
Yeah! Look at him. He loves this.
You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The
Crime's
border
down.
is out of control. The price of
Border
food and gas
apprehensions are down.
and housing is out of control.
Oh, they're right about
And
That's
that.
the only
true.
person who can clean this up is
That's
Donald
very
Trump.
true. That last part, not so true.
You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too.
How is he still alive?
Dude,
The steroids
This
that man has
November,
done.
guys,
I don't know.
we can
How old
save
is he?
the American dream for
His heart has
everyone.
got to be the size of a dinner
And
plate.
Donald Trump
He's
is
70.
the president who will get the job done.
He's
All you
6'7"?
criminals, all you lowlifes,
Yeah, he's a big boy.
all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother.
Yeah.
what you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
This really is American fascism. This is how it was always going to
I mean,
look.
this is like a hog dream.
This is a hog dream.
This is
honestly.
a wet hog dream.
How many truck nuts do you think are in the RNC parking lot right now?
They're losing their fucking minds, dude. They are
truck
like
nuts are
slamming
wobbling.
Budweiser on their heads.
Are you sure they're drinking Bud Light? I thought they're trans and our kids. Did you see that Kid Rock was back to shilling Bud Light again?
Oh, yeah,
He's like,
no.
yeah, whatever.
Well, he shot the gay out of it.
He shot the gay with his MP5, yeah. Like, I'd love to get analysis, but it's all jokes. Like, this is a joke, so all I have are jokes. You know, I hope that's not too annoying, chat.
No, I mean, that's... What can you do? You want to analyze Hulk Hogan's speech?
I think like I have deeper thoughts about it. Like buy guns if you're legally able to and mentally fit. Get a gun and train with it legally, of course. That's my only response.
Mike, are you like instigating an assassination?
No. I just believe in our Constitution. I hear you all wearing that blazer, and you don't believe in our Second Amendment, the most important amendment. It's the Second Amendment because they needed to put one amendment on in front of it, like the Secret Service who crowd around Donald Trump. You need to protect the Second Amendment with lesser amendment on the up front, and then you have the most important amendment, guns.
Honestly, the Second Amendment should be the First Amendment because guns are number fucking one, brother.
Listen,
Trump
number
Trump
two
just
equals
blew
number one.
Trump blew a kiss at Hulk Hogan. Oh, he loves him.
He's so okay.
He fucking loves him, dude.
Wave me off. Wave me off if I'm going too far, chat. But like, I think
beautiful and
Donald
natural.
Trump is kind of like, if he had been born 15 or 20 years later, he would be a very successful off-Broadway director of like some very risque plays. Like honestly, like that's his most natural
He's
space.
doing, like,
He's very
Black Box
flamboyant.
theater.
Yeah, he's very flamboyant. He loves talking. He loves looking at beautiful men. Like I feel like there's a lot of suppressed shit going on. I don't know if you hear him talk about like fighter pilots and things
Wait,
like
dude,
that.
did you see here? It's not just him. I mean, this isn't about men, but did you see Don Trump Jr. refer to his daughter as sexy? Did you see this when they're getting haircuts?
Yo, dude, that family is doing. They are doing.
This family
They're
is
doing incest.
weird.
It's an incest family. They're just always making incestuous comments.
Here,
it's
chat,
very
I'll play
fucking
this for you
weird,
guys.
man.
Guy, what do you think? Getting makeup make me look sexy like you? Thanks.
Make me look sexy like you. Does he know what the word sexy means? Like, he knows it's not beautiful. Okay? It's not making me look as pretty as you. It means, like, sexually alluring. Like, why can't they ever be normal? Why? Dude, they want to do incest so bad. They
Like,
do.
I've had this theory, which basically is
Gary and
every
Ass family.
conservative is either evil or stupid. But there are some really rare cases that are both. I think Don Jr. is the quintessential evil, stupid man. Like he's just a fucking worst. No redeeming characteristics whatsoever. He just makes your skin crawl looking at him.
Yeah. I like Eric is dumb as hell as well, but he seems less evil than Don Trump Jr.
He seems more insecure and a little bit, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? There's a little bit more humanity in that and like that feeling of like, you know, imposter syndrome and like
Like, I'm just trying to
always,
fit in here.
He's always looking around the room like, are people mad at me? Are people judging me? You know what I mean?
Does everybody hate me?
Yeah, he has that self-awareness kind
Fredo
of.
Trump. Oh, true.
Yeah. 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 You know who I haven't seen in a while? Ivanka. She's kind of like gone in the background, huh?
She fucked off from all that. When her dad, when they were bringing down the law on her father, she and Jared, they were like, oops, we can't get involved with this. Got to make sure that we just keep doing our sketchy business dealings, but aren't like involved in the Trump political shit show. She is at the RNC. True.
Yeah, I'm sure when he gets back in the White House, she'll be around to grift.
Oh.
But she really has been like more in the background, especially his wife. Is his wife even there?
Melania?
Yeah, is she even there?
I have not seen
her.
her. My husband who loves his love of music. You read her statement, right?
I actually did not.
Dude,
read her
it's one of the
statement.
craziest things ever. And we all came to the conclusion that it's ChatGPT'd. And she just, like, nobody proofread this thing. You have to read her statement. It's fucking crazy. It's the one that Shailene Woodley
Remember when she
shared.
plagiarized Michelle Obama's speech?
Yeah. Wait, okay, so I was right. Hulk Hogan said Donald.
Because when Donald Dick J. Trump
Okay, he did say Donald Dick J. Trump. Oh,
Like,
my
was he
God.
about to say Donald Duck because his brain is so rotten, and then he
don't-
like realized, no, wave off, it's not duck, it's not duck, and he
I
just
don't
said
know.
dick, 'cause
Donald
that's
Dick
the
J.
next
Trump.
word.
Dude, this is the best line from Melania's, the best part of Melania's statement. A monster who recognized my husband as an inhuman political machine attempted to wring out Donald's passion. Literally said, who recognized my husband as an inhuman political machine. She said it. She's exposing Donald Trump. Okay, apparently Melania
Is
is
she trying
here.
to
She's
say,
backstage.
like, I think I understand the idea behind it, but it sounds like it's through Google Translate.
Well, it's right. Either
You know
like
what I mean?
ChatGPT'd or Google Translate. I just have a hard time believing that Melania writes literally anything on her by
No.
herself. She doesn't care. They
This
probably
is like
told
this
her.
is like her cousin or her mom or something.
They told her, like, Melania, you have to put a statement out. You have to. Girl, like, your husband who's running for president, even though we know you fucking hate him and wish he was dead, he got shot. You got to put a statement out. She's like, okay.
I think the deal with Donald is I think Donald Trump is kind of asexual for the most part, or as I said before, like, I don't think he really is interested in women as, like, even as a sexual thing. I think it's more of like he's trying to get status over other men. So he wants to have a beautiful woman near him because men like beautiful women, and men like him need to have a beautiful woman around him. It's just like a narcissistic thing. He doesn't even, so like the deal he makes with these women is like, listen, you marry me, you say you're my wife, you dote on me in public, but then you're pretty much free to do whatever you want.
It's a total power thing from, all right, Eric Trump is up.
That would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena to fight for the soul
Trump with his
of
grandchild.
America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation.
The rotten Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was
Kids are
not
like, fuck,
a
this is
decision
boring. Well, can
that
I
would
get the
enrich his
iPad back?
family.
Donald Trump does not know this kid's name.
Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country.
You are so.
He does
and
not
a
know his
deep
grandchild's
concern
name.
for America's
No shot.
future.
Is Vance like Don Jr., but like what?
They're
What
besties.
Donald Trump wanted?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
I
it feels
think
like
so.
Vance is kind of a
Yes.
replacement for Don
Yes.
Jr.
My father was clear it would not
You know what
be
I
easy.
mean?
I
That
agree.
there would be a huge price to pay.
The son
and
that
the
he always
attacks
wanted.
would be vicious.
Yeah, the son who actually like
Looking
could
back, that was an
do
understatement.
good in school.
The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company,
fucking kid.
a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech,
voices are
and to
so
drag him
fucking
through every
grating.
radical left courthouse in America. to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown
Sorry, I
unwavering
can't even pay
courage and
attention
determination,
because I'm dying
not
at this
just in
kid.
public, but in every private conversation with
Donald
me
Trump's third
and our
child.
family.
Donald
He
Trump
signed reimbursement checks for Stormy Daniels' hush money payments.
He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country.
Everything that he has is
and a
just
love
handed to
for
him by
all
his
of
father.
you, the American
He's
people.
such a flunky.
That man is my father.
Such a loser.
That man is the 45th
I think he
president
knows
and
it,
soon
too.
to be 47th president.
Like, I think he
of the
knows
United
he's a
States.
loser.
That man is Donald J. Trump.
Man, if all his kids weren't such fucking evil loser assholes, it would be sad. Like, it is sad still. It's sad that, like, the only way they can spend time with their father is to be a part of the Donald Trump machine.
Yeah, it's just a narcissistic mask. He doesn't care about them. God, God.
Each time I've stood on this
I'm
stage,
feeling
America's been at a dire
existential like
crossroads.
feelings, chat.
In
I'm just looking
2016,
at
many
humanity
people
and just
began to doubt
seeing
the
us for the
promise
base
of
hairless
America.
apes we are, and just
Our economy was struggling.
Ugh.
Jobs were scarce. Our standing on
like
the
I'm
world
becoming
stage was weak at
misanthropic
best.
just looking at the RNC crowd.
Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system
I feel
was
like,
broken.
where's Dr. Manhattan?
Ranked 30th in
Please,
the
Dr.
world.
Manhattan.
He could no
Can you
longer
do what you did at
tolerate
the
an
end
inept
of Watchmen?
administration that handed $150 billion
I wonder
to
how
Iran,
Lara Trump's music
country
career is
that
going.
chanced death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our
I wonder if
religious
she's
liberty,
thriving.
or see the disrespect shown into our unbelievable
Can I talk
law
about what the
enforcement
Republican
officers
Party has, how it's
who are being
changed under
disarmed,
Trump?
defunded,
And like, or should I listen to
each and
this?
every day.
So you guys tell me.
I mean, they all kind of just
He could no
repeat the
longer
same
stand to see
shit.
words like Christmas stripped from public use.
It's
or the
fucking
Pledge of
useless.
Allegiance
It's all
removed
it's
from our
all their
schools.
aggrievements and their
But my
invented
father saw
complaints.
potential
And
where
he's
others
such a
saw
victim,
despair.
and he's being
Donald
a persecuted and
the New York City skyline.
The war on
removing the
Christmas,
Pledge
brother.
of Allegiance from our schools. Not true.
The war on
Just
Christmas.
lies.
Time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved.
God, that
Crime was
Christmas
rampant.
thing. Oh
The streets
my
were
God.
dirty. But he had the
It's
Midas touch.
fucking
They ran
July.
so
Can I
they
stay
ran
away?
so
Streets
hard
and
with that.
neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016
This is
election,
literally
he rolled up his
fucking
sleeves.
worthless.
He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically
I think that
correct.
everybody who thinks this is an entertaining and useful speech should be forcibly conscripted to be part of Elon Musk's fucking Neuralink tests.
He restored hope. He
Look at Trump
restored a
though.
voice to
The difference
millions of
between when
Americans
Hulk
who had been
Hogan was
ignored.
up there
He
and then
restored
when
fallen
his
asleep.
son
American
is up
dream.
there.
Under my father's leadership,
Like, he
the
was
economy climbed to
smiling
record
the
heights.
entire time when Hogan was
Jobs
up there
were
and blew him a
created
kiss.
at an unthinkable pace.
Because he was
Unemployment reached
entertained.
historic lows across
And he's an
all
ape.
demographics. Wage
If you're not
growth soared.
entertaining him, he's
He
thinking
cut
about his
taxes
next
for
shit.
hardworking
Yeah,
families
true.
and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history.
You know what the nice thing with the ear bandages is? If there's no TP, you can just use that to wipe your ass.
People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades.
The prices were low because we had to shut down
My
everything
father
for
made the
COVID.
United States
Remember
safe.
remember
Our
that?
borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the
Was
terrorists
there?
were dead.
I like how they always just forget that COVID
My father
happened.
made the United States respected again. With the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs.
Look at this child.
He brought manufacturing back
This
to
child
America.
is me.
Small businesses
This child
flourished.
is all of us.
He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
Do you think he thinks he's cooking? Do you think he's like, everybody's watching this?
Eric,
Yeah.
but he also
Is he like,
created a
I'm
movement.
fucking killing it.
A
My
movement
dad
that
loves me right now.
threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people.
This is like his chance to always
see
try
it in
to
our
win
schools.
points with Daddy.
God bless
you know?
the moms who fought back.
I love you, Daddy.
You see it in your workplace. You see it on every
Are they
news
trying to
station
find
and in
every doll-eyed
newspaper.
person in the fucking
You see
crowd
it in
who
the
looks like
military,
they're
the most
zanned out of their
iconic
mind?
military
Because that's like
installations on
every
planet
single
Earth
RNC
are stripped of their identity
delegate.
and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our
Yeah, I think you
two-tier
can
judicial
camera
system.
pan to like
They don't
anyone in the
even
crowd.
hide it anymore.
There's not one light
My
behind
father
any
has
of
been
their
censored.
eyes.
The former president ripped off to Twitter,
gone.
Instagram,
They're like
and
pod
Facebook,
people.
while terrorist
Souls.
organizations remain intact.
They're tarnished.
They got body
Their souls
snatched.
are
My
gone.
father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups,
Judge
and handpicked
Soros.
judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans
You
who
mean
adore
judges?
who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope.
Yeah, because he
for
was
our future.
closer than Biden was.
The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything. To destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed and they will not win.
Do you think Eric or Don Jr. are more like Kendall Roy? Like, who's Kendall and
I love my Florida delegation right here.
Proud work.
who's Kendall and who's Roman?
My father stands before you with the most
I think
votes of
Don
any
Jr. is
Republican
Kendall.
candidate in the
I mean, he
history of
has
our
to be,
nation.
right? I don't know. I mean, I think Kendall has a certain kind of self-loathing that comes out.
Predictions of every political
I'm not
pundit.
seeing
He
it right
fills
now,
stadiums
and
across
Eric,
our
normally
country.
you do.
He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation.
Do you get what I mean? Like the way that Roy,
He is not
the way
a
that
threat to
excuse me,
democracy.
Kendall,
He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and
Kendall
sold,
Roy, he would like,
bribed and coerced. People who
he would
have
like
never
look
signed in front
down
of a
when he was
check
giving his
and who have been
speeches,
dependent
like in
on the
shame.
government
You know what I mean?
Which of Eric and Don do you think would be most likely to do what Kendall did and like try to take the company from his father? Because I see Eric secretly.
Today, as it was in 2016, America
Like he reaches a breaking point where he's like,
energy prices are soaring, interest rates are crippling.
like he wants nothing but his dad's approval.
Unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it
But he
impossible
secretly
for
is like, I'm going to
Americans
seize my moment.
to
I
save for
vibe
their
with you.
future.
I think I could see
Our
Eric coming out one
infrastructure
day,
is
bleach
crumbling. Our
blonde,
border is out of control.
out in front of Trump
Millions
Tower,
are
and he'd be
dead
like,
and
I changed the
displaced in Russia
locks.
and Ukraine.
It's
A
mine
war
now.
that has no end
He's old.
and
He's
a war that
decrepit.
we are
He's
funding.
no longer.
The
It's
Middle East has
Eric
become a
Trump,
hornet's
the
nest.
best Trump.
Our greatest
Donald's a
ally,
stupid
Israel,
name anyway.
Totally under siege.
Like, yeah, I can see that.
Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families.
You guys keep saying Eric
while the
is
current
stupider
administration stands
stupider
idly
than
by,
Don.
hoping their inaction will import illegal
Don is
votes.
coked out of his head.
Kendall
Crime
was
terrorizes our
also
cities and our
stupider than
suburbs
Roman.
as far-left policies
Yeah,
handcuff
but
police.
I do think
Male
that like
athletes, guys my height, 6'5".
no, like really, I think there's a drug abuse
swimming in
gap
women's
here. Like I think
sports.
Eric is more.
I guess
is
maybe it's a
more,
mix.
like,
Yeah.
not on coke all the time. Where I think Don Jr. is like coked out of his mind.
Drained every minute of their lives.
So that you're seeing what you're
We
seeing
no
is the
longer
coke
trust our
like
elections. We no
aggression
longer trust our
and
judicial
confidence.
system, and we no longer believe
You
that our
know,
government
then
is
you
working in
are
our best
like
interest.
his personality.
In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American.
Oh, they just did some
the
nice
homeless
casual
veteran.
transphobia.
Sleeping under a bridge.
Love it.
As
That's
illegal
been one of the
immigrants are
themes of the
housed in the
RNC.
most expensive hotels in New York. I I'm
I
sorry.
think the one thing to remind
We know it's
conservatives
and we
is
will
that
fix it.
they're all cucked little bitches because they can't be homophobes anymore because they've lost the argument. So they had to move on to like an even more, you know, a smaller group of people to hate on because they're so pathetic and they were defeated so thoroughly on homophobia. And so no matter, whenever they throw out transphobia, it's really just a sign of their own weakness.
To the parents,
you know what I mean? And their lack of influence on our society. And you could just sit back and say, be transphobic. You know you're going to lose, just like you did. Otherwise, you'd be saying stuff about gay people.
I'm sorry.
But you don't have the ability because you're scared.
Well, it's just easier.
And that's why you're not openly
to,
racist either.
It's easier to shit on trans people.
Well, they're scared because they got defeated. They got defeated on racism. They got defeated on homophobia, and now they're trying to like,
who are being brainwashed instead
you know, they go on to the next little thing they create.
There
and
are
it's like,
teachers
you're a
who care,
loser.
and my father will empower them.
Oh, gotta save the kids.
Like that grandchild's like, save me from this speech.
Yeah.
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every
Border
single
Patrol?
day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus. I'm sorry.
I think he meant Paw Patrol.
We will stand behind you.
Noah, thank you. Look at motherfucking Vivek.
Vivek
Ramaswamy. Often petrified to
Ramaswamy.
take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation. I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this.
Trump looks so bored.
To the
Look
construction
at him.
workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation.
You know, one of the things about
I'm
this,
sorry.
like as this speech interminably lingers on, I just can't help but think about the Republican Party that I grew up with. I'm a little bit older than most of the chat. And the Republican Party used to be this blue blood, upper middle class manager and upper, you know, ambitious white people, you know, who looked down on others and wanted, you know, they were homophobic, they were racist, they were, you know, anti-Semitic. But they thought of themselves, you know, they were waspy, but they thought of themselves as like cultured and elites and the bourgeois. And now it looks like a fucking Howard Stern, like, convention from 1995.
Yeah, like the old Republican Party would never have been associated with the the look of a Hulk Hogan. But now they're like all about.
Who was on the other day? The person who slept.
Amber Rose.
Amber Rose, like exactly. Can you imagine Amber Rose at George H.W. Bush's convention? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a trashy, like it's. You know, and it's obviously the strategy is to lean into kind of like downscale whites, downwardly mobile whites, kind of like lean into, as I said, like Howard Stern in '95. Like if you watch the Howard Stern's Private Parts movie, the celebrities in that movie are the same celebrities that are in the 2024 Republican convention.
Well, this is
Howard
the part.
Stern is now a super lib, but you get my.
Your hard-earned tax
I hope you get my
dollars will
point.
enrich a better
You know,
America
Kid
and
Rock.
not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations.
I mean, look, this is the party where like
Education
they've
will be handed
convinced
back to
people
the
that you need to
states.
shoot gay beer.
We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
First in what? Infant mortality?
What is that Paul Rivera's outfit? The reason MAGA always tries to portray Barron as their least on all guy is because Eric and Don have no sauce. MAGA is obsessed with Barron.
Well, Barron's really tall, and they're
And he
apes.
looks like Donald.
So that's it. He's just really tall and he's young. And they're, you know, they have the.
Children will
fuck? She looked like she was
Our
hypnotized.
children will have values, and our children will love God.
What the fuck was that?
Is this speech gonna end?
Our
No.
For the
country
love
will
of
prioritize
God.
free speech,
God,
respect
it's so
freedom of
fucking
religion,
long.
and honor our Constitution.
All these
Freedom of
speeches
speech,
are the
unless
same
you're
too.
Muslim.
As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has
It's
defied
not
all odds
vice versa, by the
more
way.
than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when
They
others
need to
turned
get
away.
smelling salts on that
A
and that
man who
dais
saw
for
a
them.
nation in need of a champion and answer that call with unwavering
Look at her
determination
face. She's
and
about to
courage.
cry. She's like,
A man who survived a bullet
This is the most
that was
boring
intended
this is
to
the most bored I've
eliminate
ever
him
been in my
permanently
life.
from our future
Wait,
and
I
from
wanna hear
our
this part.
family.
She found the
Never
balloons.
have I been more proud to be a Trump.
Look at him. Look at Eric. He's doing the tight jaw thing. The emotional tight jaw.
Never have I been more
What is it?
proud to stand by my father's
Mewing,
side.
okay.
I remain
I was about
incredibly
to say
honored
he's
to be part of this
jelking, and I was
journey,
like, no, it's
a
not
journey with all of
jelking.
you.
Mewing,
A
that's what
journey
it
to
is.
save the greatest country on earth.
Well, he
A
might be
journey with
he
the
might be
most
jelking under the
incredible
podium. We
people
don't know.
I have ever met. Dad,
Daddy.
5 days
Dada.
ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I
We almost
held our breath
inherited
as we saw blood
your dad.
pour across your face. By the grace of God,
Look at this kid.
divine intervention, and your guardian angels above.
That kid did not hold their
You
breath.
survived.
Steered the bullet into the head of one of our disposable peasants. One of those dumb schlubs. You didn't even go to his funeral.
Didn't even call.
You didn't care. You were like, you're from Butler, Pennsylvania. None of you are donors.
Unfollowed. See ya, bitch. Okay. Thanks for letting the class know.
All I could say is
You really got
You
me
are the
calling me a
greatest
bitch.
fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic.
I
Your
can't believe
optimism
that you,
is
an
contagious.
actor from Los
Your
Angeles,
backbone is
don't like Donald
unbreakable.
Trump. This
Excuse
is-
me. Do you guys not see the? I'm the biggest fucking patriot there is. What are we talking about?
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Next level.
There I go again, stereotyping.
Why am I not at the RNC?
Honestly, if you did your like MAGA pivot, you would probably have a speaking slot.
The whole world
Dude,
saw
oh,
your
are
strength
you kidding
as you
me?
Stood up.
Yeah.
You wiped the blood off your face.
Are
It
you
would be
kidding?
like,
Put
would you
your
like
fist
to
in the
run
air
for senator
in a moment
of
that will be
Wyoming?
remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of
Do you like
American
Jackson
politics.
Hole? I mean, it
You
might be
shouted,
worth.
I do like Jackson Hole.
It might
Fight!
be worth.
Fight! This is not an airport. Please do not announce your departure. Fight! Fight!
Caroline Kwan, she used to work for the DNC in Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen,
Dude, no.
she saw the corruption
I'm honored to be
firsthand,
your son.
and now she's here to tell
I'm
us about
honored
it.
to speak to our great nation tonight.
No joke. I
You are a
really,
true
really
leader.
could be
You
successful.
epitomize strength. Our country
Yeah.
loves you. Our
Caroline
country
pivot.
appreciates you.
Carolyn.
Our country misses you. And on November 5th,
He's still
our
going.
country will re-elect
He's
you as
still
the
going.
47th president
Caroline
of the United
Kwan,
States
that's
of
very
America.
similar to someone else I can't remember right now, but I think
Good
they're
night,
different people.
Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Thank God.
And God bless America. Wow.
Eric Trump delivering that.
Do you think that has earned Donald, like, trying to
I
remember
can't
his
remember
name?
one thing he said. Not one.
I do. I remember he said, I love you, Daddy. Dada.
No, I don't.
Dada. Can you make me a nice glass of warm milk? Tell me a bedtime story. No, I don't remember shit, because all I was doing was laughing at that kid being so fucking over it. As his father's describing how the entire family held their breaths. Hands clasped. Oh, there's Ivanka. She looks like she's
There
gotten
they
like
are.
3
They're
more
back.
nose jobs.
She looks like
Oh, dude.
she looks like she's made out of that plastic that you. Do you remember? Did you ever take like a CPR class?
Yes.
And you know, there's like CPR dummies and the weird like skin. That's what she looks like.
Speaking of plastic surgery, what in the actual fucking hell? Have you not seen this? Mike,
I did, but I didn't see the comparison shot.
look at the before
It's so
and after.
Tell me, okay, I'm putting an image in Discord. Tell me they don't look like the CPR dummy skin. Like, tell me that isn't the same exact thing.
Oh my God, it is.
Like, you see what I mean?
Wait. I'll show.
If you just open it in your browser, just like, yeah.
You guys.
Like, look at this. It's a CPR dummy, I'm telling you.
It's so scary.
Like, what is this?
What the hell did he do? This is not just Botox.
No, it's a facelift.
What's the meme of
The
like
hairline looks like there's, like, you see what I mean?
fox eye lift, like hairline. You know that meme. This is a full ass facelift. This is filler. This is a ton of Botox. He looks so scary. He looks like from Whoville.
I know this is almost stereotypes, but he's butthead.
Yeah.
He's fucking butthead.
Every photo of Matt Gaetz looks like Jack Nicholson as the Joker when he puts on regular foundation.
Fuck, I love that Batman. That's a good Batman, chat.
That is good Batman.
That's fellow Mike from PA as Batman. Michael Keaton.
Yeah, he does look like butthead. Oh my God. That's the human Ken doll. Do you know who that is?
Yes. This type of human could only exist in Los Angeles, California.
You know what's crazy? I'm not even kidding you. He looks like your average Beverly Hills housewife.
Yeah.
You put a longer wig on him, throw a Chanel bag over his arm. He's giving like average housewife in Beverly Hills.
Yeah. I want to know what VO feels like watching American politics. Like, I think this is VO's first like true engagement with like the RNC. You know, like I wonder what a European, a worldly person thinks of this hellhole. You know what I mean?
That it's awesome. That it's the best. That now they understand why America's always maintained that they're number one.
Like VO just like
I can't get over the difference.
Happens. Yeah, it's crazy.
The before and after is actually nutty. Is Trump speaking next finally?
Are we listening to Wagner right now?
I can't get over
VO farting. Oh no.
The juxtaposition of the classical music with like the Hulk Hogan MAGA vibe.
This is the old Republican that you remember. You know what I mean?
President Trump, as mentioned in the sketch already.
Here she is.
Okay, who did she plagiarize this time? Speaking of Fox Lift.
We have not seen her as a part of this campaign, so this is
Matt Gaetz is trying to look like Melania Trump.
different.
Like, she's not even sitting with Donald the whole night. She just comes out for her speech and then she leaves and goes right back to her. Do you think she's the third straight Trump wife to be romantically inclined with a bodyguard or other? You know what I mean?
I would put money on it.
Is that misogynist to ask? I may have overstepped.
No.
But, like, there's no way she's smiling that much after being with Donald Trump, right?
And Kristen, what we have seen in this campaign in terms of the
No, she had to get more plastic surgery to make her be able to smile like this because she knows it's what's required.
His family was a staple on the campaign trail. Melania Trump was a staple by his side. I had a chance to interview the former president back in September of last year. He said we'll see her soon on the trail. At that time, we really haven't seen much of her. He also noted she is a private person by nature.
We're going to squeeze in a break right here. We're moments away from the former
That's
president's
one of those things where like
address to
everybody
accept the
gets it
Republican
except
nomination.
Trump
We're back from
cultists.
Milwaukee right after
You know what I
this.
mean? Like everybody understands what's going on here. And I think a lot of people who vote for Trump kind of admire that. They like that idea of a woman in a marriage she doesn't want to be in, but doing it because of like social pressure. Like that's their ideal marriage.
I don't think. Oh wait, are you saying Trump cultists think that? I don't think they think that at all. No way. Anyone who's a Trump cultist believes that anyone who's around Trump sincerely reveres him. They think that like Melania genuinely loves him because he's so amazing. Like they would marry Trump if they could.
Yeah.
They think it's like an actual loving relationship.
Yeah. Oh. That crane accident. Oh no.
Yikes.
That's like one of those things you always think is going to happen whenever you're around a crane.
Oh, are you kidding me? I Final Destination every single time. Or when you're driving on the highway and there's a truck in front of you and they've got scary poles in the in the back of the truck. You're like, yeah, this is going to kill me. And it's going to cause a major pileup on the highway.
I really like operating engineers, though. They're usually pretty cool. Of all the trades, they're pretty left-wing. The guys who run the cranes.
Is Biden not in severe cognitive decline?
I mean, I think everybody who sees that thinks so. I think everybody who watches Biden can see that he's not the man he was 4 years ago. He's not the man. I mean, but here's the thing. Even when he was in full command of his faculties, he wasn't very bright. He was just kind of a mediocre narcissist who was kind of just, he would go wherever the power centers of the Democratic Party were, and he would sell out as hard as he could sell out.
He had
like, that is what it is. That's who he is. He's the president because he's that guy.
Well,
and they need it, that's it.
He had like charisma. He had the like eye twinkle and that side smile type of thing.
He had some he had confidence and he had charisma, definitely. I mean, it's not like a ton, but enough to be a senator of Delaware.
Wait, look at this. Hold on.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the final night of the Republican.
You want to know the funny thing? So you know the famous picture of Biden looking like young and sexy? This one. What's in the back? What's in the background? What's in the background of this picture? Those are coconut trees. Those are palm trees.
He must have just fallen out of them. He just fell out of those coconut trees.
This predicted the future.
Yeah, no. Someone, can we get an edit of that where that's him and then it's camera zooms in and a fucking coconut comes down and smashes him out of the frame, and then Kamala Harris comes and like rises up laughing her maniacal laugh.
I hope that you're doing exceptionally well. Thank you, Traumalance. I'm gonna go grab some water. When the hell is Trump speaking?
It's so late. I mean, it can't be this much longer, right? There has to be like maybe he'll be at 10.
And even if you don't care for the politics here, he might.
When does prime time officially end?
I love the sea of cowboy hats.
Yeah, that's the Texas delegation.
Yeah.
A little drama. Is she here? Is she not here? And then, sure enough, the whole place pauses. Melania Trump walks in and she takes.
Chad, I want to give white women credit about one thing. You know these like mug things? You know what I mean? Like these flasks. You know, I'm a cold water boy. And they were right about this. Like, it keeps the beverage nice and cold, no condensation. Really nice,
My favorite thing about Melania is still the scary Christmas trees that she did, like the blood red horror
I would do shit like that.
A24 Christmas trees. I actually loved it.
I would do that.
Like,
for
not
sure.
not ironically.
I would have like a satanic Christmas.
Hell yeah.
That would be so cool.
Bring in Krampus. Zav30, thank you.
Oh my God, Krampus?
Yeah, call him
Vienna?
Trumpus.
Vienna absolutely adores Krampus. They have Krampus festivals, and they make all their kids go, and like adults just scare the kids. And they're like, if you're not good, Krampus will get you. It'll kill you.
It's not just coal you'll get for Christmas, it's an axe in the fucking neck.
Vio did a Krampus like cosplay, and it was base.
Oh, I bet it was so good.
So I would highly recommend, Chad. I would love to make Krampus more of an American thing, honestly.
Yeah, remember when Trump was like, Merry Christmas, do you still believe in Santa? At 7, that's marginal. That was one of the funniest things he's ever done. At 7, that's marginal.
There's no way you believe in Santa at 7, if you go to public schools anyway.
Saving Christmas.
Like, maybe you believe at Santa at 7 if you're homeschooled, but not if you go to a public school.
I believed in Santa.
Did you go to a public school? I rest my case.
Not until junior high.
I rest my case.
Not until junior high. Okay, fair.
I rest my case.
Oh, there's Kid Rock. Oh, here we go. Oh, God. Like, can you imagine this being Reagan's RNC?
My favorite part about Republicans is how they're always like, celebrities, stop talking. And then the moment they get the most washed up, elderly celebrities, they're like,
yeah! What's up, Speed Razor?
Every Harley salesman in America is on their feet
Look
right
at
now.
these horned up old dudes. You know
These
the
guys
only
are breaking out the Swedish pump later.
You know these like old crusty Republican politicians didn't know who Kid Rock was until he joined Team MAGA. No. No.
7 times, still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why.
Fuck yeah, dude.
They call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let
You just have to dance as off-key as possible, which isn't hard because it's Kid Rock.
Lord, man.
say Trump, Trump.
His belly sticking out. Oh, this is base, dude. He forgot to lip sync that.
Look at some of these people, they're like...
Warning explicit lyrics.
Why does it feel like I'm watching The Boys? Because The Boys and MAGA are now...
You can't even satirize it anymore.
No. It's not even satire. It's a reality show.
It's just... I like The Boys, but I feel like it's kind of... I feel like the writers are stuck in politics of 2018,
Yeah,
and they're not ready to move beyond like this kind of flaccid progressive liberalism, and move on to like challenging systems itself, and it's all about these like individuals, and it's cynical, but a kind of a stupid cynical. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I don't like it. It's just like
it's still
I feel
fun.
like I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. The only show I saw recently that really even kind of got the idea of revolutionary politics was Andor.
You love Andor. I think he's definitely lip syncing part of this.
Oh, he is. He missed one or two already.
No.
Listen, if you watch The Boys, you can't shit on Andor. I mean, it's the same slop. Literally. You're a slop watcher at that point. Like, you know, come on.
Dude, this is so fucking unserious.
I think the thing to remember is all of this is done because it's a distraction from people actually thinking about themselves and their relation and how the system rules over you and what it's doing.
Oh, dude, it's all aesthetics.
Yeah, it's a spectacle to distract you from, you know, and also to embarrass you. Like, if you're one of those people who spends a lot of time thinking about politics, this is supposed to make you feel degraded and silly and stupid, and be like, as much time you spend thinking and studying and advocating, like, this is more important. Like, this spectacle is more important to most people. So you're a fool for caring. It's one of those things. It's trying to, like, and intentionally make you feel like an asshole for caring.
And the funniest thing is like Trump and his family and the high society, elite New York social circle that they come from, they hate these people. Like, they are the opposite of what this aesthetic is. Like, they despise this, but it's what's given them political power. And it's why it's all a grift.
I'm just, some people here are loving that moment, and some look like they might have taken a wrong turn. This was not the Republican convention they remember from back in the old Bush Reagan year.
Even the NBC people are getting what I was saying.
All in response that we have seen throughout the night and throughout the week when it comes to the word fight, when it comes to that raised fist, right before Kid Rock.
There's more like botulism toxin in this dais than like an abandoned 1950s nuclear bunker. Holy shit. Like, how many swelled cans do you think it would take to, like, fix these people?
With that picture on it. People here, I've talked to some delegates wearing fake ear bandages.
I was just about to say that. Well, I stole it from your mind because I'm telepathic.
Dana White takes the podium.
Good evening,
Oh my fucking god.
Another anti-union scab piece of fucking shit, trash asshole who made millions off other people being brutalized.
So 2 weeks
I
ago,
hate this
got a
piece of
call
shit.
from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course,
He's one of
I
Vegas'
said yes.
biggest whales for the casinos, by the way. That's what he does with the money he steals from his fighters.
Offer,
oh yeah.
He sent me a text message,
Just
and
a
I just
dumb
want to
piece
read
of
to
shit.
you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even
Remember
the
that
world.
video of him slapping the
I
shit
wish
out of
you
his
didn't
wife?
have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand. They love you and they know how important this is.
Is he coked up? He's licking his lips like everything's dry.
Let me see. Let me evaluate.
He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip.
Yep, he is.
That's the
See what I
President
mean?
Trump that I know.
He's on a lot of
man who
cocaine.
truly cares about people.
Like, he's like done this tongue thing like 10 times.
Media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years.
I'm just envisioning them like ripping lines backstage before going out here.
I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
I'm not the puppet. You're the puppet.
They authentically support my class interest. We're totally aligned as a billionaire or
So they don't have to tell me to get up there and defend them.
I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's
Is there going to
happened
be
over the last 10
one
years.
point of substance in this entire night?
I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
Did you not just watch Kid Rock?
Who is this dreadlocked motherfucker. They've shown him like 3 times.
Carrot Top.
Look at this Carrot Top with dreadlocks. Like, what the fuck's going on?
Is in President Trump's text, and I quote,
Jesus
"A
fucking
fight for our
Christ.
country."
Like George Carlin said, you don't need a conspiracy when rich people come
He's
together.
running for president again. Why else would he put himself
Yes, it's called
through
class
everything
interest.
he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
Do you think billionaires actually feel that way about the president? That it's like stepping down, like being president of the United States is a step down from just being a billionaire sitting around jerking off on a yacht?
For the American people.
And you know, like, what would he be doing all day? Be sitting there grubbing for money? Like, what are you talking about, man?
The American dream, and I know the American dream.
Well, I think billionaires are like,
whether you were born in this country or
the
came here from
president
someplace
has
else,
like we
this
have
is
more
the
control than the
last
president
real
does.
land
Like we have
of
more power.
opportunity.
Like we're the ones who are funding.
This is the last real land of opportunity, except for like the way you measure those things, like social mobility. It's one of the worst in the developed world.
And if you're buried
Life
in
expectancy is
government red tape,
declining.
How will you ever start your own business?
Debt
if you're
increasing.
struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you
could
ever
afford
buy
to.
a
We're going to
house?
cut back on all the
I know
programs to
that
help you
President
afford a
Trump
family
is
as
fighting
well.
to
Like,
save
it's just
the American
all
dream,
trash.
and that's what's at stake in
Wait,
this
he just
election.
goes, if you don't feel safe in your town, why would you ever want to buy a house? Buddy, do you think people can buy houses in the first place?
I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval
What's stopping
Office.
people from buying?
In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose.
He's very shrill.
I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity.
I mean, he is Dana
I'm
White.
going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass.
Fuck, he's bald.
And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America.
I feel so tired.
I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
He had Dana White introduce him. You see what I mean? How they're leaning into this kind of like
spectacle.
masculine politics, incel politics.
Dude, Charlie Kirk was talking about how if you're a man and you don't vote for Trump, you're not a man. Like, that's the vibe.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but it lines up exactly with my theory of that they're literally trying to make this the gender wars as a strategy to get people to not think about class.
Because it's
Makes
about
sense.
strength, right? What they're exuding is that we're the strong ones. It's about manliness, strength.
Yeah, it's just a vibe.
Fucking Lee
Well,
Greenwood.
a lot of American men have bought into the idea that masculinity is about what you project and what you consume.
Right,
You
and
know,
it's
like
why they-
buying a truck, buying a
Yes.
gun, you know, an American flag shirt.
And it's why they love Trump, because also strength means not apologizing ever, not backing down ever. And
Yeah,
Trump,
strength is doing what you want to do and no one being able to stop you.
Right.
It's not about, you know, it has nothing to do with the virtues of masculinity in a kind of traditional sense, in an intellectual sense. It's not about like honor, duty, self-sacrifice, civic virtue, honesty, uprightness, you know, all those things about like, you know, self-sacrifice, putting others before yourself, chivalry. Like none of those are features of Trump. It's a perverted, self-centered, narcissistic masculinity of domination, bullying, you know.
Mike is going on this like very valid speech, and Will just goes, Carolyn, I'm so sorry. Hulk Hogan ripped his shirt off. I'm voting Trump.
I told you. I said Will better sue, and instead he was.
Well,
he was
Mike did say
converted.
that he stole your shit.
I mean, we all know that Hulk Hogan originally was the shirt ripper guy, but you know, Twitch is too young to know that.
These I know I'm free. Mike was spitting there though, yeah. Mike is spitting and Will comes in like, yeah, time to pack it up. Dag Binar, thank you. Oh my God.
I also love how they're trying to give everybody in the audience epileptic fit by flashing these like white lights in their face. They've been doing it the whole
But
prevention.
You'll only pass out if you're a weak bitch.
Exactly. Oh, I knew it. Oh my God, I predicted this.
Oh my God.
I predicted this. I knew it. I told you they were going to do a fascist.
Oh my
do you guys,
God.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The Nazi. Do you know about the Nazi martyr? This is literally Hitler's playbook.
Oh my God.
The Nazi martyr is named Horst Wessel. They have Horst Wessel Lied, which is about the street ball between communists and Nazis where he was shot to death. This is literally Nazi shit. I predicted this. I predicted that they were going to do this. I knew it. I fucking knew it. This is right out of Hitler's playbook.
Mike, you can't say that. You can't say it. You can't mention Hitler now.
Oh, sorry.
You're inciting.
I knew it. I said they were going to wave his bloody shirt. Literally wave his bloody shirt. And they got his fucking jacket. I'm sorry for getting so hyped, but I'm just like, I was right again. Yay.
Dude, this is so grim. It is so grim.
Of the man who lost his life at that rally in Pennsylvania.
And all the dumb liberal media are going to buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, of course.
These dumb, worthless NBC fucking losers.
They'll call it like a beautiful moment.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee.
Is the wife in
right
the
from
building,
the
you
beginning.
think?
Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful,
And daughter,
beautiful
do you
song.
think?
What?
Friends,
Bob Rock,
delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much.
People are crying. Yes.
Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people.
He's being very
for your
like solemn
outpouring of
and
love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday.
God, it hasn't even been a week.
as you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please.
Please.
And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell.
Oh my God, we were here. Oh my God, we were here.
It was a warm, beautiful day
No.
in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh my God, he's telling a story.
Music was loudly playing.
He loves music.
And the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear.
The racism chart saved
I said to
him.
myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
Be a bullet?
Just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
This is not these. No, not the screen.
Of course, I mean, this is, of course, the only strategy he has.
These are great people.
It's really
At
nothing
great
to
risk,
say
I
other
will
than,
tell you. And pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side.
Oh, the angel.
I felt that.
God, angels. God was on his side, but just his. Oh, fucking Laura Loomer.
Are they really putting Laura Loomer on NBC? Amazing. We love it, don't we?
The
Chet?
amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual.
The MAGA folks were too tough to
This
run.
massive crowd of tens of thousands of people
MAGA's the
stood
strongest
by and
Americans.
didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was
MAGA,
just a small
don't
group
run.
compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason.
MAGA, don't run.
MAGA was
that
too
they
brave.
didn't
No.
move. The reason is that
What is this shot?
they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just...
What is this?
I love how he says we whenever he learns something.
They just, this beautiful crowd.
Nobody
they
knew
didn't
that.
wanna leave
Everybody
me. They knew
loves
I was in
ears.
trouble. They didn't want to
Nobody
leave me.
knew
And
it. It was we
you can
all
see
learned
that
together
love written
about
all
the
over
blood in the
their
ears.
faces.
If I don't know it, nobody
Incredible
knows
people.
it. Because if I don't
They're
know it, it's
incredible
not
people.
important.
Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
They killed him. Yeah. Blood was spilled.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
They're disagreeing with Trump, chat. I can't believe it.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll
What
tell
are those
you,
fucking horns?
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
They have got to stop saying that. Somebody died.
Oh, no, he's going to, don't worry.
Reports over the
He's
last
going to
few
talk about
days,
that guy.
Many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see
Dude,
that on their faces as I looked
he's
out.
painting himself as the second coming
They
of
didn't
Christ.
know I was looking out.
Yeah.
They thought it was over. But I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay.
Rose from the
I
dead.
raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
Oh, wow. I think we have a new right arm gesture that they're going to do from now
Yeah,
on.
this is the new.
This is the
Once
new right
my
arm gesture. They
clenched
found it.
fist
See,
went up.
instead of having their hands straight, you just
And it
make
was
a
high
fist.
into the
And now
air.
you're
You've all
good.
seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our
This
country.
is
like
not similar to
no
any other
crowd
movement.
I have ever heard before.
Don't say the word though, Mike.
Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me.
Is that how you say his name?
I think it's Comparatore or something.
Comparator.
He said it wrong.
Two
I
other
think.
great warriors
I
spoke
think he
to
said
them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people.
Those sound like a Pennsylvanians.
I also spoke to all three families of
Pennsylvania
these
Dutch
tremendous
names.
people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by
use
everybody.
the past tense.
Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
There it is. We have to use the past tense as the most Trumpian way of putting that.
You guys, his name is spelled
There it is.
wrong.
He's literally gonna wave it?
No.
Oh, he kisses it. He's kissing it. He's kissing it.
They spelled his name wrong on the jacket.
Did they really?
Yes. They spelled his fucking name wrong.
I want to thank the fire department and
they
the
did.
family for sending
They forgot an A.
his helmet, his outfit.
They forgot his
and,
name.
It was just
They forgot
something,
the
and they're
A.
going to do something
There's an
very
A.
special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million.
1 million.
They're going to pay
And
them
Dan
all
Newman,
money.
Thank you, Dan.
Bro,
And again, when speaking to the
He's
family, I
such a
told them, I
showman.
said, well,
he's
we're
such
gonna
a
be sending
showman
you a
bringing
lot
out.
of
I'm
money,
surprised
but
they
it
didn't bring
can't
out like a
compensate.
giant $1 million
They all
check.
said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other 2. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well.
So he made them all millionaires.
They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Man knows how to work a crowd. That's The Apprentice, baby.
I can't believe they misspelled the name, though. That's amazing. Like, come on, dude. Unless this was the jacket from
There is no greater
the
love
crew,
than
like,
to
that's
lay
crazy.
down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack,
No room
we
for the
unite this
A.
evening more determined than ever.
'Cause the A's
I
in
am more
America.
determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody
Yeah.
in this room.
I mean, the one thing I want to say about this speech is, like, Joe Biden couldn't do it. And that's why he needs to drop out immediately. Like, if you compare this speech, which is pandering and gross
Thank you
and
very much.
exploitative in all the worst ways and just shameless, Joe Biden can't actually speak at all. And whether or not you like Donald Trump, his speaking is at least comprehensible. And that's the
Our
level of
resolve
standard we're
is
at.
unbroken,
So
and our
Biden, please
purpose
drop.
is
And he knows how to
unchanged
speak
deliver
to
a
these
government
people,
that
you know?
serves the American people
He's speaking to
better
his hogs,
than ever
and you know
before.
they're 40,
Nothing
you know,
will stop
4%,
me
45%
in
of the
this mission
country
because our vision
right
is
now, and that's
righteous
enough
and our
if the
cause
other
is
side is
pure.
divided.
No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have
Love
to give
the
with
mass
all of the
deportation
energy
signs.
and fight in my heart and soul.
Yeah.
Such
I
love,
pledge to
such unity.
our nation tonight.
Such
Thank you
peace.
very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Make America great once again.
And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent
if you're not elected.
as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
I mean, obviously, like, Donald Trump is going to go directly at the Democrats' main, assertion and do so from the position of agreement.
Just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon.
Yeah, if you mention Trump said that, you'll be accused of inciting
documents case against me
I
were totally
appointed her. It was very
unconstitutional, and the
convenient.
entire case was thrown out of court.
By the way, this was another thing that I've been predicting for going on 18 months, because there were so many people that were delusional about the legal system.
I'm sorry,
they don't
wait,
understand.
what is this hat? What is
If
that?
Democrats
Is that a
want
wig?
to unify
Yeah.
our country,
It's like
they
a
should drop
visor
these
wig.
partisan
Yeah.
witch hunts, which I have been going
Anyway,
through
what
for
were you saying?
approximately 8 years.
It's just like the idea that Donald Trump is
And
going
they
to go
should
to
do that
prison
without
before the
delay and
election
allow
Oh,
an
no,
election
no.
to
was
proceed
absolutely
that is worthy of our
farcical.
people. We're gonna win
And
it
like the
anyway.
idea of that calling him a convicted felon
worthy
changes
of our
anybody's mind is just pointless. Like, that was obviously never going to
On this
work.
journey, I am
I
deeply
told
honored
everybody
to be
that
joined
years ago. So it's
by
been
my
very funny to
amazing
see
wife,
all the like liberals
Melania.
just totally deflated that their dumbass fucking strats didn't work.
Like, wait,
No
we thought
shit.
if he were a convicted felon, that people
Yeah.
wouldn't want to vote for him.
Yeah.
No, it made them even harder. Now it was like, oh, being a felon is cool.
Well, it's
He's
like,
their
well, they just
convicted
reject
felon,
the-
yes.
he was convicted by liberals in Manhattan. Like, oh wow, I'm convinced.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something.
Oh, Katie,
really
thank you for sending me
beautiful,
that
a letter
link.
to America
I need
calling
one of
for
those.
national unity, and it really took the Republican
Make sure you buy it
Party
from
by
China.
surprise, I will tell you, it was beautiful.
Make sure it's from China, and make sure no American patriots get even a single dollar from that.
In fact, some very serious
I want all the
people
profit
said
to go to
that
the
we should
Communist Party.
take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right?
How's
Mr.
my ear?
Congressman?
When I wear this,
But it captivated
I
so
can
many.
feel what
so
Donald Trump went
I
through.
also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael.
I feel like I could see Caroline up on that
Baron. We
dais.
love our Baron.
In that blazer.
God bless Donald Trump and God bless America.
And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a
Yeah.
few of them up there on my lap before.
Yep.
And how
Don
good was
Jr.'s
Dana?
next wife.
Was
Okay,
Dana
that's
good?
going too far.
Was he good?
That's going
You
too
know, he
far.
was on
Okay, we were having fun until that.
Probably the only vacation he's had in about.
Is it kind of crazy
maybe
he
ever.
hasn't married Kimberly Guilfoyle,
Till he
though?
works, but about 10 years.
I showed you my
with his
Kimberly
wife, very
Guilfoyle,
far away. I won't tell you where, but
cameo,
very, very
right?
Far away, beautiful
No.
place. And
Yeah.
my people called.
Okay, I've
and
been
he said,
setting
"See, I
this to
won't
too
be
many
able to
people,
do it.
but
This is many,
it's
many
very
years.
funny.
I promised
I need
my
this.
wife I can't do it.
Yeah.
And they came in. They said, "Dana
My
won't be
mod's
able
got
to do
this
it."
for me a while ago.
Because he was
but-
my first, second, and third choice.
She would be on Cameo.
I said, well, you know, that's too
There you
bad,
go.
but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him.
You demodded
And that
me, by
was
the
it.
way.
About
Like, what the fuck?
30 minutes later,
Did I?
she came back in, sir.
It's all right.
Dana
What-
just called. He's
I
going to
didn't.
do it.
I don't remember doing that.
And his wife, she said, you can't
Maybe
turn
when you were
him
trying
down.
to
You
call
just
me,
can't
you
do it.
hit
You
all the
have to go."
buttons.
That's a good wife.
Oh, I
was trying to link the fucking thing, and it's like you can't.
I was pressing a bunch of things.
So
whenever you time a mod out, they lose their mod forever.
Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family.
I'm back in the working class.
And Kid Rock, same thing.
Okay, I'm a mod again.
He said,
who laughed? Go ahead and ban all the people who laughed at me.
I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, big monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years.
We're going to watch this one. This
he's
is
amazing.
on a break.
Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
Is he talking about Kid Rock right now?
Who is he talking about?
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So
what is this, Forgiato Blow? Like, what's going on?
Special,
this is a classic Donald Trump off-the-cuff speech.
But they all wanted to be
beautiful man. He loves to say beautiful man.
And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he?
And no, this is just a rally speech. Like, legitimately, he has no
he has no
statesmanship at all. There's like zero solemnity. And I think that's what people like about him, is it's just, he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's very
They may call that
petty.
entertainment. I know about
He's
entertainment.
He is a reality
when
TV
he used
character.
to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times.
Also, I'm sorry, what #1 song was he talking about?
Right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible.
What was that all
He
about?
went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United
She's there.
States.
She's there.
Every week they get another subpoena.
What a fucking funny way
Democrats,
to describe
crazy
that.
Nancy Pelosi.
I feel like there's like no girlfriends, only wives are in that booth.
No, I definitely saw her.
I think she's not allowed in.
They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason.
I love that Jason
But I'm thrilled
Aldean
to have
dedicated "Try This in a
new
Small
friend and
Town"
partner
to Donald
fighting by
Trump.
my side.
When that is
The
exactly
next
what
Vice
happened.
President of the United States, the current senator from Ohio, J.D.
Butler,
Vance, and his
Pennsylvania has like 2
incredible
people.
wife, Usha.
Yeah.
Usha.
Did you see all the racist like Republicans going like, I can't believe he married a Brown?
Oh,
Did you see
they're
that? Did you hear that?
losing their
Holy
minds.
shit. The
Vice
racism was
President is going to
incredible.
be great. He'll be with
And some of the
this country
responses were
and
like, well,
with
she has
this
very
movement.
European
Yeah,
features.
they're
Movement in the
trying
history
to
of
do
our country.
Aryan
Make America
features.
great
They're
again.
trying to do some type of like.
When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA.
She's
I said,
clearly
"MAGA is
Brahmin
make
cast."
America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to
She's
stop.
European, you guys.
Then they say,
He's
oh, that's
clearly of
right. It's
Aryan
very tough to
stock.
fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are 2 smart people.
Anonymous,
how they're
thank
like-
you.
See, this
So
is what I'm talking about with,
JD, you're
with
gonna be
Don.
doing
Like,
this for a
all
long
these
time.
Republicans want to
Enjoy
be
the
like,
ride.
the elites. And then the moment they get any kind of recognition from these same organizations or institutions,
I know.
they fawn over it.
Like,
And a
they
very
love that
special
he went
thank
to
you
Yale.
To the extraordinary
Exactly.
people of Milwaukee.
And this is like the Trumps
and
in
the
a
great
nutshell. Is
state
they've always been kind of like looked down on by the blue bloods.
Like, he was a fucking investment banker.
There they are. That's
Yeah, and
you
well, I
are
mean,
so
the Trump
easy
family,
to
like
spot.
his dad was a slumlord, you know, operating, you know,
And Green Bay's gonna have a
slums
good
that he
team this year, right?
you know, he would
They're gonna have
exclude
a good
people
team.
based on their race. So the Trumps were
They're gonna
always
have a
looked
good
down
team.
upon by, like, you know, the upper crust
Most of the audience doesn't
Manhattan
like
and
it,
New
but it's
York,
true. You're
right?
gonna have
And
a
that's
very
why Donald
good
Trump
team
wanted
this
to
year.
build in Manhattan, because he wanted
And
to
by
get
the way,
entree
Wisconsin,
into the
we are
real upper crust. So this is what his
spending
entire
over
life has been about:
$250 million
resentment
here,
toward the
creating
like
jobs
blue
and
blood elites
other
and being treated like a
economic
lesser than person.
development all over the place. So I
You
hope
know,
you will
like
remember this.
that's the whole
in
motivation of
November.
everything he's doing.
And
Is
give
it's
us your
all about
vote. I
this
am
this
trying to
feeling
buy
of not
your
being good
vote.
enough, his inferiority
I'll be
complex,
honest
his
about that.
narcissism. It's so fucking boring and so small.
And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it.
I'm sorry for talking over his very boring
Mr. Governor.
speech.
Thank you very
I mean,
much.
he's
Thank
he's
you.
just milking
I'm here
and
tonight to lay out a
yapping and-
vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in,
who do
did
you
a
think will be
great
the new
job.
Democrat
Never got credit for
candidate?
that. We got credit for the war
Most likely
and defeating
Kamala.
ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts
Me.
ever. The creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal.
Thank you, ISIS.
We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest
Yeah, right to
laboratories
try,
in the
except
world,
it's
and you
not
can't
being
do it. They've been trying to
implemented.
get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia or Europe or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it.
Just
where
die.
They're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands
speech
of
is
lives. It's
exhausting.
incredible. Right to try. It's great feeling.
I think that like what this part of the speech
Under
is
our
serving is
leadership,
just
the
give
United
his
States will
supporters
be
a couple
respected
talking
again.
points
No
for their
nation
smug
will question our
liberal
power.
relatives.
No enemy will doubt
they could be
our
like,
might. Our
Donald
borders
Trump gave
will be
right to
totally
try. You don't
secure.
even know
Our
what that
economy
is.
will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But
What about a
to
third-party
achieve this
coalition to
future,
save the country?
we must
Well, that'd be
first
nice.
rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent
J'espère.
leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are
Can you translate what he
indeed
just
a
said?
nation in decline.
Yeah, he said, hell yeah, fucking
We
right.
have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and
Is he
it's
gonna mention price
taking place
gouging?
right now.
Oh,
as
here we go.
we
Okay,
sit
this is the
here
big
in
one.
This beautiful
This is the
arena
big one.
It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis.
No one's seen anything like it because that's not what's happening.
The world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia, and our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III, and this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
Bringing back election fraud.
I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
He is good at his catchphrases.
Well, it's just, I mean, like, you know, what are we going to do? And say, and the Democrat response to that is like, actually, Joe Biden has approved an exploit terminal for 3 million barrels a day. That's the same carbon equivalent of 60 coal plants. So I'm sorry,
Can you believe
but
what they're doing?
the Democrats are burning just as much
But by doing that, we will
oil and
lead
gas
a
as the Republicans would be. So drill, baby, drill. I mean, Biden is approving permits left and right. So what do you want?
They took
Like,
our
that's the
energy
Democrat
policies
strategy to
and
respond to
destroyed
this
them. Then
stuff.
they immediately went back to them, but by that time,
Drill, baby, drill is less
so
words.
much was lost.
Exactly.
But we will do it at levels
And also
that
the
nobody's
Democrat
ever seen
policy is
before.
terrible. So, like, if you have
We'll
a
end
brain, you're like,
Lots of
and you're
different
opposed
things.
to
We'll
what Trump
start
is
paying
saying,
off debt
you
and
don't
start
have a home.
lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive.
Did you see that
Everybody was
Grindr
coming to
crash
the
to
country.
Milwaukee?
They were bringing back
Yep.
billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The
RNC
tax rate was
attendees
too
getting
high.
busy.
And the legal complications
You know,
were far
I'm going
too
to say
great.
something radical.
I changed both
I think
of
that
them.
these people should be outed.
And
Like, if you're
hundreds of
literally
billions
a
of dollars
operative of
by
the
Apple
Republican
and so
Party,
many
which
other
is one of the most
companies were brought
homophobic
back
and
into our
transphobic
nation, and
organizations
we
on the
had
planet,
an economy the
you
likes of
shouldn't
which
be
nobody,
able to live
no
under the
nation had
protection
ever
of
seen.
liberal,
China, we were beating them
attitudes.
at levels that were
you
incredible.
Need to be part of
And
the
they
fight.
know it.
Absolutely.
They know
You know
it.
what I mean?
We'll
Like,
do
I'm
it
sorry,
again, but we'll
but
do it even
I know
better.
some people
I
really
will end
disagree with
the
outing, and I
illegal
usually do as
immigration
well. But
crisis by
for
closing our border and
Republican
finishing
operatives serving the most
of
bigoted
which I've
homophobes in the
already
world,
built.
fuck those people.
No, I agree.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our
Just spreading
country.
If the
so
wall
much
is mostly
hate.
built, how do we have
Hundreds
so
of
many people coming
thousands of
across the
people
border?
a
It doesn't make
year.
sense. Sounds like
We're
the
not
wall
gonna
doesn't
let
work.
that happen.
Yeah, we need to build another wall on top of the wall,
I
Mike.
will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created.
We're gonna
including
build a
the
wall
horrible
on the
war
wall.
with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke.
Let's just put up
I
walls
watched the
everywhere.
other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame. What this administration, the damage that this administration
I mean,
has done.
Biden also didn't, he broke his promise to do the Iran nuclear agreement, which Iran was cooperating with.
Added them up, they will not have done the damage that
Biden has created a
Biden
logic
has
where
done.
Iran should pursue a nuclear weapon to avoid being invaded and attacked, like, the Houthis have been, the way that genocide has been perpetrated in Gaza. Like he isn't wrong that Biden's foreign policy has been disastrous. He's right about that. I mean, and I think anybody who's reasonable would agree.
Thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy.
COVID was pretty bad economy. I don't know, man.
World. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going.
God, he just speaks.
Nobody can believe it.
He just says so many things in like a matter of 10 seconds.
Happening now in reverse. And
I think the one strength of the speech for Donald Trump is that largely people think of the time. They don't blame him for COVID, number one. And number two, they do remember the time of like before COVID as better than now. Like the average person does. So that's a big problem for the Democrats.
Just being destroyed.
Because a lot of Democrats would be like, oh, we did such a good job with the economy, but like 70% of the country doesn't agree.
Taking out their money to live because of inflation.
And they want to blame the media instead of like going, okay.
It's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from
instead of trying to figure out why people don't like the economy or what they're struggling with and coming up with programs to address it.
Inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person.
So they had 4 years of going. It was great.
Have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy.
And now my eggs cost $200.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens.
Why is he citing Germany 100 years ago?
Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs? The
we are
jobs
all
that are created?
his grandchild. I know.
107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens.
Can you go back to describing
and you know who's being hurt
when
the
you were
most
shot?
By millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too.
Blacks for Trump.
Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression.
Well, we just found Clayton
Bigsby.
Bigsby.
That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again.
That person was 100% white.
Thank you. With proper leadership,
in the East
every
Coast.
disaster we are now enduring will
God,
be fixed,
this has,
and
like,
it will be fixed
exhausted
very,
me.
very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited.
Another big problem the Democrats have is that, you know, the right track, wrong track number has been upside down for so long.
By the way, the news
We
reports.
don't even talk about it anymore.
Look at all of those big
the what?
networks. Look at them. They're
The
all
right
here.
track, wrong track. Like, is the country
But
on the right
every
track
one
or
of
is the
them
country on the
has
wrong
said,
track?
this could be
And most
the
people
most
say wrong track.
organized, best run, and most enthusiastic
Please
convention
clap.
of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room.
Those fucking cowboy hats, man.
So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. This was
thank
great.
you for
All of the
Prime.
great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person.
Besides
I
Eric, who
refuse
said,
to
what
be
was
the
that
only
all
one.
about?
Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave him an idea. No, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
What? What is he talking about?
No, he's always like, this is the biggest crowd. That's one of his favorite things to do.
It's about love.
It's like this, no one's ever had a crowd
the
this
entire
size.
Republican Party is formally
Everything with him is
adopted
a
an
dick
agenda
measuring
for
contest.
America's
Yes.
renewal,
You
and
know,
saw
like
that agenda.
he's got to be like
And
the
it's very
biggest.
short compared
When 9/11
to
happened,
the
he was like, I
long,
guess Trump Tower's the
boring,
tallest tower now. Like, he can't help
meaningless
himself.
agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are
It wasn't
hundreds of
even,
pages
but
long, and they
he
never
said it
read
on the
them
news,
after
so,
they're
you know.
gone. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
I had a bigger crowd in New York.
Mr.
Oh,
Speaker of the
no.
House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
By the way, the Democrats voted to keep the speaker in his
A
spot.
Republican
Remember that,
Senate.
chat?
We have many senators here.
Because they wanted to get money
And
for
send me
Israel.
back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months.
Bipartisan.
It can't come fast
Coming
enough.
together.
We have to get it done.
Turling Twins, thank you.
First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that
Groceries
has
up
the
a 50%.
opportunity to make an absolute
Yeah, I think that's
fortune
actually not
with its
wrong.
energy.
I don't think that's true.
We have it, and China does it. Under the Trump
I
administration,
think it depends on what it
just
is.
3.5 years ago,
But like overall,
we
like,
were energy independent.
I don't think it's overall.
But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant
I
and
think
supply
50% might be
not
too
only
much.
ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next,
According to
and by the way, they
Bloomberg,
want
back
to
in
raise
March,
your
it said it was up
taxes
25%.
4 times. Think of it. And all my
Under
life,
Biden.
I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes.
1 sec.
Still further. We gave you the biggest
I'm
one,
still
as
here.
I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions
I love
of
how we
dollars that are
don't
sitting
do the
there
thing and
not
they just
yet
say that
spent,
it
we
is
will
happening and it's the
redirect
cause of the
that
problems
money
because
for
blatantly
important
lying
projects
is
like
just
roads, bridges,
totally
dams, and
normal.
we will
Well, it's one of those
to be
because
spent
Biden's
on
the one who's been president for 4 years.
meaningless
So
green new scam
We just say the
ideas.
Green New Scam, and he did the Green New Scam, guys. Meanwhile, what he actually passed was like a bipartisan bill so right wing that Mitch McConnell voted for it.
Day one.
So we get saddled with their right wing policies.
But like they just generalize
saving the
inflation
U.S.
now.
auto industry from
It's like
complete
it's the word that they
obliteration, which is
use.
happening right now, and saving U.S. customers
There's
thousands and
no other
thousands of dollars
contextualizing,
per
of course
car.
not.
And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built
costs going up
across
is
the border
always
in
just
Mexico. So
inflation.
with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker,
How is he responsible for that?
union and non-union, should be voting
Remember
for
when he went to
Donald
the
Trump
picket line
because
and
we're
was
gonna
just
bring
like,
back
"Hey, you should
car
endorse me."
manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some
the
of
reality is that
largest
there's
auto
an element
plants
of truth
anywhere
again
in
to
the
what
world.
Donald
Think of it.
said, which is
In
like
the world,
NAFTA
we're gonna bring it
allowed
back. We're
American
gonna make them-
manufacturing
we
to
don't
be
mind that.
sourced,
We don't mind that happening,
in
but those
Mexico, where
plants are
they
going to be
used
built in the United
anti-union
States, and our people
right-wing
are going to
governments for the
man
last
those
20 years
plants.
to keep Mexican labor costs down, and then they could sell those products competing against unionized labor in
And if
America.
they don't
And there's
agree
no
with
way you
us,
can
we'll
compete
put a tariff of
when,
approximately
paying
100 to
$20,
200%
$30 an hour
on each
compared to
car,
$1 an hour.
and they
Like,
will be unsellable in the United States.
that's the legacy of Bill Clinton.
We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're
Well, it's
really
not true. The
ready
people
to
that were
make
gaining
changes
advantage
like
were,
nobody had seen before.
billionaires at
Remember,
Wall Street and
the
corporations.
USMCA, I got
who,
rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever
He's saying
made.
that they
and
were the ones who
replaced it
benefited,
with
not the other
USMCA,
countries.
which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America.
Now, obviously, he doesn't mean this, but this is a good message to lie to the voters about.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's the big issue, is like the capitalists understand that he's lying, but he's going to be
they want
tricking
him
a
to
lot
line.
of white people.
'Cause
He's
they
going to be
lie.
tricking a lot of downscale
And
poor
this
people.
very simple formula, and Congress has to go
The
along
truth
with
is
us,
that most
and
of
they
them
will.
don't
This
understand
very simple
even what
formula
he's
will create
saying. Like
massive
they don't, you know
numbers
what I
of
mean? They don't know the
jobs. We
ins and
will
outs of
take over
NAFTA
the auto
necessarily. They just know
industry.
NAFTA bad,
many,
Trump
many,
good.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs. We
Well, the
lost so many
reality is
jobs
that
over
the
years.
Democratic Party
If you go back
abandoned,
20,
the
25
working
years,
class and
they've
organized
stolen
labor
going to China
for
and
a
Mexico.
strategy of
About
appealing to
68% of our
upscale,
auto industry
college-educated white people in the
manufacturing jobs. We're going
suburbs.
to get them all back. We're going to get them all
And
back, every one of them.
I think a lot of those communities were completely destroyed.
At the
You know,
center of
that's
our
just a
plan
fact.
for economic
And so
relief
you have a
are
reactionary
massive tax
saying,
cuts for
you know, at
workers
least
that
speaking to them, but he's lying.
include
But
something
the
else
Democrats
that's turned
don't
out to be
really
very
have a strategy
popular,
to talk to
actually.
those people because
Here it's very
you know, what's
popular
been
in
done
this
has been
building,
done, and
and
they want to
all those
focus on those
hotels that
upscale
I
whites
saw
in the
that are so
suburbs.
nice, I'm
They don't
staying
give a
in a
shit
nice
about,
one.
you know.
It's called
I mean, that was like
poor
that was a
people.
huge fucking problem with
tips.
Hillary.
No
Trump was just
Exactly.
lying, but he told them what they wanted to hear.
tax on tips.
Like he spoke to them. It was like, I'm getting your jobs back.
The other thing is he gives them a scapegoat. You know, Mexicans. He gives them, you know, other countries.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody.
Hello.
And we're
I
having
mean,
dinner
Biden
at
is
a
getting
beautiful
absolutely
restaurant
crushed in the Sun Belt.
the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building. And the waitress
piece of
comes
shit.
over. How's everything going? Really
It's
nice
surrounded
person.
by
How's
empty parking
everything
lot.
going, sir? It's so
Nobody
tough.
goes there.
The
It's
government's
like
after
the worst
me all
property
the time
on the Strip.
tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more.
See,
Yeah,
it's
the
like,
IRS
you know
agents
what,
going
you know what
after
this
the
is
workers
like?
at the casinos.
You know what this
Shows the
is
level
like?
of my-
This
you know,
is like
most people
when
go out, they
a
hire
sitcom
consultants, they
tapes
pay
and they hold
millions
up
of
the
dollars.
sign. It's like,
But I
okay,
said to her,
applause,
let me just ask you a
boo.
question. Would you be happy if you had no tax and tips?
Like they
She said,
know,
what a
like,
great
oh,
idea.
we're supposed to applaud here. We're
I got
supposed
my
to boo here.
information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of
Oh,
dollars.
but by the way, this is a new idea that they came up with, which is the no taxes on tips.
Everybody loves
This is a
it.
Republican policy
Waitresses and
that they're running
caddies and
with.
drivers and
Which,
everybody's
I mean,
a large,
you know.
Yeah,
large
I
group
mean,
of people
it's
that are
popular.
being really hurt badly. They make
And
money,
like,
let
honestly,
them keep their
a lot of
money.
people avoid taxes on tips anyway.
I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan,
Dude,
incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish.
This is the one
completely,
that
jobs
just
will
fucking
come
gets
roaring
me
back,
because
and
he
the middle
has
class will
literally
prosper
said he's
like
open
never, ever
to cuts
before,
to
and we're
Medicare and
going to
Social
do it very
Security.
rapidly.
Like he'll flip flop on it.
Well, they hate Social Security and Medicare
Well, yes.
at the RNC
But
and
no
all these
hope
Republican
or dream
elites.
we
They hate
have
it.
for
It's
America
New
can
Deal
succeed
shit.
unless we
It's
stop
communism.
the illegal immigrant
But 90%
invasion,
of
the
Americans
worst
like
that's
those
ever
programs,
been seen anywhere in the
obviously.
world.
So,
There's never
you know, you
been
can't
an invasion
win.
like this anywhere.
Right, but like
Third world
earlier this
countries would
year,
fight
he
with
said
sticks and
publicly
stones
in an
not to
interview
let
that
this
he
happen.
was open to
The
cuts.
invasion at our southern border, we will stop
Well,
it.
like,
and we will
you
stop
know,
it quickly.
you
heard
can just
Tom
go here and
Homan
go, they
yesterday.
wanna cut
Tom
your Social
Homan,
Security
put
and
him in
Medicare.
charge and just sit back and watch.
Well, we've entered this like nihilistic
Brandon
stage where
Judd,
there isn't a truth.
the
There
Border
isn't.
Patrol, he's incredible.
You know, it's all
These
vibes.
guys, you know,
People don't even really think
their job
politics is
a lot
about
easier if they don't have to do anything,
public
but they want
policy
to. They're
anymore,
patriots.
if
Brandon
that makes
Judd,
sense.
Border Patrol.
No, it's just
It's
blood
like-
sport.
ICE goes
It's just
out,
like
you
your
have to see
team.
what ICE does.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's
like
spectacle, it's
you
blood
know,
sport,
you
it's
have these
allegiance.
You're
people
probably
with
a
the
White
worst
Sox
gang, and ICE
fan,
goes in there.
and like,
and I know a
you
lot of
know,
people on these rows
I'm a
here,
Pirates
and they're very
fan,
tough
right?
people,
And does that,
but
and
they
then
don't
we
want to
root
do
for our
this
team.
job. They'll go into
Actually,
a
you're
pack
probably a
of
Cub fan,
MS-13 killers.
Okay,
They're the worst,
love you
probably the
thinking
worst
that
gangs in the
I'm
world.
into professional
We have
sports
thousands
still.
of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in
Once upon
my
a
4
time.
years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure.
She
but
is
ICE
a White
would go
Sox
right
fan?
into a
Yeah,
pack of these
honestly.
killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything
At least it's
flying,
not a
and then
Jets
they
fan.
take them. They put them in a paddy
Hey.
wagon.
Hey,
They take them back and
I
they
have an
get them
Aaron
out of
Rodgers-
our country.
I have an
and the
Aaron
other
Rodgers
countries weren't
jersey.
accepting them back, and I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore.
Wait, let me go find it.
And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated.
When Aaron
Billions of
Rodgers went to
dollars
the
we
Jets
spend
and
on
Will was all
economic
pumped,
aid to
and then
countries that
Aaron
does
like
us, frankly,
knee
no good.
explodes on like what the
And
first
the next
snap
day, I
or
was
the second
called by
snap?
everybody.
Like
I
how many
couldn't take
snaps
all
did
the
he
calls.
get?
Sir,
3,
sir, what's the
2?
problem? I said, you won't take your killers trailers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take
In
them
New
back.
York,
Well,
second
sir,
9/11.
if you'd
Okay,
like
let's
us
be
to, we
honest.
would
It's
give
the
very
Jets.
serious
That's New
consideration
Jersey's
to doing
9/11.
that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back for years.
Will bought
and
this for
years.
me
When I
and then
first
made
came
me
in,
wear it and watch that
they
first
said President
game.
Obama tried to
And
get him
4
to go
seconds
back,
later,
and
Aaron
they wouldn't
Rodgers
accept
died,
him.
and
They'd
I was
put
like, was
planes
that
on the
supposed to
runway so you
happen?
couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back.
You're actually
As soon as I
cursed.
said no more economic
You're
aid of any kind to any country that does that, they
Will
called
was
back and they said,
devastated.
sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13.
Like, honestly,
we love them
if
very
something like
much.
that happened in my household growing up, you would be banned from the house.
We love them very much, sir. We'll take them.
They would, like, my parent, like, you
At
know,
the
my
heart
family
of
would
the
have just been like,
Republican platform is
get
our
her
pledge
out.
to end
We don't
this
care if you're
border
friends.
nightmare
Get
and
rid of
fully
her.
restore the sacred
She's
and
never
sovereign
invited
borders
back.
of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one.
Day one.
That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders.
I mean, again, as you said earlier, getting back to the speech, like, he's coming up with easy
and I
talking
think
points.
everybody,
Yeah,
as a
he always
Republican,
has.
as a patriot
Keeps it
in this
simple,
room,
you know?
Build the wall, drill,
most
baby,
Democrats,
drill.
we want
Build the
people
wall.
to come into our country, but
Day
they have to
one.
come into our country legally. Legally.
It's pretty much impossible to come in legally unless you're married
Less
to an
than 4
American,
years
in which
ago,
case,
I handed
good luck
this
waiting 2
administration-
years.
Yeah, you're
Here's
also
the biggest
referring to
border
people
in
who have been
American
trying
history.
to come in legally.
But you can see.
People
Well, they
who-
were coming
on
in
the chart
legally. They
that
were,
saved
because they
my
were
life.
applying
That
for
was the chart
asylum
that
as
saved
soon as
my
they crossed the
life. I
border,
said,
which
"Look
is
at it, I'm so
legal.
proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
Obama family
Look
detention
at this
policy.
fucking chart.
But without
Obama's
that
family
chart,
detention policy.
I would not be here today.
If it wasn't for this chart, I wouldn't be here
That's
today.
the
he
chart
said.
that saved his life.
God,
The
God
racist
saved
chart.
him. Yeah, the racist
The
chart saved his
racist
life.
chart.
God said, I love immigration laws.
God
When I look
said,
down on my
fuck-
creation, I
God
see,
said-
I see the scar of borders, and I smile and say, yes, that's what I like.
He said, fuck
I
the
never got to
Mexicans.
see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there.
I like that this, like, the chart is cut off.
Doesn't it
And
show
that
it
was
going
my
up?
last week in office.
Like in
And then you see what
2020?
happened
Like you were
after I left.
president in
Look at the
2020,
rest. And if
man.
you go out a little bit further, it's
No, he
getting
should
to be
see
a
this
little bit
giant
old,
red arrow.
But I
Yeah,
love it
I know,
anyway,
but-
right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened
Biden
right after
didn't
that.
come until 2021.
The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was
It's
peanuts
also funny because
by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I
Obama
left.
deported
They took
more
over our
people.
country. We ended all
Oh,
catch
yeah.
and release. We
You
shut
can see
down
how, like,
asylum
under
fraud.
Obama,
We
it
stopped
almost got to the
human
same level.
trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens
Obama
on foreign
was
soil.
deporter
We
in
want them
chief.
to stay on their soil. Under the Trump
Well, you
administration,
see, if
you came
you're
in
act
illegally,
really tough
you
on
were
immigration, then the
apprehended
Republicans
immediately
can't
and
say
you were
that Democrats are
deported.
bad on immigration.
You went
That's the
right
strategy that Obama tried.
The
And when it
current
failed, Biden
administration
said,
terminated
well, let me try
every
that.
single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legal. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country.
Democrats have had
And now they see these people pour
devastating-
into our country at levels that are
devastating
unprecedented.
immigration
It's so
policies,
unfair.
going back to Bill
And we're not
Clinton.
going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide
Actually,
catch and release. That's
Biden
catch
kept
and
Title
release, where we
42.
catch them and release them into our country.
He kept Title 42. It's something that I was really mad about him about. You know, which was basically
And
the
took
temporary
93.
COVID
This is
lockdown of the border.
previous administration, 93
Bro
executive
was
actions
chuckling.
to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums.
They're coming from Mars.
You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs?
No. What is he about to do here?
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Late, great?
He'd love to have you for dinner.
This is a stand-up routine.
That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen.
Like, how do you respect the Republican? How do you respect the Republican? Like, how do you respect the intellectual fortitude of anyone who calls themselves Republican? Like, how are they not just instantaneously a contemptible little goblin?
I'm sorry, look, I love Hannibal Lecter as like a fascinating, as a fascinating fictional character.
He says how well the
The
country's
late,
doing
great
because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough.
Like,
He's
more
training
you
them.
for
And I've been
dinner.
reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it.
I love imagining
he's not
Donald
training
Trump
them. He's
like
sending all of his
pondering Hannibal
criminals,
Lecter, you know,
his drug
who's the
dealers,
psychiatrist
his
who
people that are in
basically, when he gets
jails,
bored of
he's
his fucking
sending them
patients,
all to
eats
the
them,
United
which is
States.
like
And
such
he's
a
different in that he
defeat.
doesn't say that.
Kind of
He's trying to convince
almost,
everybody what a
you
wonderful
know,
job he does in
it's a
running
serial
the
killer
country. Well, he
for
doesn't do a
the
wonderful
urban
job.
elite,
And by
right?
the way, if I ran
And
one
Donald
of the
Trump
countries,
thinking
many
about Hannibal
countries, many
Lecter
countries
at
all
all.
over, I would be
You
worse
know,
than
it's
any
just
of them. I would have
amazing.
had the
Yeah,
place totally emptied out
Lecter
already.
also does not like rude people.
Exactly. It's amazing.
If you're rude to him,
But
he'll
we
fucking
become
turn
a
you into
dumping ground
stew.
for the rest of the world, which
Well,
is
Hannibal
laughing at
Lecter
us.
also
They
spent
think we're
time in
stupid.
his like,
And
in
they
his
can't believe
solitary
that
confinement
they're
cell,
getting
drawing
away
from
with what they're
memory
getting
a
away with,
Tuscan
but they're not going to be getting
vista.
away with it
You
for
know what I
long.
mean?
That's
Like
what I can tell.
Donald Trump.
Y'all are
They would have gotten along well.
Wait, Mike, we got a golden chat. Y'all are so
Caracas,
butthurt about Trump.
high
He's gonna be
crime,
president.
high crime.
All you deep state
Caracas,
crooked
Venezuela.
politician supporters can go kick rocks.
Really a dangerous place.
Don't
but
you mean
not
can go
anymore.
Kid Rock?
Because
I
in
think I am
Venezuela, crime
probably
is down 72%.
one of the least liked
If they would ever
political
win this
commentators
election, I hate
by
to even
the
say
deep
that,
state that exists.
we will have our next
Like,
Republican
okay,
convention
man.
in Venezuela because it will
No,
be
you
safe.
love Joe
Our
Biden.
cities,
The Joe
our cities
Biden
will be
man
so
and the
unsafe, we won't be
CIA,
able-
they're just
we
like,
will
thank
not be able
God
to
Mike
have
is
it
telling
there.
us about
El Salvador murders
how
are down by
awesome American
70%.
foreign
Why are they
policy is
down?
that Donald Trump agrees
Now,
with.
he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers
We
to be
are the
wonderful
deep
people.
state.
No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad.
Maduro, he's very good. He's
And
very
bad
good
things
at
are going to happen,
running
and
the
you're seeing it
Venezuelan
happen
government.
all the
You gotta
time.
hand
That's
it
why
to
to
him.
keep our families safe, the
He's a tough
Republican
guy.
platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever
Do you know
had.
what that operation was called?
Just recently I spoke to the grieving mother of
He's citing an
Jocelyn
operation that is
Nungary,
literally a
wonderful
racial
woman.
slur.
Wait,
a precious
Eisenhower's?
12-year-old girl from
Yeah.
Houston
Wait,
who
what was it called?
last month
I
was
can't
tied
tell
up,
you.
assaulted, and
I'll
strangled
get your
to death
band.
after
I'll
walking
get us
to
both
the
banned.
convenience store just
Are you
a block away
crazy?
from
I'm
her
sorry.
house.
Are you fucking
Her
Looney
body was
Tunes?
dumped near the
Caroline?
side
What
of the
the fuck?
road in a shallow creek,
Wait, I gotta
found
look
by
at.
some onlookers who
I
couldn't
don't remember.
believe
Hold
what
on.
they had witnessed.
Hank,
Charged
I'm
with
take 30
Jocelyn's
seconds. Think
heinous
deeper
murder
about what you
to
post.
illegal aliens from Venezuela
Oh yeah.
who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by
Do
this
not say it. Do
horrible
not
What
say
is
it.
it called?
administration.
Do not
Oh
say
my
it. Do not
God.
say it. You will fucking
I
get
also
banned,
met
you guys.
recently
You will
my
get banned.
heartbroken
No
mother
joke.
and
No
sister
joke.
of
No
Rachel
joke.
Morin.
Jesus, you're lucky I'm a Twitch partner and knows what I can and cannot say. You would have gotten blasted if you asked him like regular commentator and they just let it rip.
Herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed
here we go.
Here we go. Before
this again, ladies and gentlemen.
America by the White House.
So he's talking about crimes committed by people who happen to be immigrants. And this strategy was actually one of the key Nazi propaganda strategies for Der Stürmer, which is the Nazi, like the Nazi Fox News.
Rachel's mother will never be the same.
They had a section called Jewish crime. And whenever a Jewish person committed a crime in all of Germany, they would publish, or Austria, they would publish it in Der Stürmer.
The brilliant 22-year-old
and this is the same strategy, which is like tarring all Mexicans and all immigrants at the crimes of the antisocial in an attempt to defame all their characters.
That's why they say this story over and over again. Dude, even fucking Joe Biden mentioned this.
A criminal alien
yeah, because Joe Biden is a fucking conservative loser.
Wait, Hassan straight up just said it?
Incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is
Listen, I'm not as popular as Hassan is, so I don't think I, you know what I mean? I don't have the pass.
We're not going to do it.
No cracker company sent me a cracker pass.
I will keep our sons and daughters safe as we bring security to our streets.
Does Breitbart still do that with black crime? I'm sure. Yeah.
I was the first president in modern times to
Bailey,
start
thank
no
you.
new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respectful.
It's so funny because the first thing Trump did when he came into office was do a special operations mission that totally failed and then like abandoned soldiers behind who got tortured by like ISIS.
And
of course, no one really cares about this.
Him at an interview. The whole
But it is
world
funny
is
to remember.
exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said,
I took a timeout ban for you on that name to educate you. I saw. It's for your own good, though.
But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration,
thank you,
Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq.
I feel like also
something that
like
was
MAGA
said to take 5
doesn't quite
years,
know
sir.
how they're
It'll take
supposed
5
to
years,
feel
sir.
about Russia and Putin because
We
it's
did
so
it in a matter of a
flip-floppy.
couple of months. We have a
Like, they just go,
Russia, they like Putin, but at the same time, he's outside of NATO, and NATO is the American puppet regime. So it's like, it puts the MAGA people, want to ally with Russia and to oppose China,
the press hated when I said that.
which is a strategy that's just obviously not going to work.
Nice to get along
and the
with somebody who has
Eastern
a lot
Europeans
of
don't accept that,
nuclear
who
weapons
happen to
or
be,
otherwise,
and the
isn't it?
Eastern Europeans are Trump's biggest like
See, in the old
boosters,
days,
the
they said it's
Poles
a
and
wonderful thing. Now they
the
say,
Hungary,
how could you possibly do that?
Hungary.
But now I got along
So
with
it's
them,
like,
and
well, maybe
we
not the Poles
stopped
anymore.
missile
Didn't the
launches
Lib
from
win?
North Korea now? North Korea is acting up again, but when we
Wait, what'd
get
you say?
back, I
Sorry,
get along
someone
with
in
them.
chat. I love listening to
He'd like to
liberal
see me
lies.
back, too.
Mike, can you
I
keep
think he
giving us
misses me
some
if you
liberal
wanna know
lies?
the truth.
Yeah, I'll give you some liberal lies.
Our opponents inherited
Here's a liberal
worse than
lie.
peace and turned it
Biden
into a
is the
planet of
Biden's the only
war.
one who
We're a
can
planet
win.
of war. Look
How
at that
about
attack
that?
on Israel. Look at
Oh,
what's
Chatter,
happening
is that not what you
with
expected?
Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room
Face
who's running
explosions?
for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price.
The ultimate price
Thank you,
is
Sam. Thank you, Sam.
What do you mean he paid the ultimate price? The ultimate price is death.
Thank you.
He didn't pay the ultimate price because he's running for Senate. What are you
He paid
talking
the
about?
biggest price probably ever paid by
Semantics,
anybody
Mike.
that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But
Yeah,
Sam,
what
I
about
think paid really.
Corey?
We were talking about it
Oh my God.
with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam.
How do you have his fucking
But he paid
his
the biggest
uniform up
price
there and say that
of any
this
senator
Sam,
ever
that Sam
to
Price
run for
paid
the
the
Senate.
ultimate
I don't
price,
think
or
anybody's
Sam
ever
Brown
what
paid
he
the
did.
ultimate price?
He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running. And I hope that everybody gets out.
Did
and
he like
votes
lose
for
his
Sam
leg? Like,
Brown.
what?
No, he lost his finger, and then he
Oh,
was
he got
like he got burned.
And we also left behind $85 billion worth
So,
of
okay, now I see why
military
Trump
equipment,
says the ultimate price. He's
along
really
with many
ugly to
American
look
citizens were left behind.
He's really not good for the
Face-
camera.
face
Many
explosion.
He
American
paid the
citizens,
ultimate price. He's not
emboldened
good for
by
the
that
camera.
disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people.
I
that
would
Trump
were
never
considers
show
that
up on the
worse.
Take the
screen.
soldiers out first.
But
No,
just
no, we're gonna
imagine,
take the soldiers out
they
second.
melted him.
If they would have
They
followed
melted
my
him in
plan, we had a great
Afghanistan.
plan. But the plan only kicked in.
Yeah,
if
he
they did
considers that to
everything
be worse than
perfectly,
being
and they weren't
dead.
doing things perfectly.
Yeah, he
so we
does.
said it
No,
doesn't
totally.
kick in. You know,
Okay, that
18
makes sense.
months
I didn't know
in
about
Afghanistan,
the face
we didn't
burn.
have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You're going
Dude,
to
it is almost midnight.
Because during the Obama
Or I guess
administration,
it's
many
almost 11 there.
great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were
We're not
being
going to have any
killed from
time for
long
the after
distance.
parties.
I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
It's past some of those people's bedtime.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency.
These guys
Call
have
me
to
Your
keep bumping their
Excellency.
grinder dates.
I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that
Yeah,
right
sorry,
now
it's probably gonna be
Afghanistan
another
is one of
hour.
the largest sellers of weapons in the world?
Yeah, can
They're
you go
selling
ahead and
the
order for me?
brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But
I'm
he
sorry,
could
who's
figure
he
it out.
talking
And
about
for
now?
18 months.
He's talking about the leader of
we
the
had
Taliban
not
and how he
one
threatened him by
attack
showing
on
him
an
a picture of
American
his home.
soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
And then he said that the Taliban ended all operations against American soldiers.
Okay.
That's what he said. I'm paying attention to it.
And then we had that
believe it or not.
horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up.
He said
And I
someone
liked it not
called him
because
Your
of
Excellency.
Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that.
China, boo!
China
And
has
now
it
China
now.
is
Another win
likewise
for
circling
President Xi.
Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses
Like,
to
they
write
don't
about it.
know what he's
If
saying,
that
but they
were
hear him
me
say
running this
China.
country
He
and we
hits
had
China.
nuclear submarines in Cuba.
And so they know.
I will tell
Taboo.
you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct?
Pavlovian conditioning.
In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even, they don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
Trump is even more Zionist than Biden, which is, you know.
With our victory in November,
I mean, they're really the same on that issue, which is really amazing.
Weakness and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now
ISIS is going to
most
pay
beautiful.
for it.
They look like yachts. I said we have to take the bow and we have to
We
make
have
it a
an
little
Iron Dome.
nicer
No,
and a
I
little
think
point at the top
when
instead
Trump
of
is
a
saying it,
flat
he
nose.
means we're going to put like
And the people at the shipyard said, "This guy sort
a
of knows
whole
what he's
bubble,
doing. We have the most beautiful ships,
a
right,
dome
Governor?"
He
literally
redesigned
over
the
the
ship.
U.S.
The
And it
designers
was a
got
big
the ship
contract,
wrong, and
everybody
Donald Trump
wanted, I
straightened
gave
it
to
out and made it
Wisconsin,
into a
but we're going
point.
to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin.
I don't
and
know which
all other states.
specific ship
Israel
contract
has
he's
an Iron
talking about.
Dome.
Maybe the
They have a missile defense system.
littoral combat ship, which was like a
342
huge
missiles were
boondoggle that
shot
wasted
into Israel,
billions.
and only one
But he
got
might be
through a
talking
little
about
bit. It was
something
badly
else. I'd
wounded.
have
It fell
to
the
figure it.
ground,
I
but
don't
most of them are-
remember,
And Ronald
honestly.
Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it
I think that's what he's
Starship,
talking about, which is
spaceship,
this huge failed
anything to mock him.
like
But he was a
big
very
ship
good
program they
president.
had.
Very, very good. But now we have unbelievable
Is he off script now? He's
technology.
never been on
And
script.
why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron
Caroline
Dome
couldn't
over our
even
country,
handle
and we're
watching
going
this
to
without bringing her buddy on
be
to
sure
help
that
her.
nothing
Now
can
I know
come
why
and
she won't
harm
debate
our
anyone.
people. And again,
You
from an
got me,
economic
dude.
development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first.
Why won't you debate?
Get some DSA
Debate
debates in the
who?
chat.
What?
DSA debate.
And as we
Get some
do, we
DSA
will
debates
soon
in the
be
chat.
on the
Come on.
verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease,
I have the
and many
emote
other
for these people.
diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than
I
one
modeled
time I
that
had to,
beard after a
because
certain
when you say
debater
the 10 worst, I had
who
to do
later
it.
got exposed
I
for
didn't want anybody
certain
to be confused.
zoological interests.
But this man said, we're going to find
Yeah,
the cure
I am
to cancer.
renowned
Nothing
for.
happened. We're going to get to the
I am
cure
renowned
for
for
cancer
always
and
wanting to
Alzheimer's
debate.
and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great.
Yeah, you need to make sure
But
you
we
debate
need
people that have no values,
leader
no
that will
beliefs, and
let
whose
it be
entire
done. We will
personality
not
is being
have
annoying.
Men playing in women's sports. That will end the meeting.
Oh, here we go. That's right. Get men out of women's
and renovate our
sports.
nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a
That's a way, like when
horrible
people are kind of,
killing field. So
maybe
many
getting
things. They leave from
distracted,
Wisconsin,
tuning
they go
out.
to
You just
look at the
mention that, and they're
Washington
right
Monument.
back.
They end up
They're
getting
right back
stabbed,
in it.
killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital again, Washington, D.C.
Again, this is like, honestly, this is why I get concerned with Donald Trump, because like the Democrats really don't like to acknowledge any issues
of a new golden age, but we
or
will
like have any programs, because
have
the
the courage to
neoliberal
seize it.
strategies
We're
that
going to
and
take
policies
it. We're
they
going to
have
make it a
are played
current.
out,
I mean,
and they
we're going to
can't
bring this
respond.
into a
Like, we're not going to
golden
fix
age
housing
like
through
never
any
seen before.
neoliberal
Remember
policy.
this,
The only way
China
we're going to
wants
fix
to
the
do
housing
it,
crisis
Japan
is if
wants
we
to
get
do it, all
massive
of these
public,
countries want to do it. We have to
co-op
produce massive
and
amounts
public
of
housing
energy.
authorities developing
If we're going
huge
to
amounts of housing in
produce
all
the
major
new-
cities.
if you
It's not
look
going to
at
happen
some
by
of the
lowering
things that have
taxes
been
on
done,
developers or
and some of the
anything like
things
that.
we're going to do. But
So it's like the Democrats don't want to
AI
propose the
needs
policies that it would take
tremendous-
to fix the problem, so we're
literally
trapped in this
twice
cycle of
the
just
electricity that's available
dysfunction.
now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places
Yeah, it's like
where
in
they
California
recharge
where they're
electric
always
cars.
talking
They
about
built
fixing the
8
homeless
chargers at a
the
certain
homelessness
location toward the
crisis.
Midwest.
And it's like,
8
well,
charges
you're
for
completely
$9
ignoring like
billion.
a
Think
huge
of them
root
as
cause.
a tank for filling up your gas.
Well, the thing
Think
is,
of
you
it.
can't solve
They
the homeless
spent
crisis by
$9
addressing just the
billion
current homeless, because there's a homeless
on 8
manufacturing
charges,
complex,
3 of
because
which
people,
didn't work.
they have something happen to them, they can no
And
longer
if you
afford
were going
housing,
to do
and then
this
they
all
they
over
become
our country,
homeless.
this
So there's
crazy
new
electric
homeless being
mandate,
produced every day
you're gonna do
because
this
of the
all- and
housing
by the way,
crisis.
I'm all for
And you
electric.
can't just address it
They
by
have
looking at
their
those people. You have to
application.
look at the
But if
source of
somebody
it,
wants
which is
to buy
unaffordable
a
housing.
gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one.
We're going to stay
So
far
to
behind in
conclude,
EVs.
Just a few short
Just
days
make
ago,
being
my journey
homeless illegal.
with you
I
nearly
mean, they're
ended.
working
We know
on it.
that. And yet, here we
Yeah,
are
we'll pay for
tonight, all
housing the
gathered
homeless just in
together,
prison,
talking
where it
about
costs
the future
$80,000 a
promise
year.
and a total
Good deal.
renewal
Once they figured out, like,
of a thing
oh,
we love
wait,
very much. It's called
we
America.
can keep filling the prisons.
We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God.
by
privatize the
criminalizing
prisons.
homelessness.
Life's adventure.
Think about it like this: we
will
can
take us.
privatize the prisons,
I want
right?
to thank
So we'll
Franklin
have
Graham for
Geo
being here
Group
tonight.
make
He's
big
an
profits on the
outstanding
prisons.
man.
Then we have slaves who are in prison that we can sell as cheap labor,
He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot
and
of
we can
respect
exploit
for
them
him.
for $1 an hour,
Sir,
25 cents an
I love
hour
your
to work, and they can't go
storytelling. I
anywhere
think
because
it's
they're in
great in front
prison.
of these big rallies,
And
but
bam,
sir,
and then the
please do
government
me
will
one
subsidize
favor. It
us
won't
by
make
paying
any
for their,
difference.
food, lodging,
Please
and healthcare and
don't use
everything.
any foul
So you have a
language.
captive workforce of slaves that you could exploit,
I was a little
and you could
embarrassed.
exploit the government. And by charging them
He said it
for
won't make any
their
difference. Actually, it
their
does. The
housing,
story's not
it's
quite as good,
amazing.
but
It's
I've
a
been very
double
good.
profit opportunity.
The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a
And
little
you-
talk
and
with
prisoners
You
him.
can
can't
win
utilize,
points.
so-
You can win points by
He's a
saying
great
like,
gentleman.
oh,
His
we're
father was so incredible, Billy
decriminalizing
Graham.
nonviolent
My father used to love
drug offenses. Like,
taking me to
look
see
at
Billy
this
Graham.
criminal justice
My father
reform
would
that we're
take me to
doing,
see Billy Graham
while
at
not
Yankee
worrying
Stadium.
about not having less
He had
people in
the
the
biggest
prisons
rallies
because
you've
there's
ever
always a
seen.
steady
He was a
flow.
good rally guy, too.
I'm looking at this tweet. People
But he'd
starting to
get up and
leave.
he was a
Loud
fantastic
chattering
man. My
on
father
fringes
loved
of
Billy
the
Graham.
arena. Trump is boring
But
the
I love Franklin
audience.
Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm trying. I'm just working
Yeah,
so
It's
I'm-
fucking midnight.
I'm not gonna lie. I probably wouldn't be watching this unless Mike were here hanging out.
The events of last Saturday
Like, I'm
make
having
anything
fun
clear,
hanging with Mike
it
and
is
like
that every single moment we
chatting
have
You
on
wanna
earth
with
kick
you
me? Is
guys.
that what you're saying?
No,
from God.
this has to be done soon.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know if I would have held on.
And for the country
Yeah.
that we love.
This has to
Yeah,
be
I
it.
get
This
that.
has to be
I'm
it.
sorry about
Pennsylvania
that.
wanted
You know,
to stop our
speaking of that
movement,
chat,
but
let me go ahead
the
and.
truth is, the movement has never been.
I hope you
about
don't
me.
mind.
It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the
Go ahead and
history
make sure you
of
hit
our
that
country by
follow
far.
button.
Yeah.
That's popping up on your screens.
I'm gonna turn my
now
air
for the
down.
Central
Cheers.
underscore
Cheers.
committee.
It has always
Central
been
underscore
about the
committee
hardworking, patriotic citizens
is
of
a
America.
political stream.
For too
7
long, our
a.m.
nation has settled for
7
too little.
a.m.
We settled for too
Eastern,
little.
10 a.m. Pacific.
We've
Excuse
given
me, the
everything
other
to
way
other
around. 10 a.m.
nations, to other
Eastern,
people.
7 a.m. Pacific.
You've
We
been
got
told
this.
to to
We're
lower
figuring
your
it out.
expectations
We're
and to
figuring
accept
it
loss
out.
for your
My brain
families.
might be melting.
I am here tonight with the opposite message.
But there you go.
Your expectations are
The Central
not big
_committee.
enough.
Make sure you
Not
hit
big
that follow
enough.
button and the subscribe button. If you subscribe for 6 months, you get a
It is
50%
time to
discount,
start expecting and demanding
which is
the
money
best
back in your
leadership
pocket,
in the world,
which
leadership
is
that
pretty
is
nice.
bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans.
You should also subscribe to
Ambition
Caroline,
is our
too.
heritage. Greatness is our birthright.
Thank you, Mike.
But as long as our energies
And everybody
are
go ahead
spent
and do that
fighting
real
each
quick.
other,
If you have your
our
primes, go ahead and
destiny
use
will
your
remain
primes.
out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true
did you watch much of the
potential
RNC?
and write
No.
our own
Yeah.
thrilling chapter
Awesome.
of the American
I've been
story.
focused
We can
more
do it
on the
together. We will
Biden,
unite.
getting
We are
Biden
going
out,
to come together, and
you
success
know,
will
and like
bring
how
us
that's
together.
all imploding, and then having fun with that and enjoying that.
You know what it is? Because it's like,
love, sacrifice,
it's just this fucking
and
same.
so many other things.
Thank you, Anon. Anonymous,
And
appreciate you.
remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many.
The French
They
carried
pushed
us.
thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a
Tanu,
life
thank
and
you.
a magnificent home for their family.
Nice.
They packed their
nice,
families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and
Can we just bring
rapids
Kid Rock
to
back?
stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier.
What if Trump ripped his shirt off?
When our way of life
Yes,
was threatened,
please.
American patriots
Please.
marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy
Carolina is such
strongholds, and
a
stared
MAGA
down
head,
death
and the
and
bandage is
stared
like
down those enemies.
rotting
to
your
keep
brain. You're now
alive the flame
crying
of
out for
freedom.
Daddy Trump to
At
rip his shirt
Yorktown,
open.
Gettysburg,
Oh, no.
and
Take it
midway they
up.
joined the roll
Oh,
call of
no.
immortal heroes. So many
Did you see that New York Magazine cover with Trump and Biden on the scales?
Those people. We can't forget
where they
those
look like
people. We have
Merman
to
and Barnacle
cherish
Boy?
those people.
Here, I'll pull it up.
And building monuments
Barnacle Boy
to those
just
great
doesn't roll
people
off the
is a
tongue.
good
That's
thing,
not.
a bad
We
thing.
don't like that.
They saved our
We
country.
don't like that.
No challenge
I don't want to see
was
any
too
character
much.
that has boy
No
in it.
hardship was
Here
too
it
great.
is.
No enemy was too fierce.
I'm like, I did
Together,
not need to
these
see
patriots
this.
soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God.
Chad, if I wanted to see bodies like that, I would go look in the mirror. Like, honestly, why?
Just like
Why are
our
we doing
ancestors,
this?
we must now come together, rise above past differences.
Now I'm interested. Yeah.
Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united
call
as
that
one
the
people,
Pennsylvania
one nation,
punch.
pledging allegiance to one great,
Dude, do not
beautiful,
zoom in on the
I think
feet.
it's so beautiful, American flag.
This is like some sick shit that I'm being inflicted
Tonight
with.
I ask for your partnership,
Do
for your
not zoom in
support,
on the feet.
and I am humbly asking for
Looking,
your vote.
looking.
I want your vote. Gonna make our country
How do I
great
like?
again.
No, I'm not. No.
Every day I will strive to honor the
Okay, so
trust you
open
have
the
placed
image
in me,
in a new
and I will
tab,
never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down.
and then zoom in.
To all
Now
of the
you-
forgotten
yeah,
men and
see?
women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press
Yum.
forward, and together we will win, win, win.
Chat, if you hit 2,000 subs, we will do a feet rating.
Win, 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 win,
Win.
Nothing will sway us. Nothing will slow us.
Dude,
and
people
no
are
one
literally
will ever
asleep.
stop us.
They are literally
It's almost
asleep.
over. I could feel it.
It's almost over. Literally
No
asleep.
matter what dangers come,
Canadians are sorry
no
with
matter
10.
what
Canadians are
obstacles lie in our
sorry.
path, we will keep
Thank you for the
striving
10.
toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future
If
will be
Biden's
bigger,
dropping out, why didn't he
better,
just do
bolder,
it during
brighter,
the
happier,
speech?
stronger, freer, greater, and more united
Yo,
than
Biden has
ever
been asleep
before.
for like 3 hours, 4 hours at this point. He's in his beach house in Delaware where he spends Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday every week.
And quite simply
Sometimes he's
put,
at Camp David. I don't want to lie.
Very quickly make America great
again.
Thank you very much.
There it is.
Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you.
I don't think he's blowing anyone's back out. Did you see him getting into the
Wisconsin, and God
SUV?
bless the United States of
There it
America, our
dude.
great country. Thank you very much, everybody.
Descending the stairs, trying to get in the SUV.
President Trump addressing the convention, and it is after midnight on the East Coast.
Oh my God! It's over.
He addressed the delegates, familiar campaign themes, and yes, he went off script time and time again. This was
Okay,
very much
a lot of crazy things.
like a rally speech.
A lot of it was boring, but I cannot get over having Corey Compatore's fireman jacket spelled wrong, first of all.
That's crazy.
And then him saying that Sam Brown paid the ultimate price as the fucking jacket is still on stage.
And also, they didn't cut to the senator. Like, they didn't cut to him. So I think the director of the cameras agreed, right? Like, he was like, ooh, we don't want to see that.
Like,
We don't want jump scare of a burn victim.
The reality there, crime is at a 50-year low, even though a lot of folks wouldn't say that they feel that. He talked about the invasion.
There's an image of the jacket being spelled wrong in another place too, so it might have actually been misspelled beforehand.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. I feel like maybe oh, there's the balloon drop.
Oh.
I was like, how long after the balloon drop? Only some of the balloons fell, or are they going to do a timed release?
Okay, well, if the jacket is right and everything else has been reported on incorrectly, then Trump definitely said his name wrong.
I am so confused because I see articles with an A in the
Yeah,
name.
I know.
So who knows?
Did this get shared during
The
Hulk's
Opie
speech?
show? The Opie show? The Opie show? 60 likes? Bro, what are you doing? Fucking chatters, man.
That, they just said that was the longest convention speech.
Of all time?
93 minutes.
Of course he's got golden balloons. Donald Trump is such a fucking weirdo,
Golden
dude.
toilets, golden balloons.
He's such a fucking weirdo, man.
He has been for the past 8 years, and while he nodded at the top to saying he wanted to represent all of America, it turns out that comes with a catch. You heard him decry what he called partisan witch hunts against him. He talked about accusing Democrats of weaponizing the Justice Department.
Golden showers.
Democrats have cast him.
It's that Russian hotel. He wanted to be reminded it was quite the night. P-tape is real, folks. That's the only thing I agree with the libs on. The P-tape is definitely real.
Speaking of the Hulk, fuck the Hulk Hogan. The Iron Sheik. Iron Sheik should speak at the DNC. You know what? We just gotta match them where they're at.
Honestly, we need more
gotta
heels
go,
at the DNC.
Yeah, we gotta go pound for pound.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We need more heels on the left. There's too many nice people. We need meaner people.
Iron
We
Sheik
need angrier people.
Okay, Iron Sheik is dead. Someone needs to dress as the Iron Sheik. Or
Y'all
like get
have
someone.
Dylan Mulvaney. Hell yeah, that person is definitely a Democrat for sure.
Just okay, we're gonna resurrect. We're gonna resurrect the Iron Sheik. We're gonna resurrect the Iron Sheik, and he's gonna be at the DNC.
It was a long speech, as you have said. It was the longest I think ever.
He died apparently last year.
I feel terrible for the Iron Sheik's family because Hulk Hogan was a union busting piece of shit, the Iron Sheik probably didn't have a pension after sacrificing his body for Vince McMahon, that fucking union busting scum. That's why Hulk Hogan was in the RNC, because he prevented the unionization of wrestling, which is why it sucks now.
I just saw Laura Loomer trying to push a balloon up in the air.
Is Laura Loomer like, I feel like
dumbass?
I always feel bad when I make fun of botched plastic surgery, because, like, you know, I guess it can happen.
You don't need to
anyone,
feel bad
but
when it comes to her.
But Laura Loomer, like, I found out Laura Loomer is like how old is there? Like 30, right?
She's not very old.
Like, Laura Loomer's 31.
Yeah.
I thought legitimately Laura Loomer was like 55. And she's 31. Her face looks like a face that was like, you know, the classic American film Face Off?
Oh yeah, classic.
It was like she had her face transplanted, but it was like, she's like the face transplant lady. I don't know if you've seen that. It's not good, folks.
She also looks like if a child like drew a picture of a woman.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a child drew a picture of like a fucking ghoul or goblin or something.
Oh, well, that too.
Or a zombie.
Like, I feel like whenever kids would draw paintings, they always do like really big cartoonish lips.
She looks like Jigsaw's sister. Yeah, I think that hits.
Jigsaw's sister?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Donald Trump will convince your friends and neighbors back in North Carolina who aren't sold on him right now?
I think so. You know what?
North Carolina is not even a swing state. Let's be honest. Like, we are battling in the trenches. He's fucking like losing Bucks County. Like, can we stop with this North Carolina shit? Like, Joe Biden is fucking getting landslided right now.
They know that they have been losing jobs to what's been coming over at our border. The tsunami over our border has been affecting not just the Hispanic and the black community, but every community in the
Hey, is Biden gonna come out and do a response?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Holy shit.
What's the what is the latest on North Carolina?
I don't know. Last I checked, Biden was down like 6 or 7, right?
North Carolina anecdotally is skewed for me because that's where Will's from, and like where his parents live, everyone is just so MAGA.
I mean, Will is MAGA coded. I'm not saying that as a hater or anything, chat. Just like, you know.
Will is such an anomaly. Cause like he is MAGA coded, but but he's like so not.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's why
Same
I was
thing with
attracted to
Hassan,
him though,
like,
because he's
you know.
MAGA coded.
Hassan is MAGA coded too. I mean.
Okay, do you want to watch AOC live on Instagram?
I'm looking at a poll that came out yesterday. Trump up 9.
In NC?
Yeah.
What I see.
There's some with him up 2 or 3 though.
As I see it, and I'm gonna.
I think she's talking
you
about why she's supporting Biden.
Through my thinking, and if you disagree with it.
Literally no one agrees with it.
If you think I'm wrong, that's fine, but I at least want you to know what I see, and we can all come to our own conclusions. All right?
Okay. You're
So let's get
crazy.
into it.
Okay, girl.
Big mistake.
We saw, 2-3 weeks ago now, the president debated Donald Trump. And that debate sucked, okay? It sucked for everybody. Donald Trump sucked.
Does this sound like
Joe
a winning campaign
Biden
to you
didn't
guys?
do well, to say the least. And it was just like not great. I think, to be very frank, it pretty closely captured what I think a lot of the mood in the country is right now, which is that people don't love where we're at. They don't love our
Do you think she'll do a
options.
93-minute speech too?
Then why would you
We have
endorse
the
him?
same exact matchup all over again, which is to say that the debate didn't change much at all. It didn't really change a lot in terms of people's perceptions, in terms of
It confirmed
where the
people's worst
electorate is
fears
at.
about Biden.
And
It did change things.
going into the debate,
It was an
I'm
opportunity
pretty
for
sure
him
a
to
lot
show
of
people that he was
knew
not
that
elderly
the
and
president is
brain
old.
damaged and old and
The president is
demented,
very
and he
old.
failed that test horribly.
Donald Trump is also very old and a racist and a neo-Nazi. But anyways, I'm not even going to talk about Trump right now.
Someone just wrote, cancel all men, for real, for real.
So we knew that going into it. And I feel like people knew that coming out of it. Now, what we also saw and what I've seen is that a lot of people who follow politics,
Dude, she is
a lot
obfuscating age with like
kind of this,
coherency.
like,
She's like, we knew he was
class
old.
of people above,
And those of us who
I
are
shouldn't
paying
say
attention
above,
knew
but,
that
like,
he was
separate
old,
from
but like
voters.
also
we all
not
know, we
fucking
live in this
coherent.
country. There's voters.
See, the
and then there's
problem we have
people
with this
power,
whole like
and
progressives
there's
trying to
people
play
with a lot of
three-dimensional
money,
chess
and
is
there's people
you
with a lot
never
of
play three-dimensional
influence,
chess.
and
You always eat shit.
in the country
You're
that
always
we
trying to
live
do
in,
some
we
like,
have
oh, we're
everyday
going to
people
get
and we have
inside the
voters,
Biden admin
and
by
we
supporting
have
him at his low point. And it's such a good strategy. The problem
and
is
then you
her
kind of have
support
this
comes from the
class of
grassroots young people.
between,
The grassroots young people overwhelm
pundits,
90% of them
media,
want a new candidate.
and wealthy
So she's
people
running into
and
the face of
donors
what her
and
supporters want.
organization leaders and
And she's
whatever,
not getting
and
anything
they
good.
kind
And
of
Biden has also
occupy this
pissed us
space
all
in
off with the
between-
genocide.
They kind of
And she hasn't
occupy
got
this
any
space
concessions on that
in
issue.
between voters and
So she's
the policies
mortgaging
that we
her
get.
own
And a lot of
fucking
times that's why
like
government
goodwill.
sucks,
It's
right?
not
Like,
moving the
because
needle.
lobbyists are there and
she's not
whatever's
getting any
happening.
good concessions out of it.
Anyways,
So it's
so
an
the
L
debate
from
happens, it
political
doesn't go well.
strategy. It's an L from optics.
And
it's
then
an
all of a
L
sudden
for her brand.
you get
it's
a
an
lot
L
of
on every
people in
measurable
this
direction.
strata.
And like,
And I'm not
you
here
know,
to dismiss.
you're fighting the
If
tides.
you
There's a
think,
massive
for
riptide up
example,
for Biden.
if you are of the opinion
And you're
that Joe
jumping
Biden
into the
should be
riptide, and all
replaced
you're
as
doing
nominee,
is
I'm
putting
not here to
yourself at
attack you
risk.
on that. I'm
And there's
not
no
here
chance of him
to,
making it back
like,
to shore.
whatever.
He's dead.
But I just want you to know
You're just throwing
what
yourself
I'm
in the
seeing.
water, and it's
And
not helping him at all.
This group of people, right? Like if you believed this before, that didn't change anything. What changed was this class of people after that debate. Fine, valid. Now, what I am concerned by when it comes to this case is that they are, the case for this is about polling. Like, there's someone here in the chat, right? He's behind in every swing state. This isn't an argument. Others may be polling better, etc. I think that this is the case that's being laid out, right? It is about the polling. It's about the data. And again, I'm not here to dismiss people. And I think it's very important to say that. And I think it's very important to say...
But it's also
not just
his
about the
fitness.
data.
It's not just about the data.
I'm not here
It's
to
also the fact that he
question or
can't campaign
attack
his
the
way out of
motives
the hole.
of
So, and he's doing a Gaza genocide. So he's got a horrible
regardless of
policy
their
that
position on
alienates all the
Like, I'm not-
progressives,
I
number
think
one.
what is
Number two is he's physically
motivating
incapable of doing the
I'm
job
sorry,
for
why
4 more
these things keep
years.
popping up.
Number
I don't
three
know why.
is he can't
I think what I
campaign
think
his
what
way
is
out of a hole that he's in,
legitimately motivating a lot
so
of
he's
people in this
losing.
conversation
And four,
is that
there's alternatives who would do
everybody
better.
is terrified of a
So you're saying stick with the status quo, but what's the advantage of
And
sticking with the status quo? There's no
everybody
reason to. He's not a progressive. He's not one of us.
wants to do everything.
You know,
and
so you're
anything
telling us to stick with someone who's going to lose to
prevent
Trump
that
and hand the
from
keys to Trump? Like, what are you doing? It doesn't make
And
sense. It doesn't make
I think
sense.
that
You're right.
regardless of your position on that, I think an overwhelming amount of people are motivated by that. And we are in an age and in a digital culture where people have gotten way too comfortable and gotten way too reflexive in this habit of anyone who doesn't agree with me is stupid.
She's
or
not
everyone who
explaining
doesn't
why
agree with
she
me
thinks
doesn't
Joe will
see
win.
the full landscape of things, or anyone who doesn't agree with me is a bad person or lazy or corrupt or whatever. And I legitimately believe that this is a situation where a lot of people are motivated by very shared goals. and may look at the landscape of things and come to different conclusions. So I want to say that because I want you to see what I'm seeing.
Okay.
This class of donors, decision makers, power players, etc., started to waver after the debate. And they're looking at the polling, and they're looking at the performance, and they're saying all of these things, and they're saying, we need to jump ship. Now, I think there's a couple of things there. But let's say you're convinced by that argument. I'm not entirely, by the way, because I have not
we know.
seen
we know
the fully laid out bulletproof data case. It's also July.
There will never be such a case.
I totally.
So then you trust him on his performance.
A person very invested can have all
First
these
of all, he's not a progressive, number one. This is very important. We're not giving up someone who is of us. He gave up on the $15 minimum wage. He gave up on immigration reform. He gave up on Build Back Better when it was politically convenient for him. That's who he is. So now you're telling us to go against our instincts, go against the message of our eyes and ears because there's not an airtight data case that will never be made. How about just basically the data shows that an alternative is at least as bad as him. In almost every case is better. And two, they're young. They're a fresh face. They will be able to actually go and do speeches.
6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago.
He's a loser.
It's a very
he's down.
different landscape of logistics.
And he's going to keep getting older.
She's not addressing why she thinks
no,
he'll
I shouldn't
win.
say every single person.
Like
I'm
why
say
she's
this class
supporting
of
him.
people that you see coming out now, right? If you're an everyday person that has this opinion, I'm not coming for you. But this whole class of people who are coming with this other opinion now have supported the president the entire time. And many of those people are the same people who closed ranks around anybody who even wanted to raise this conversation a year ago. Fine. But we need to me, like, I'm looking at...
Okay, so she's mad that the progressives got owned by them, and you're right to be mad. You're right to be mad.
You don't...
But you've
particularly
since
the case for even
endorsed
if you
him,
don't
and you've jumped in bed with him. You have protected him. You know, Jamal Bowman took a knife for him by endorsing him.
Let's take that aside,
you know,
right?
Where was Joe Biden?
What day
Joe
is
Biden
it
stood
right
by
now?
while
What,
AIPAC
July
stuck a knife in Jamal
17th?
Bowman. I'm sorry to talk over AOC, but this is just the reality of what's going on, which is like he wasn't there for you guys when you were getting primaried. Now you want. Now you're there for him. Like, do you have self-respect? Do you have a political project here?
I think people
He's not one of us.
need to understand the reality and the gravity of what is.
I mean, she's not saying much. Yeah.
And I'm not saying this is all a reason not to do it, but I do think.
Well,
that
it's also
people
not just throwing
are
her support
talking about this
behind
without
Biden, who's just
having
every way possible fucked progressives, but it's throwing her support behind Biden, who's not performing. Like, he's not. You can't trust that he can even perform.
What, 4 weeks?
Well, this is the problem I've had with progressive movements and the leaders of progressive movements in a number of places, in a number of countries, whether it's Jeremy Corbyn or Bernie Sanders or AOC, is they don't have the edge. They don't have a killer instinct. They don't have a Machiavellianism that they need. And it's like, that's because these people come from a certain type of class of people, which is intellectuals, the intelligentsia, the nonprofit industrial complex. They don't come from, they're not a building trades organizer in Philadelphia who had to burn down a building to keep it from being built by scabs. They're not somebody who had to, that were on a UAW picket line for 30 days. You know what I mean? These are people that come from the suburbs. They went to college and they got persuaded through intellectual reasons of the left case. But they don't have that brutal class consciousness that they experience through rough political combat. And that's the kind of person we need right now. We need somebody who is like, realizes that politics is not a game. It's about power. And Joe Biden represents the opposition to progressivism. That's why he's the president. It wasn't because he was a good candidate. It's because he was the only person who could block Bernie.
Opening this conversation.
That's why he's president. Because he was the only person they could use to block Bernie, to block the left.
The stakes. Okay, before
So
you
what does it make?
this,
How does it make sense
talk
for the
about
left to throw her weight behind him now?
if this is even
She just
He's not
keeps
one of
saying
us.
she just keeps
Right?
saying like we have to
And
consider the stakes, like
what
yada
we know
yada.
is that we can virtually
But that
guarantee
supports the idea of getting rid of Biden.
Right, but that's why it doesn't make
Mike
sense that
Johnson
she's
came
not.
out and said
If he was
that
up
they're
or tied to the
absolutely
polls,
preparing legal
and
challenges
people were like, he should drop out.
wherever
That would be one thing. It would make sense. It'd be like, listen,
and
okay,
I
yeah,
wanna
he's
tell you,
old,
those
but
legal
we have a vice
challenges
president
are
if he
most
dies,
viable where?
whatever.
In
But
the
he's a winner.
same handful of
He's a
swing
loser.
states that are needed
And he's
to
been
win
trailing
the
Biden. He's been trailing Trump
I'm not
100% of the
saying
days of
every
this year.
single
100% of the
is
days in the
counted out,
polling averages. He's
but I
even
am
down.
saying
Hillary
that's
Clinton
what's
never
at the
trailed
table,
Donald Trump.
And guess what? Republicans, they mount that legal challenge.
There is no legal challenge because there is no nominee.
Of
You're
our
wrong.
Elections being decided by a Supreme Court ruling skyrocket. Okay?
She just keeps explaining
There-
like
I'm
why
not
things
here
are why it's so
use
dire right now. It's
fear.
like you're
There
not
is- but there
explaining
is no
why
nominee.
Biden though.
There's no nominee.
to
So who are they going to? What are they going to
dissuade people out
challenge?
of
The
their
nominee,
position.
the Democratic nominee,
But I
is
need
placed on.
us
Okay,
to
so can I say something
understand
really quick? And you can tell me to be quiet if I'm talking too much. I totally won't be offended.
Okay?
She just keeps saying, "I
And
need you to understand the stakes." It's not like
That's
she's.
point number one.
Let's see if she said.
Basically,
Like,
go ahead.
I can tell you
Okay.
that I have been, and I want to tell you also why I'm telling you this, is because the last 2 or 3 weeks of members of Congress or quote unquote Democratic sources or what have you going on background and did a filter? How did a filter get on here?
She kind of just
Oh
like
my
me
God.
for real.
Okay, I think I turned off. Sorry, guys. The possibility and sorry. So what's really upset me is that these conversations, I believe in transparency. At the same time, litigating like huge conversations among people of power in public can dramatically hurt our chances depending on the outcome of that conversation. And so sometimes certain conversations are best held in private, especially if there's ambiguity.
Go ahead,
or
Mike, because
lack
I
of
don't think
decision on
she's.
it. And so
Basically,
What
okay,
I
what was I
see
saying? Okay,
right now,
so the
and
way
I want
American
you
elections
all to
work
know, is
is
that
that
over
if
the
you're a
last
major
several weeks,
party,
there have been lots
you have a slot
of
reserved for you on the ballot because it's typically you
have
perform better than 5% in the previous election or even more. Maybe it's even 15%. Depends on the state. But you have a major party slot for president. Right now, there is no names attached to the Democratic side. Donald Trump accepted the Republican nomination today. It was voted on earlier in the week. So it now says Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and the Republican side of the ballot. In the Democratic ballot, it's blank. There is no Democratic nominee. You vote for in primaries delegates. And in some states, you use caucuses. So it's not even a fucking vote. You do these things to pick delegates. Delegates go and they vote for the nominee. The nominee is the person who gets the sufficient amount of delegates during the convention to be and who accepts the nomination. There is no legal challenge that could be made. If Joe Biden says, no, I don't want to run or dies, the Democratic Party doesn't have a blank point on the ballot. They nominate somebody at the convention as they have always done. Now, is that better than a fucking primary? No, I wanted a primary. I've been calling for a primary for years. I've been saying Joe Biden is obviously declining for years. Why? Because I'm one of the few freaks that actually watched his press conferences and debates and speeches for the last few years. And at a certain point, I had to put him at 1.5 speed just for him to sound normal. Okay, yeah. So this has been clear for a long time. And nobody like AOC and none of the Democratic politicians wanted to make any waves. They didn't want to risk their careers by challenging a sitting president. And now we're in this fucking disaster scenario when he has had the least amount of press conferences of any president. So we now have a disaster where he lost a debate to Donald Trump. He's losing in the polls. Are we going to take him into the fucking November and lose knowing that he can't recover? Or are we going to try at the last second to pick an alternative course? Is it an easy way? Is it the right way? No, it's not. But I think it's pretty ridiculous to just say, well, I guess we have to go with Biden because everyone was a coward and didn't want to ruin their career. We have to do it.
What is she referring to? A legal challenge to like Joe Biden?
Yeah, no, she's saying that if we switch
if we switch Joe Biden out, that the Republicans are going to do a legal challenge of the nomination.
That's a terrible excuse
in terms of running a presidential campaign. And I'm going to say what a lot of these folks aren't saying. I'm just going to say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Kamala.
Like,
Vice
what would be the
President
point
Harris,
of the DNC then?
You would be mistaken.
Okay, wait, let me hear this.
And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
Okay.
Am I here to guarantee that is what is going to happen?
Why is that supposed to be some like
happen?
mind
I can't
trap?
tell you that because as we all know, politics is insane. Anyone who tells you 100% what's going to happen is lying to you or engaged in an enormous amount of hubris. I'm not here to tell you that if Joe Biden is the nominee, he's definitely going to win. But because I don't think if anybody is the nominee, we're definitely going to win.
No one says that.
Okay? And I understand where we want to
No one says that. But we think he's much more likely to lose than another candidate.
Because if you think that's going to be an easy transition, I'm here to tell you that a huge amount.
You know that Biden has spent like $100 million in ads and it moved the numbers? Not at all.
And a huge amount of these folks in these rooms that I see.
Donald Trump hasn't spent like anything on paid ads.
Yeah, and his donors are like.
So what do you even mean? Like, there's not even. What's the plan for him to win? What's the Biden path to win?
He's also going to run out of money because they're going to give money to the down ballot candidates instead of him.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to waste this on him.
Do not take that.
And he doesn't have grassroots support to fund a presidential campaign because he's a corporate Democrat who never had a fan base. The only people that are supporting Biden right now.
No, sorry guys, I don't know why this keeps happening. It
My
may
sister
make
and
sense to you. It may be the logical thing, but I'm here to tell you that is not a sure thing.
There is no such thing.
So, what is the other it is still a possibility, right? Let's look at our open possibilities.
He could die from COVID. He's fucking elderly.
President Biden and Vice President Harris have been campaigning their behinds off.
No, he hasn't.
There is a war chest of at least $100 million prepared for the general election. If there is a new Democratic nominee,
okay, she's about to say that they can't transfer
that
the money.
Cannot be transferred. Okay, I'm just like telling you what I know. All right.
Okay, so
which is not.
This is not true.
It can't be. This is not true.
Ticket
Yes.
To number 2 on the ticket. It
So
cannot
basically,
be transferred
it can't be transferred to another campaign.
someone else.
But
right?
there are unlimited transfers to the National Party. I posted this tweet. I'm going to link it to you in the fucking chat. You can pull it up if you like. I went and looked at it. They have a handy little chart on the Federal Election Commission to help you.
And I have said.
I linked it to you in Discord.
Do you think she actually believes that, or do you think she's just lying?
For me.
Well, it's not a lie because you can't transfer it to another campaign. But you can
right? But do you think she's
spend that money on Democrats?
Do you think she's intentionally trying to make it sound like a big reason we have to support Biden is because otherwise, whoever the nominee is, won't have this money?
But the other thing is, like, they're going to be raising another like 800 million anyway. So 100 million compared to 800 million is nothing, and especially if you just shunt it all to state parties.
I don't know.
Like I don't know if you want to bring up my tweet or not, but I set you one with a chart.
Hello.
And it shows you candidate committee.
Nobody responded.
Candidate committee, and then there's party committee national. You see, it's like
a column in a newspaper
second from left, 2 down, unlimited transfers.
I'm talking about the lawyers.
Yeah.
And then you go all the way to the left. That's candidate committee. That's what a campaign has, is a candidate committee.
I'm not talking about Here's how an open convention would go.
So like you could do unlimited transfers from the donor of a candidate committee to the party committee national, unlimited transfers.
She's also discounting the fact that
many different states
if Biden stays in, the donors will continue to pump that war chest versus if Biden drops out, these donors who are right now like, I don't want to fucking waste my money on Biden because he's going to lose, are more likely to give to whoever the new nominee is.
Yeah. So okay. So what would the party use $200 million for? They could use it for field organizing for all Democrats. They could spend it on voter registration. They could spend it on fucking ads too. Vote Democrat. You have to stop Trump.
I have not.
It's.
I don't know why the fireworks keep going off. I have not.
It's making me laugh, but
the plan.
Well,
and when
what I think I'm missing is the path for Biden to win. Why Biden is actually a good bet to beat Trump.
She hasn't said that.
2 days after the convention concludes, which, mind you, you have an open convention. The convention could then go on for days if you have a bunch of nominees, and then before you know it, you blow past the Michigan deadline if you don't have a nominee in 2 days or whenever it may be.
The Democrats control both chambers and the governor in Michigan, which they can bump.
Okay, apparently I didn't consider this.
Concerned
if the candidate is Kamala, because her name already appears alongside Biden's on the campaign's registration documents, they can transfer that to her.
It's not even a transfer. She just has the account.
She just has the account, yeah.
Yeah, not even a transfer.
She would she would have access to those funds.
I'm saying that, I don't know if Kamala is the best bet or not. I'm not coconut pilled. I don't have a very strong opinion about anyone.
Want to talk about
except I don't particularly. I think that Josh Shapiro would be a terrible pick. I am not a fan of Big Gretch because her father was Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO, and I don't think that handing the party over to a fucking health insurance company's daughter, trust fund baby is a very good plan for the progressive movement. But I could be persuaded she's changed her mind on that, and maybe it would be okay. But I know Josh Shapiro is disgusting, and I don't like him, and I've known him since he was a state representative.
Yeah,
so I think I know him a little bit better than you.
And I think it's important.
He's a massive Zionist.
I knew him when he was in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. So don't even start with. Don't disagree with me. I know the man personally. You don't know who he is. Shut the fuck up. The other thing is, I'm sorry for getting heated, but I see people saying like Josh Shapiro, and they're like 25 and never did anything in politics, and I'm just like. It makes me makes my eye twitch.
That I feel
I think there are decent people, who are out there, maybe I don't know, J.B. Pritzker maybe, because he did enshrine the right to a union in the Illinois Constitution. They gerrymandered the fuck out of Illinois. He's not been indicted, which is like a first thing for an Illinois governor ever. So and he's a blue state, so we're not taking someone out of a purple state and then opening that up for another tough election. Taking a senator out of Arizona, stupid. Taking a governor out of Pennsylvania or Michigan, stupid. Taking that's the same thing with someone like Warnock.
But you don't want.
That's a Republican governor and a Republican state legislature. You can't use him. So that's just kind of my opinion. I don't really care. I'm not a fan of the Gretch, and I'm not a fan of Shapiro, and those are the reasons why. Because I'm actually an ideological leftist, not somebody who wants Democrats to win necessarily.
Elections are chaotic, and I'm not here to tell you that I know exactly
and so I mean I think that.
But.
I don't know if that rambling made sense.
Let's say there's some
kind of
blank question mark as a third.
I'm pulling Biden's 12 times a day.
I can tell you that anyone who genuinely wants, if you are the kind of politician
I've been having one ear listening to what she's saying, and she still has not.
A lot of those folks don't want that.
She still hasn't explained why.
8 weeks before an election starts, because let me tell you something.
Why is she supporting Biden besides the bullshit fundraising thing, the legal challenge?
This election is not in November. It's in September. It's in the end of September. It's in early October. And so we're almost in August. So I think we need to sit with the stakes, with the reality. And if you come to the same conclusion, fine. But I'm not seeing enough discussion. And I also don't want people to take for granted that the people in these rooms, like, totally for sure 10,000% have a plan. Maybe somebody does and they're not sharing it. That's also a possibility.
Why is she saying like
I'm not
that
here
it's
to
some big
knock
thing
on
that she's
anybody that has come
revealing?
to a different conclusion. What I'm here to say is that as a person responsible for coming to a conclusion, I have not seen what I need to see to substantiate an alternative. And
maybe the Victoria Newman portrayal
what I
wasn't
will
too
say
far off.
Is what upsets me is people saying we will lose.
Isn't that part of the reason why
For
Biden
me?
needs to leave? Because people are saying that.
She's like,
because
stop
they've made
saying
that
we'll
conclusion.
lose with Biden.
I don't care.
It's like you
What
can't
do you
make people
mean?
stop saying he's going to
You
lose.
want us
They're
to
going
be
to keep
blue-
looking
to a
at the
certain
polls,
extent.
and the
you know
media's
what she
not going to
wants?
stop.
I don't
She's
care what
telling
means
people to
on
be
there.
blue and on.
We are not losing.
But it's just not going to work.
I don't know about you, but
It's
my
never
community
gonna work.
We're gonna
does not
lose.
have the
It's like
option to
Hillary
lose.
Clinton lost because you didn't vote
My
for her, and it's like
community
actually I did
does
vote for
not
her.
have
I regret it
the
every day
luxury
that I
of
did that I
accepting
voted for
loss
her, even though I
in
knew she was a bad
July
candidate, even
of
though I
an
knew the
election
Democratic
year.
Party had rat fucked Bernie Sanders. How
my
I know
people
that
are
the
the
Iowa
first ones
caucus was not
deported.
done above
They're the
board.
first ones put in Rikers.
Like, and
They're
that
the
is a
first ones whose
reality.
families are killed by
You know,
war.
it is a
And
reality
this
that
is
we all have to sit with,
horrific.
and
I'm not here to like say everything.
telling
is
people they
amazing,
need to like
okay?
Hillary
I'm not
Clinton
here
because
to
the
say
alternative
that,
with Donald
like,
Trump didn't
oh,
work.
you know,
And Hillary
to
Clinton was
lie to
polling a
people.
hell of a lot better
What I am here to
than
say
Joe Biden
that
is
we
right
need
now.
to live. We need
You
to
know,
make
like there is a
decisions
very
in
strong
the
likelihood
conditions
that
we have before us.
the polls
Even
are
if they're
biased in
ugly,
favor of
even if they're
Biden.
hard, even if what we don't want, like
I think people need
we
to
don't get
reckon with
run
that
away.
fact that the polls were biased in favor of
And
Biden and the Democrats in 2020.
I'm here no matter what.
They were biased in favor of the
Like,
Democrats in 2016.
I do
And this is
think
another Trump election.
that
What do you think is more likely, that the polls are actually biased in
people
favor of Trump now, or that they are, if they're biased in any
Biden's
direction, they're more likely than not to be biased in the way that
I
they have
think
been
that is
consistently with
how
Trump
he
on the
became
ballot?
president,
And why do we think it might be consistent? Because the
is
type of
through a lot
person
of
that
people
supports Trump is a
underestimating
non-college educated, white,
with Democrats
downscale voter. And they're not the type of people that answer polling. It's harder to poll them. The type of people that answer polling are educated, college educated, more upper scale up on the income ladder, white people. And we know they disproportionately tend to favor Democrats compared to other whites. So we're talking
just
about a situation where
purely electorally.
if the polling is wrong,
again,
it's more likely than not in Trump's favor. And if the polling is wrong in Trump's favor by even a point, we're talking about 350 electoral votes for the Republicans. We're talking about losing
Right, like
Virginia.
the polls
We're talking
aren't
about
close
losing.
enough. The polls aren't close enough for it to be like, well, you just disregard them.
And people may say,
Like,
oh,
and
blah, blah, blah.
I'm
Like,
sorry, but like,
from
if you think polling is wrong,
and because you're
it's
from where
probably
you're
wrong in Trump's direction, as I just laid out. And even if it's wrong in Biden's direction,
I can tell you that
it's still not enough.
elections that I have had no business.
He needs to win the popular vote by
I can
2.5 to
tell
3
you
points
that
minimum to win 270.
Actually,
So the polls would have to be a full 2 standard deviations away from. It's just, you're crazy. It's crazy.
Particularly my 4 primary
He's
elections,
losing, and he's losing badly. Remember, as I said
vote share
before,
has only gone
like,
since I first,
the situation is dire.
Even
And here's a
with
possibility that I think
disinformation
people should consider, and what was really decisive for me. Even if Biden wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, if he loses all the other swing states, he could still lose the election because of the Omaha, Nebraska congressional district is a swing district that he's not doing that hot in as a Republican congressperson. If he loses that, it's 269. Even if he sweeps the blue wall, and the Republicans will pick the president because they'll have the majority of the state delegations, and that's the tiebreaker in Congress. He could still lose, even sweeping those states. That is a really bad outcome.
That's not based on big dollar donors. That's not my information input.
Yeah, it's just also interesting that polling mattered in the past, but it doesn't matter now. That it's something that, like, oh, we should absolutely put no stock into
Sometimes my
whatsoever.
digital presence very often replaces in people's perception of me as a candidate what we do in the ground. Like, people don't know that, you know, I've run tutoring programs, mutual aid programs, deep canvassing year round, all the time, etc. It doesn't matter. But what matters is that what I'm seeing here in terms of how this decision is being made through a litigation among
Stuntman Mike, thank you.
a certain class and conversation is concerning to me. And again, I'm not here to dismiss everyday people that have this opinion. What I'm saying is, like, the mechanisms by which this decision is being made is concerning me. And when I'm talking to folks in rooms, I hear my donor this, my donor that. Those are the inputs that I am hearing reflected by my colleagues. It's not my voters this, my voters that. Every once in a blue moon. But from what I am hearing, my inputs a lot is donor, donor, donor. 2 million, like there was like
she's trying to make this like, that like they care about the corporate interests over the voter interests, which like I'm not going to say the Democrats don't care about, you know, their high dollar
about
corporate interests.
What a bunch of rich people.
But it feels so disingenuous that she's phrasing it this way, that she's trying to make this about how it's not about the voters. It's about their money. When it's like, it's also the voters though, dude.
Social media is important. It is incredibly
I think just to respond to what AOC said, I took what some of the chatters said of just letting her talk for a second.
For example,
I mean, the first thing I would notice is that her live has lost like, you know, 20% of her viewers. So people are not being persuaded or coming in, so they're dropping off. So that's not a good sign. The second thing is
one of the strongest and most consistent electorates, and it's actually a hard election for Democrats to win.
If you look at the polling, 60% plus of Democratic voters want Biden to drop out. So at a certain point, the donors are reacting to what they're seeing in the polling. What they're seeing in the polling is people want a new choice. The choice does better against Trump. And they're panicking because they realize that if Joe Biden performs as the polls show, they're also going to lose the House. They're going to lose the Senate. And then it's going to be Republicans with a trifecta. And they can't risk that. And the people who might lose their jobs down ballot, the Congress people, the senators, they're saying we got to get Biden out because he's an albatross, and that's what all our internal polling says.
And if
so, like, you know, as much as we could have information and act on it, I wish we could have a primary. I wish AOC had primaried Biden, or anybody had primaried Biden with any kind of level of moral or national stature. Excuse me, but they didn't. So what do you want me to do? Just close my eyes to reality and lose to Trump?
This is not 2023.
Why did she make this a tweet instead of rambling?
And so,
she's saying, you know, like, I want to be
transparent
transparent with you guys. Like, I'm going to elaborate
Maybe that
on
might be true. Have we thought about what is leading to that?
And she's right that it's a problem that the donors are what it took to get the attention of the Democratic Party. She's right that that's problematic.
Yes.
That's true.
But I think she's making it sound though as if like this isn't a reflection of the vote. Like it's just primarily the donors.
And again, I could be wrong.
The donors are the reasons why the politicians are reacting. They don't care what we think.
Right.
If they cared what we think, they would have gotten a ceasefire in Gaza. But the donors don't want a ceasefire in Gaza, so we don't have one. But the donors recognize that Joe Biden wants to go. It happens to be with what the people want.
She also,
so, you know, what do you want me to say?
She's also ignoring her base, which is, you know, progressive voters, a lot of whom have not been behind Biden for a long time.
Like, you're a neo-lib, sellout, careerist. Like, but I mean, if I were here to sell out, I'd be making. There are much more profitable and peaceful ways. I assure you.
Don't forget, Chad. Don't forget.
I don't think she's selling out. I think she has bad advice.
And it's not to say that like the concerns are
you know,
bad
it is what it is. You know, like and
whatever,
frankly, to say this to AOC, I want to say if she ever hears what I'm saying, I want to say I understand how you feel seeing the same people that gutted Bernie
gut Biden and you feel sympathy for him. But you should remember one very important thing. He was the person who benefited from the gutting of Bernie by the donors, by Nancy Pelosi, by Obama. They were the people who did it to get us Biden. And now Biden is being hoisted by his own petard. And you know what? That's poetic and it's deserved. And guess what? I just so happen to agree.
Things about Joe Biden as a candidate and as a person that people often conflate with other issues. For example, he had the debate that he had. That debate had no people. There was no audience. It was like,
so he wanted that.
Is she about to defend this?
The president and former President Trump. And then people went the next day and they saw that he did amazing the day he did a rally, I believe, in North Carolina.
The rally was shit too. I'm sorry, disagree.
And he did a
I watched the rally. He was doing the same old bumbling Biden slurs, losing the train of thought. He looked bad. And I'm sorry, but
these people are human beings.
Reading off of a teleprompter versus having to have a debate
Joe Biden needs the
is not the same. It's easier to read off a teleprompter. I'm sorry.
Do you think she's getting scared by Bowman's loss, so she's trying to position herself more to the center? She's in a much safer district.
That is how he resonates.
Well, she's not. She's not as vulnerable to being challenged.
Again, I'm not here to dismiss and.
I think it's just literally a suspicion of the donors, a suspicion of the process, and there might even be personal ambition in there mixed in too, because if somebody else gets elected, they're going to be running for a second term at 32. And then their vice president becomes the heir apparent. You know what I mean? It pushes back the attempt for the progressives to have an open Democratic primary.
I care about the outcome.
Literally.
Profoundly and deeply, just like all of you. And as a person,
she keeps mentioning people on the ground in her district. If she flash polled her district, I bet they'd go 60%. But yeah, are there any
I feel like I would regret.
There's probably not any specific polling from that area.
Some of these matters that I feel are not getting appropriate consideration. And it kind of bums me out because the vast majority of people are not following this conversation as closely as the people who are following this conversation think. And if the president makes a decision unto himself, that's on him. But it bums me out when I see how many people and perspectives are not in the room and in the consideration of folks making these decisions. And I don't know, someone says Hassan is beefing with you on stream. Love you, Hassan. I could be totally wrong. I'm not here. Hassan might be beefing with me. I'm not beefing with Hassan. And I can tell you, my everyday lived reality is I'm
not piss off
Haas Twitch.
Twitch.
Knock or anything like that. But my job every day is I'm being so for real.
He's got 3 times the viewers on his stream.
TV, it's not obsessing over polls.
She keeps dropping in views.
I was just telling you at the beginning of this, I've been in Puerto Rico for several days.
Also, I hate that. No, it's not a personal. It's not a personal beefing thing.
To install solar panels in people who make less than $17,000 an entire year, and trying to make sure that they can keep their oxygen
Thank you for
machines
the prime.
on. It's that a lot of that stuff is what is consuming the vast majority of my time. I'm not seeing things that other people see, and other people are not
That's
seeing
so
things
funny
that
he
I
missed
see.
it.
And so I'm not here to
Wait, he closed it and then she said
I'm
that?
not here to argue.
No, apparently
I'm
he
not
was
here to
beefing.
say
He was
that
beefing with the
anybody
chatter
is
who
wrong
said that
for the
in her
capital W.
chat.
What
So he
I'm
missed
just
it.
humbly trying to do is just contribute some of these concerns
Yeah, but
I think okay. I think I hear what she's saying, and I totally get
It's
it. Like,
real.
which
And,
is
like,
like,
what
okay,
I
you're having
think
this backroom
is
deal, the smoke-filled room to betray the president and
risk.
install someone
And maybe
else.
I'm
There's no
wrong.
way that's gonna be good for
But
regular people,
one thing I
right?
get very concerned about
And like, you know
is
what?
this presidential election
I don't
being
think that's
decided
wrong.
by Clarence Thomas in a Supreme Court instead of the American people. And that's already happened once in our history.
What?
And that's
If
how
they
George
try
Bush
that,
became
then
so the idea
if Kamala
that
Harris
that's
and her running mate
not
won the election,
something
and then
that
they
would
tried to
happen,
sue and say, "Oh, it wasn't fair. They
like,
changed the
let's
person
not
at the
dismiss
convention.
that possibility
That's
so
why Trump
readily.
wins." I think we would all
And
riot.
Maybe I'm being too risk averse.
We would make
Maybe I'm
January
not
6th
seeing
look like a
what
patty
other
cake,
people are
and it would.
seeing.
And
I
there's no
leave
way
space
that. And
for
Donald
that.
and Joe
And,
Biden is the
like,
president now. Like,
whatever.
what do you
Like,
mean?
maybe I'm taking
What are
a
they
big
going to do?
L,
Enforce their
but,
laws? Good luck. Joe Biden would swear in whoever won. Like, it's not really a consideration. Come on.
Like,
Yeah,
think
her
that
argument is just strange that it's
these are just, I think they're just
powerful
real concerns. I
Democratic
think the concerns are valid. I also
officials
think that the concerns about the president
are
are valid. I'm
having
not here to,
closed door
dismiss
meetings
anybody.
where they are listening to
but,
their donors, yada yada yada, and that's why she's that's why she's
It's
supporting
like annoying
Biden.
me how this is being litigated on CNN.
It just
Yeah,
it feels
yeah.
strange.
And a lot of people are
No,
just like,
I mean, it makes sense because it's anti-democratic.
on the ground and like
You're right. It is anti-democratic. So was anti-democratic in 2020. It was anti-democratic in 2016. The Democratic Party is not a
But it's
democratic
also,
institution.
I mean, it is anti-democratic, but it's anti-democratic Biden staying in.
Before.
Well, there was no real primary, and the people demanded a candidate, and we didn't get one. I mean, we never
So
got
that's
an
why I'm
alternative,
like, why is
and
she
that's the reality.
choosing? Why is she choosing this in particular? This anti-democratic, example to be the one that is guiding her decisions.
There's no short ticket.
By the way,
here,
it's not really anti-democratic because we're all going to have an opportunity to make a vote in November and either endorse this decision or not endorse this decision by voting for a different candidate.
the president.
So the Democratic Party, right now people are telling everyone who will listen to them that they don't think Biden is up for the job.
Whether people like
And
it
that's
or
what the
not,
scientific polling says. Now, does that mean it's, I think we could be pretty confident that the majority of Americans don't think Biden is mentally fit for president.
And
Like,
that is not
whether you think the polling is off, it's not going to be off by 30 points. Okay, so
As we've seen
the real question
this
is, can the Democratic Party and the smoke-filled rooms pick a ticket that the American people are going to like more than they would have liked Biden Harris? And I think the answer is yes.
I agree.
Take weeks.
My interpretation of what she's saying is she is what can be unburdened by what has been. I have to pee so badly.
Is.
I will
be right back. Like, I think sometimes like the theory of how
All right, chat.
labor
If you enjoy this
aligns
content,
itself
please consider
versus the
supporting it by
reality of
subscribing.
and
Tier 1,
the
Tier 2, or
process
Tier
of
3
it.
sub if you have Amazon Prime.
it's
You
like
can
not
attach
a
that to your
slam
Twitch account. You
dunk.
get
It's
one
not
free sub a month. That's like taking $2.50 from Jeff Bezos' pocket and
it's
putting it
really, really
into
hard
the streamers.
And
The only way this type of content will continue to exist is if
Like,
you support it.
I mean,
If you
listen,
don't,
like, I'm
then it'll go away and it'll be nothing
I was
but
elected as a Democratic socialist.
same old,
Like,
same
did that
old.
mean that unions just automatically
Mainstream media
supported me?
blather.
No, I had to work for years and years and years and years. And so, again, it's like
So you tell me if you value this content. If you
I
don't,
know
you
all the
don't.
points
You
that I'm
know, it's
making
okay.
are
It's
the
fine.
kind that people go boo boo, you're wrong, you're whack, you're boring, you're scared, like whatever. But I'm like in the muck with this all the time. Like
What'd
it's
she
like
say?
my job to get these things, and
Why are you guys booing?
I have confronted and lived with the reality of how I think it works.
Oh, shit.
And how it actually works. And I'm always trying to unite those things, but I just don't want people to, I just want people to at least come to their conclusions eyes wide open about regardless of what shakes out.
Oh, thank you.
We're
Thank you,
gonna have
Deb.
to work harder than we've ever worked before. I don't care if you're falling out of a coconut tree.
Thank you,
God
thank you,
bless
Scurry.
you. if
you're falling out of a coconut
riding
tree
with the president, God bless. I'm not an open convention person. I think that is crazy. And I think that a lot of people may have their like niche politician that they stand that they maybe think is way more nationally popular and recognized than they actually are.
True.
But like,
So
I
I
don't
agree with
think an
that.
open convention is the way. But you know,
does she mean open conventions now, or like she's always been against open conventions? Because that
I think
was
she's saying
the norm.
she's against it now because she thinks it'd be stupid. But honestly, I think one way to make those people recognized would be to have them do speeches and see who catches on.
Wouldn't that be more democratic? Like if that's what she's worried about?
I think there's a lot of misinformation going out. But again,
if she's like they're doing it behind closed doors,
to the conclusions that they come to, I just like don't get my
Scootish.
My opinion is to not get your opinion from
Scootish.
Thank you.
Are you done with your streamathon? Thank you so much.
Watching
Streamathon
whatever it
money.
is that you're watching, like
He got that money, Streamathon money, and he immediately spends it.
Some of these questions have a lot of inputs.
No,
but,
Spectrum fucked me. Oh,
it's kind of crazy. To
Oh
me
no,
that
Scooter.
people are
Always.
about this, like
always
without talking about how it would actually go down.
If I were running
And
for
let's
president,
say
I would be like
totally disagree
fiber
with
for
you.
all,
You're getting rid of
universal
Spectrum.
fiber
We're
internet.
getting-
You'll never go down again.
Getting rid of Spectrum.
The same motivation. It's just
I will
like,
nationalize Spectrum, and I will take the CEO, and I will.
you know, I just think that there's a lot under the hood here that people have not fully considered. And when it comes to polling, like no other, on a flip side, just as something, and again, I could be wrong on this. You can argue about polling all day long because like there's enough data and statistics that support tons of arguments. But I can also tell you from my perspective, I tend to be sometimes a polling skeptic, but that's like baked into me as a person. My first election, polls had me down 35 points. I won by 13. Okay, fine. Like that was a whole different, unique situation. I'm going to tell you, this year, I had a primary election. My polling had me down by like about double digits from where I ended up performing. So my own polling, private polling, had me underperforming a lot more than what I actually ended up performing at. Now,
I think Democratic primary is a little bit harder to poll,
right?
Than
I
low
don't know what
turnout
that means.
Democratic primaries with
I'm
no
not here to say that
presidential
that's every
candidate.
race.
I think that's a little bit harder
But
to poll than the general
I
election where there's
need
dozens
people
and
to
dozens and
understand
dozens
that,
of
like,
polls.
Well, I
making
think
Also,
there's
just different
based on
organizations, and I think it's a
polling,
little bit
like,
more
I think-
reliable. I'm not saying that there couldn't be
think we
error.
I think there's a
but-
difference between
just a
being
little bit
skeptical,
more
like
dimensions to the
not
case.
taking polls as the
that
word
would
of God,
The
and
only
then
thing,
just,
yeah.
but then just like dismissing.
Because
I think that if you have dozens and dozens of
polling had a
polls and you're
red
losing
wave
in almost every
in
single one, it's a pretty
2022,
good bet that you're
that
losing.
did not happen. There is a Republican majority, but
You
like,
know, it doesn't mean that you're going to lose 100% of the time, but you're probably going to be losing, 90% of the time. And I think that when we have a situation like this with two men with 100% name recognition and people have firmly baked opinions, the polling is going to be pretty accurate.
Hogan,
I'm
thank
not
you
here to
for
say,
the gifted to Dan
I'm going to
Clancy.
ignore trends. I'm going to ignore data.
I don't think that like, she's trying to gaslight us. I think she's just saying she's not comfortable with
is that
the powers that be doing this palace intrigue, and she doesn't feel like it's democratic. It doesn't. She thinks it's a risky move, and she doesn't think the arguments for it are that certain. Like it's a risky thing to do, and we don't know what could happen if we do it.
necessarily
And it's just like, well, we shouldn't have nominated someone as old as fucking Biden.
bad thing in certain places.
There's like a 25% chance he dies in his term, according to the actuarial tables. Like,
As a Democrat,
not even taking into consideration the fact that he's had 2 brain aneurysms, the fact that he's obviously declining. Like, guys,
I don't
He's
think
old.
I don't think she's gaslighting
Because
either. I just
my
think
job
she's
is
totally
to
misguided and
specialize
wrong.
Specifically in the 700,000
I think that the best bet for her to do is to just sit back and be quiet, you know, and just, and I hate to say that.
Congress that is supposed to be
Stupid
tailor-made for this
It keeps making me
specific
laugh.
geography of people. And
stupid fucking
I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. People are saying it's cope or whatever.
Yeah, her
like,
viewers
to
are
me,
down
it's
to
not
like
cope.
9.
It's not like this is a
9,000.
moment of ambiguity. And
I mean, it is also like 1 a.m. on the East
That's
Coast.
true.
You know,
Like,
that's the other thing.
I'm
Like, she's
not,
an
like,
East Coast rep. It's 1 a.m. Like,
Biden
you know,
campaign
whatever.
co-chair. Like, I'm not.
My misogynist streamer
I'll
telling
go
women to be
out
quiet.
And I campaign for the president.
Listen, I will tell anyone stupid to be quiet. I don't care what their race, creed, or color is. If you're a dummy, I'm going to tell you you're a dummy.
Our Democratic nominee.
And if that makes you want to cancel
We
me,
need
cancel
to
me
fight
now.
the courts.
Try
We have
it.
passed an insane amount of productive legislation. So also a bunch of things that have happened that I don't agree with.
Like
and
Thursday,
that I find
when I'm talking to people, like, my
morally
donut. This is my donut.
horrific.
This talking point is weird and true. But yeah, that's what we were saying.
No, she might be telling the truth that the reps are saying my donors are mad, and that scares me.
So
That's probably true, but it doesn't mean that the voters don't agree with the donors. You know,
may
like,
have like whatever.
It is what it is.
I think the untrue part is not that, but that like the
again,
reason
once
that
again,
we shouldn't like the
also,
reason to keep supporting Biden.
if you
Oh,
think-
what happened to Mike's camera?
Once again, I'll repeat myself.
Is that me?
Oh.
If
Oh.
you think that
What,
a
did
lot
I
of
do
the
something?
folks who are in charge of swaying
Why
this
does it keep
position
going off?
are defaulting.
I mean, it looks fine
to
for me.
Oh,
the vice president.
Should I reconnect?
That would be
Cross
is not
out.
something to be taken for
Cross out, Mike.
and
Damn.
that would have to be a fight too.
I don't know.
Like, do you see me gray in Discord?
All you folks that
hold
are
on one second.
coconut pilled in the comments as you are identifying.
Okay, I think that fixed it.
Buckle up.
I think that fixed it.
But
Best.
you know,
Okay.
it's. I just want to be honest.
No,
I
the
could be wrong.
the point that's untrue is like her saying
You
that
could totally disagree with
it's
me, but
like making it sound as if it's
I'm
not like
telling
the
you straight
working
up, I'm not
class
coming in
and
bad faith. I'm not coming
you
with
know,
any ulterior
like
motive
voters
here.
online and
I'm
offline
not incentivized by anything here aside from
who
wanting
are
to win. And
not down with
I
Biden.
don't think that people who come with a different opinion don't want to win. I think we all want to win. I think we're looking at different things and coming to certain conclusions. But like,
No, I think people are looking at the same things.
that's what it is.
And coming to different conclusions.
We'll see you, people. Bye bye.
Okay. That's that. Yeah, that didn't really.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
isn't really
that's the argument. I didn't hear a
don't know.
single
I
thing that
know.
I hadn't
I
heard
know.
before.
Yeah, it kind of felt pointless. Like I know she's always like, I want to maintain transparency, yada yada, and she has always, because she's a tech literate, like online young politician. So she
But
always
she had
does stuff
filters
like,
and the
She-
fireworks
well,
going off.
Okay, look,
The tech literate,
as-
like on our level.
yeah, you know what? That was the thing that I agreed with her on most of all. Okay, when she said, "I don't know how this is happening," I was like, "Same."
That was
Girl, I'm
so
right there with
classic. Where
you.
she's like, "I don't know how these filters are on."
Yeah.
Very relatable.
So I get like why she did that, but I don't think that did anything. I don't know. Maybe there was one person there who's like, "Oh, okay."
I think it was an attempt for her to talk to her base and be like, listen, I hear a lot of you are mad at me for supporting Biden, but I just want you to know the reason why I am not coming out for him to drop out is because the people behind it, I don't trust them, and they're the donor class, and the people I hear talking about this are not talking about what you think or what you believe, but rather what this class of very wealthy and powerful people believe. And I'm very suspicious of their intentions and of their ability to actually pull this off. And I think this talk is actually hurting us. And you know what? All of that is true.
But at the end of the day, I think the problem with it is she failed to offer an actual argument for Biden. There's no affirmative case for Biden. And that failure and that lack of a path necessitates what's happening. Like if there wasn't a positive case to be made that he was going to go out there and campaign and he was up for it and he's a good persuader and he's coming back and all these other reasons that his policies are so good and they're firing people up and there's momentum. It's like, where's the momentum going to come from? What if he goes up to the acceptance speech and he trails off? Are we going to take him off the stage? When the cameras cut to the crowd putting their head in their hands as he's stumbling and bumbling and stuttering and losing his train of thought, how do you think that's going to play? And even if he goes up there and he reads the speech on the teleprompter ably, which I have major doubts. I've watched him over the past few weeks. He continues to have stumbles.
Yeah, he's been using
and they continue to get clipped.
teleprompters.
So I'm sorry for rambling so long. I'm not trying to dominate here. I'm just like
no. It's look, I love having you on here. If y'all don't know, this is Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, and you stream every morning, Monday through Friday, correct?
Correct.
And you're very in the weeds on all this stuff in a way that like I'm not in the weeds anymore. I also don't get, I don't do politics on my stream like you do. So it's helpful when we're doing a political heavy stream to have someone like you on to have this conversation with. I agree with you as far as the AOC live goes. I just she didn't provide anything substantial. And my question is, okay, so if Joe Biden drops out this weekend, which seems more likely than it did 24 hours ago, is she then just gonna go support whoever that nominee is? Like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's the other thing. What's the downside here? The downside is they pick someone who is less popular than Biden when the campaign is over. And we look back and we go, Biden would have been a better candidate than this person we picked. Does that sound plausible? I mean, I don't want to say it's a 0% chance, but I kind of feel like whoever they pick is going to be at least equal to where Biden would have been. He doesn't have a big fan base.
Wait, did she insist on the live stream that he wasn't dropping out? Did I miss that? Yes? She said it's not likely.
Are we getting a manual raid right now?
I don't think I didn't hear her say that, but maybe I missed it. What's up, guys? What's up, y'all? I think just her doing the live stream suggests that he's not backing down. I don't think so. I don't think AOC like AOC doing the live stream or not doing the live stream is a stronger like push or pull on Biden dropping out or staying in than all the other pressure that he's dealing with right now. I don't think it's like AOC and AOC's in his like inner circle.
No, she's not.
Where
That's
she
the other
knows
problem
like what's
I have
going
with
on.
it. Like, this is what I feel like she's taking, one of the things that I always say to my stream is like AOC is an imperfect politician. And as I said before, she comes from that like intelligentsia, non-profit industrial complex campaign, staff grouping, as opposed to like, I don't know, field organizer for a union, right? Like she comes from a certain type of progressive left-wing socialist person. A lot of that's, I mean, honestly fair. You could say it was me too. I'm one of those people, so I recognize it. And I feel like there's a little bit of like intellectualizing and not thinking about power in a more material way, honestly in a leftist way. She's kind of thinking of it in a kind of liberal utopian way of like, oh, well, if we make these arguments and we talk to Biden, he's going to provide these outcomes. And it's like, no, he's only going to provide these outcomes if we have leverage. And he's not even offering leverage. He's not offering us anything. So why are we putting our reputation on the line in the face of what the vast majority of people think, the vast majority of young people think? And the vast majority of young people wanted him to drop out prior to the debate. The debate was a cherry on top. The debate was the point where no one could deny it anymore.
Yeah, that's what's confusing, where she's ignoring that a lot of people who are part of, her and Bernie's base have been against Biden for a long time, and especially Israel and Palestine only further deepened that anti-Biden. And so I don't get why she's not like thinking of that swath of voters.
I think there's a lot of stuff that is going on when we think about like Biden, and I want your thoughts on this. Like, I personally think Biden is a very unsuccessful president. And I measure the success of presidents based on absolute conditions rather than relative conditions. And I've heard a lot of people saying like, he's the most progressive in my lifetime. He's the most pro-union president in my lifetime. He passed the biggest climate legislation in my lifetime. And it's all that may be true in a relative sense compared to other presidents, but they're not really referencing like when he's pro-union. Okay, he appointed a few people in the National Labor Relations Board. They made some good decisions on the margins, but the unionization rate is now hit a record low in 2023. So is that the most pro-union president? Is the most pro-union president the president that sees unions get to the smallest level they've been since the fucking 20s? Or is it the president who actually it shows you a rate of unionization increasing? Like when FDR was sworn in, unionization was like 15%. When he left, it was 40%. That's a pro-union president, right? In my view. And I think the problem is a lot of American people think like me. They're not a nerd who's constantly watching politics and thinks like if you pass a messaging bill on gun control, that means gun violence goes down. They look at how many people are being shot on my local news. How many people are being shot in America as a whole? And Biden may have passed gun control legislation, but what was the effect? The effect was nothing. So if you give credit to Joe Biden for being a good president because he passed a bill, he attempted to do a thing, versus that actually resulting in our lives being measurably better, then you are going to lose people. Well, and that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Is he wasn't a successful president. We have wars going on all over the Middle East. He's supporting a genocide that we're seeing all over our feeds. We can't turn away without seeing another child killed live on camera.
I think there's also like really big issues that he has totally failed on. And the fact that the Supreme Court has been such a failure of not just him, but the Democrats, and how, okay, let's say that like, oh, you pass some progressive reform. Well, that can just fucking be dismantled. Like, that doesn't matter then when you have such a right-wing court that every single time is going to be voting to just dismantle whatever you had just done.
You're so right. Like I went on January 10th, 2021, 10 days before he was sworn in, 4 days after January 6th, I made a post where I was like, Democrats need to add DC as a state. They need to talk about court reform. They need to do these things. And maybe they sound crazy to people in the chat, but it's actually a piece of legislation to make DC a state. 51 senators, a majority in the House, the presidential signature, and now suddenly there's 2 more Democratic senators and another Democratic congressperson. That's how quickly and easily it could be done. It could be done like that, and they're not even proposing things like that.
No.
And like the Supreme Court, we know it's 6-3. We know they're extremists. And is Joe Biden going to the American people and saying, I've got a Supreme Court that's extreme and we need to do reforms or else they're going to take away your rights? Is he crusading against the court? No. He's been an impediment to court reform for his campaign and for his presidency. And it's like, you got to vote for him because of the court. Well, he's not proposing anything to solve the problem of the court.
And then what he does propose is like not substantial.
And like, you know, there's the blue slip issue. Like, I could really get down into the weeds on all this stuff. If you're a liberal and you think that I'm a pie in the sky guy, or I don't know civics or something, I could really get and talk to you about very specific things. You know, the parliamentarian. I'm old enough that in 2000, when the Senate was 50-50 under Bush, and the parliamentarian blocked the Bush tax cuts. And what did they do in a 50-50 Senate? They fired that fucking guy. And they put in a new parliamentarian, and the new parliamentarian ruled, actually, you could use reconciliation to make tax cuts, and they fucking did it. You know, like, that's different. That's a difference. And that's the substantive stuff that results in us not getting a minimum wage increase, not getting these policies that we desperately need to make this country not veer into fascism.
Yeah, so that's a good segue. I'm going to let you take this one. Oh, where was that fucking comment? Why don't you just shut the fuck up and support legislation and candidates that can defeat the right? I've personally heard you go on a rant many times on your stream. You want to take this one? Because this is the liberal mindset of, oh, the left is eating itself. Oh, why don't you shut up about things like court reform so we can defeat the right?
You literally can't defeat the right without. So, like, I sometimes use this analogy of a plane because I'm a pilot. But, like, basically, when you're diving down from the air, you're at 30,000 feet and you're diving, you start going faster. You know, as you go down, as you get closer to the ground, you're going to go faster and faster and faster. And if you're at 30,000 feet and you pull back on the control yoke, you can go right back to level very, very gently, and you won't even feel it, you know, and you can start flying wherever you're going. But the closer you get to the ground, the harder you're going to have to pull back in order to avoid impact. And we're past the point of a gentle, like, oh, we just vote for president every 4 years and we're going to get out of this. They have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. They have a intransigent far-right Republican Party that wants to use every method they can to block progress, whether it is, you know, filibustering everything, whether it is shutting down the government, whether it is gerrymandering state legislatures and congressional districts, whether it's packing state Supreme Courts. They're very comfortable doing all the things we're talking about. They're doing at the state level. And so what does your response have to be? When somebody plays hardball with you, you either capitulate or you play hardball back. And I'm saying that the Joe Biden strategy of bipartisan capitulation is ineffective if you believe in stuff like Roe v. Wade. It's not going to get fixed. Women are going to die because of Roe v. Wade being overturned. And the only way to fix it is to get rid of this Supreme Court as it's currently structured. And there's ways we can do it legally, constitutionally. I'm not even calling for a revolution here. I'm calling for pass a piece of legislation that says the Supreme Court is now 13 members.
Yeah.
And have Joe Biden appoint 4 people. And now instead of a 6-3 court, you have a 7-6 court. Is that such a big deal?
What is the point of beating the right, which this is a common touted belief of the most important thing. The point, like, beating the right, not worrying about legislation, not worrying about anything actually in this country. It's simply just beating the right. What does that mean then? Like, so it's simply just having a Democratic president who has beaten the right, but there's no change to the current situation in the country. It's just simply winning. Because that's what that sounds like.
We're not going
to
beat them in the long term unless we change things and make people believe that the Democrats are the good party.
It's short term versus long term.
Like, even like, look what happened. We beat Donald Trump in 2020, and now he's the favorite in 2024. How did capitulating to the centrists and installing Biden work out? Roe v. Wade was overturned under Joe Biden's watch. He had the Senate, he had the House, he had the presidency. Did they codify Roe v. Wade? They knew there were 6 Supreme Court judges. They knew they were pro-life judges. Why, when they had a trifecta, did they not codify Roe v. Wade into law and protect abortion rights? Why did they not pass the Equality Act to protect trans people from state level discrimination? Why didn't they pass the For the People Act and prevent partisan gerrymandering? Why didn't they pass the PRO Act and help unions grow? Why didn't they pass immigration reform to prevent this huge buildup at the border? When, issue after issue after issue. I'm talking about legislation here that is normal, liberal legislation. None of this is fucking radical shit. This is what they ran on, and they didn't do it. And you can say, well, it's because of this person. It was this, this senator didn't support that. That senator didn't support that. Did you see Joe Biden going out to the American people and saying, Kyrsten Sinema is stopping the $15 minimum wage, and that's wrong? He never once did that.
And they won't do it as long as they have faithful soldiers like that chatter who go, oh, shut the fuck up about pushing them on anything. It's just important to beat Republicans.
And so many people said, well, we don't want to do anything for Joe Manchin. We don't want to piss Joe Manchin on because he's winning in West Virginia and we need that Senate seat. Well, guess what happened? He blocked all that legislation and then he decided not to run. Kyrsten Sinema blocked all that legislation. And now she got primaried, and then she dropped out because the polls were so against her. And Joe Biden didn't sit these people down in a room and make it clear that what the consequences would be. But the consequences nonetheless came for those people. But you know what they successfully did? They blocked all that legislation. They blocked it all. And what I'm asking for is a little bit of, at least try and be caught trying. And Joe Biden didn't, we were told all sorts of bullshit about how he was doing three-dimensional chess and he was going to get 6 Republicans to work with him and he was going to do this and he was going to do that. He was going to do a public option. He was going to do this. And why do you want Bernie? Biden's giving you most of what you want and he's a better choice, and all that was wrong. And his whole theory of the case was wrong. And now here we are 4 years later and he's physically incapable of running and they did a coronation primary. No one even primaried him. When his approval was in the toilet, he was physically incapable. He wasn't doing press conferences. He wasn't campaigning. Like, this is the consequences that we're at. And to pretend that, the solution is put our heads in the sand and stop complaining about Joe Biden is absurd. It's an absurdity.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where it speaks to like respectability politics too. Like the same people, who are like, we just need to beat the right. Like these are the same people who are all about civility and respectability politics, where you actually are interested in maintaining the status quo. Like you actually don't have any interest in real progress and in fighting for that progress, because that's not civility politics and that's what you want to do. So if that's the world that you live in, if things are working for you, if you're happy, if you just want things to be nice and civil and democratic, well, then, yeah, that is the tactic to take. That is let's just make sure that we don't have a Republican president, even though it's not going to work out that way.
Just for the chatters who don't know how the government works and haven't gone to law school, basically the way the Supreme Court is set up is the number of judges on it are set by federal statute called the Judiciary Act. And the number of judges we have on the Supreme Court has been changed a number of times, I think like 7 or 8 times in the course of our history. And we've had all sorts of different numbers of judges. So in order to change the number of judges on the Supreme Court, it requires a simple piece of legislation passed just with a majority out of both chambers and the president's signature. So packing the Supreme Court is actually relatively straightforward and low bar. It's just a piece of legislation. And then you have to have you have to get an appointment through the Senate, which is a majority of the senators. So if you had 50, senators plus the vice president, and you had a majority of the House that were committed to this and a president who wanted to sign it, you could do it. And you could pack the Supreme Court. It doesn't require a constitution. And I'm not saying the president would wave a magic wand or anything like that, but it is not that. It's not hard to do as far as procedurally, other than it's like any other law.
These are also like the things that we've been talking about. These are not changes that only like hard leftists want. I think that's important to remember, that these are like widely popular on like within the Democratic Party. This is not something that just that just screeching leftists are fighting for. It's not some divide like that. When it comes to court reform, it's incredibly popular. Even court reform amongst Republicans who are not like diehard MAGA, who are happy with the way that the court has turned out. It's obviously not as popular as it is with people to the left. Also, Bobby, thank you so much. Thanks for these convos. Well, thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the gifteds, and DeLounger, thank you for the 4 months.
I think listen, the PAC versus repack and all those other things. I mean, yes, of course. If the Democrats pass a packing thing and they get a majority, and then the Republicans sweep into the House and the Senate and the White House and they repack, then that would go back to exactly where we are now, except we would have the whole period of time where the judges were in the majority making good decisions, protecting Roe v. Wade. And furthermore, when they did stuff like make partisan gerrymandering illegal, or, admitting DC as a state, or other policies, it would make it less likely that the Republicans would be able to get all those chambers back, because there's a lot less Republicans than there are Democrats and left-leaning people in this country. So the more democratic you make this country, the less likely it is for this country to fall back into the hands of people like Trump. And that's for example, the Electoral College. That's the only reason Trump became president. He lost the popular vote. If we had a popular vote for president, George Bush and Donald Trump would have never been president. So that's why I'm calling for democratization, is that actually protects us against the right wing. You talked about defeating the right. This is the real way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. People are so used to obstructionist activity in Congress and Dems being spineless. We think of these things as impossibilities all the way. Yeah, and you know who does a really good job of making voters think that these are impossibilities? Democrats. The right, meanwhile, the right moves their Democratic politicians, I should say. The right moves their legislation through real fucking fast when they have the chance. That's how we got here. Yeah, I mean, 2020, people didn't vote for Joe Biden. They voted against Donald Trump. Like that's something to remember too. And how, for a long time now, Democrats just run on, we have to beat the other guy. The other guy is a fascist. The other guy is a Nazi. The other guy is so much worse. So vote for me. I'm not the other guy. And the most important thing is beating the other guy. And then once the other guys.
Can I just interject one thing real quick?
Sure.
Which is just, sorry to interrupt, which is just, we got to beat the fascists, but I'm going to work with them. Bipartisanly.
Yes. Yeah. I mean the message that they sent. It's also, perfect example. It's like Hitler. Trump is the most, he's the most dangerous. He's the most dangerous guy. He's Hitler, blah, blah. Oh, he gets shot. Oh, praying for his speedy recovery. Sending love.
I joked on my stream about how, like, if liberals had a gun and baby Hitler, or even Hitler, they would be like, well, maybe we can persuade him.
Yes.
I would, you never get to use that stupid fucking analogy. You never get to talk to me about the time machine with baby Hitler ever again, because when Hitler was here and somebody took a shot, everybody was praying for his quick recovery.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes you think, like, you don't even need the time machine thing, where if Hitler was just alive today.
Yeah.
And, and then, like,
he is alive. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu. But
true.
Mike is talking about extreme changes to the judicial branch. We don't have extreme would be, I think people use words like radical and extreme.
I'm grabbing some water. I'll be back.
Yeah. People use words like radical and extreme for things that are not radical and extreme. Radical would be, for example, us going to the Supreme Court and burning it down, and going to the National Archives and ripping up the Constitution and forming a citizens tribunal and rewriting from scratch something new. That would be radical. Passing a law in Congress and then having senators appoint judges, that's not radical. That's just called constitutional reform. It's not radical. Okay, you don't know what radical means. Stop using the word fucking radical for things that are normal and very much within the bounds of the four corners of the Constitution.
Radical is such a negative
If you're a baby
connotation.
bitch ass motherfucker, then yeah, and I'm sorry somebody talking about power for the first time in your life has ever been in front of you. I'm sorry, but you know, get with the fucking program.
Yeah, that's just an example of how the word radical has been used to describe things that really are not radical, and it's just this negative word. The radical left.
I'm the radical left. You've never actually talked to someone on the radical left. You don't know what my actual politics are. That's the radical left. Me talking about little rinky-dink bullshit we could do to appoint a judge who would probably be from Harvard Law. Like, what are you talking about? Radical. Ooh, this person thinks that all people have equal rights. Wow. Radical. Having one president appoint 4 new judges out of notice of court is pretty radical. Hey, do you know who did that? His name is Richard Nixon. You know who appointed 4 judges? Richard fucking Nixon. I guess that was pretty radical, huh? You know who else appointed 3 judges in 4 years? Donald Trump. Barack Obama had 2 judges in 8. Since the 60s, I think there's been 24 judges appointed. 19 have been made by Republicans, 5 by the Democrats. Is that radical to you? You motherfuckers? Jesus Christ. Maybe it's 6 because of what's her face. Like, again, but when people think they know politics, but they're on baby shit level, it's very frustrating to see.
We can get 4 more Ruth Bader Ginsburgs who side with conservatives on corporate power. So radical. They should have loaned RBG.
Well, I mean, I'm not a Ruth Bader Ginsburg fan, but I would say this.
Wait,
even if you don't like her, she would have said that gerrymandering was unconstitutional. She would have said the EPA could regulate carbon using the Clean Air Act. She would have said that, workers have the right to collect union dues and agency fees. She would have said, like, there's a whole bunch of cases like Janice, there's a whole bunch of cases out there that would have fundamentally altered. She would never have said Citizens United. We wouldn't have super PACs. We would have campaign finance laws. There's a whole bunch of shit that would not exist today that is actually fucking us up big time. Even if we just had Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So, I mean, I'm not trying. This is the thing that people don't understand is that this loss of the courts and not having a response for them has been devastating. We'd have abortion rights.
Shit, I was looking for the RBG pen that I had bought you that I still haven't given you.
Oh, you got me. Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Didn't even give me my birthday gift. This is fucked up.
I found it. Here it is.
Student debt relief wouldn't have been called unconstitutional either. That's another example.
Here she is.
And, I'm not a fan. I think these liberal judges make bad decisions that I disagree with. But I'm just throwing out some ones that are pretty impactful.
Use the hand behind it. I know. Sorry, Mike is like actually giving substantive information.
I'm just talking politics with the chatters because I'm awake and I'm fired up and I fucking hated the AOC thing. That woke me up. It really did. I got my cortisol flowing. I was pissed. I was like, oh, what are you even talking about? Like, nothing you're saying makes sense.
I feel like she's just, I don't know. She's been disappointing enough on things that it wasn't one of those shocking moments of, oh my God, I can't believe.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so
this.
I'm one of those people who could criticize someone but also recognize where they sit within the grand realm of American politics and go like, you're not gonna find me getting that mad at AOC. That's a completely stupid emotional thing to do. Like, but
the left eats the left.
She's like the 4th or 3rd most left-wing member of Congress. Like, what's even the point? What's even the point? You're yelling at the air. She doesn't have power. She's like 32. Like, what's even the fucking point of being mad? Or 34? What's even the point? Like, you should be yelling at a lot of other people who you don't even know their fucking name, who don't believe in anything you believe in. And if you think AOC being right on every opinion is that's going to be the difference between us winning and losing, you're wrong. We're losing because we don't have enough people that are occasionally annoying. You know, we have way too many people like Hakeem Jeffries. We have way too many people like Pete Buttigieg. We have way too many people like Gretchen Whitmer. We have way too many people like Josh Shapiro. We have way too many people like Cory Booker. Those are the people that you should be yelling at, you know? All the Democrats that are in safe blue districts that are fucking 80 years old and who vote with the Republicans 30% of the time and haven't been primaried since 1987.
Do you remember?
So like I criticize her, but I also recognize that like that is not a path to power, just obsessively focusing on every micro decision that AOC is making. It's a waste of your time.
Do you remember when Cory Booker dated wait, it wasn't Rashida Jones.
She was in fuck. The comic book movie
Kept
that
Nice,
was
thank you. Rosario Dawson.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jesus, I was Bidening there.
When he was on the most eligible bachelor's list once upon a time. Yeah, back in the day, I thought he was hot.
I believe he was an eligible bachelor. That makes sense to me.
I met him years ago when I was working in Chicago fundraising. And I was like,
oh, do tell.
I
Do
was like,
tell.
hi, Senator Booker. I mean, come on. I was so lived up. That was like, oh, my king.
And?
He was cute.
And?
Nothing. Oh, do you think like we hooked up? No.
No. I'm just saying that like, like, tell me the tea. Come on.
No, he was just, I mean, every woman around him was just very, hi. he like, I don't really.
Every time I feel like you can't tell me a more embarrassing lib story, you top it.
Oh yeah, well, I've got more, but
the Cory Bush crush, like, come on.
I feel okay. When would that have been? That was like 2014 era. I feel like he was more.
He's
popular.
very mid but above average for politician. What? He's like top 10 politician. Like, what? Have you seen Politicians?
Yeah, true.
I would be top 10.
Yeah, I feel like he was a guy who really had a lot of, like, people were obsessed with him. I don't know if they're obsessed with him anymore. Or maybe because I'm just not in those circles anymore. But there was like an obsessiveness over Cory Booker. Because he was young.
I feel like there was a deflation of the Gen X politicians after Obama got, after he passed the torch to like Trump, I feel like a lot of people kind of got like radicalized.
Yeah.
And they fell off. Yeah, like all those Gen X politicians, like what's her face in New York, chat? She was like at the talk of the town. I'm like,
who?
Kirsten Gillibrand.
Oh, well, you know what happened with her
people.
is because she led the campaign against Al Franken. So I think she pissed a lot of people off. She was like a huge darling.
Oh, they fucked him big time.
She was a huge darling. And then after that happened, she pissed a lot of people off.
It's just so funny to have the party of Bill Clinton going after a comedian who did shit that was fucked up. And, you know, he should have apologized and been like, listen, I was a piece of shit back when I was an actor and I've learned a lot and it was wrong. And I'm sorry for making that woman uncomfortable. But to resign and then have her like kissing Bill Clinton's ass the next day, it's like that guy was like sexually harassing women and like, you know, like having sexual relations with a 21-year-old intern. Like, what the fuck? Like, he still gets invited to shit. He was just there at like Radio City, wasn't he, with Obama raising money for Biden. Like no one cares that, you know, he's a fucking disgusting sex pervert. I guess when you're president, none of that matters anymore.
I swear I saw
You
him
know?
in an interview recently saying that like he didn't talk to Monica. Like, it was like this weird thing because now we're in an era of powerful men like doing non-apologies or walking back previous apologies.
Yeah.
Like, I swear I saw something recently where he basically was like, no, I didn't talk to Monica. I don't think he meant like when she was in the White House. I think it was because previously he said that, you know, he apologized for what he did. He was like trying to make things right, et cetera, et cetera. But the way he was saying it in this interview, in a like, you know, I didn't do, like, come on, I didn't really do anything wrong, so I didn't need to atone or apologize or anything like that. It was weird. I have to find that. I don't remember.
Okay,
Where
I
saw
heard
that.
something really stupid, which I hear a lot. So I'm gonna take it apart very thoroughly. So so this person talks about Obamacare. I don't know how old you are, dinosaur man, but you're very stupid. I want you to know that you personally are a stupid person and it's not because of. I want you to understand that everybody in the chat thinks you're stupid, and we personally dislike you. And the reason why that is you talk with authority about things you don't know. Obamacare did not barely pass. It got 59 votes. It passed out of the House with a public option attached. 55 senators had publicly endorsed a public option during the negotiations, but they ended up voting it down because of a directive from the White House. So Obamacare had a public option attached, 55 senators. It was passed through reconciliation, which is a procedure to override the filibuster. So they ended up they only needed 51. They ended up getting 59. Now, you can tell me that they couldn't have done it, but in fact, they could have done it. Now, what is my source for the 55? There's a book called We've Got People by Ryan Grimm. You can go and it goes through extensively the legislation process for Obamacare. I was also mentally conscious and an adult at the time, and I remember it was also recently discussed maybe like a year or two ago on Pod Save America. They talked about the 55 senators. So the idea that, everything had to go exactly as it did is wrong. Or Obama was as progressive as possible is wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. It is okay, but you could be wrong about things. But I think the reason why we all hate you is because you come in here and you talk shit and you say things that are not based on facts and you act with an attitude and you try to derail the whole stream. And I let you do it just so I could personally humiliate you because you suck and we don't like you.
This is the full Mike from PA experience.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I should have done that on your stream, but I fucking hate people like that. They're actually a bigger problem than even fascists are.
Was said.
They just said something stupid to a chatter trying to yell at them, a long sentence. And I was just like, nah, you're wrong. Obama was not very successful. He was a centrist. He could have done more. You're wrong. Stop talking, please. Anyway, this is what you could experience on the Central Underscore.
That's true.
Sorry about that, Caroline.
Don't you? Oh, no, you're fine. Don't you have to get up in like 4 hours for your own stream?
Okay, I get the hint. Thank you, everybody.
No, I'm just I'm kind of cooked. Even though you did most of the talking.
No, totally too. I'm sorry. Shout out for myself.
I appreciate you so much. I'm just like, I have to switch to something that's not
Yeah,
politics.
no, totally. We've been on for like how long? 4 hours. So thank you so much for having me on.
The Trump speech it was so long. It was so
90
long.
minutes.
93 minutes.
All right.
But I want to remind you guys that this is Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, and apparently I spelled your name wrong in my stream title.
Did you?
Yeah, I guess I forgot the underscore.
Oh yeah, it happened.
Yeah. So it's Central underscore Committee.
Yeah.
But
Whoops.
Mike is you're an in the weeds politics guy. Like that's what you're doing on your stream. You're deep looking and breaking down polls and like, you know, like when it comes to politics, not just kind of doing an overview and like general analysis of politics, but like you get in there. You've been doing this for a long time.
I try to take it seriously. I try to offer you something that you're gonna not get from just like a general casual reading of news. I want to give you like actual well thought out sourced information. Sometimes I'm a little bit meaner to people because I feel like we need to get a little bit more sharper elbows, you know. And you know, if that sounds like something you're okay with, if you would like something gentler, I would suggest a different stream. You know, like because I'm always going to be pugilistic. It's just in my nature, you know. So if that sounds like something you want, come hang out.
We can all learn from you. We can all learn from you. I've learned from you. I know your viewers, if they're still awake and in here. I know, you know, we have cross viewers. Anybody who does any politics usually has cross viewers, but Bobby, I'm risking the follow. Risk the follow, Bobby. Risk the follow. But Mike, at your heart, you care a lot. That's where it comes from. You care a lot. You've been fighting for progress for a long time. You've been fighting You've been fighting for socialism. You've dedicated yourself to doing what you can with what you have to improve people's lives.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I appreciate you inviting me on. I think it was successful. I hope you feel the same. And I'll see you guys in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Nandre is in here. Mike even does Slur Sunday. It's a great time. Yes, he does. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is real news?
We were just covering the origins of Gringo. Next week, we're going to be covering Gusano. Psych, that's not a slur. All right, everybody, have a good one.
What an exit.
Bye.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Good chat. Oh my gosh. Mike knows so much, and he's really great to listen to. But I genuinely, after that Donald Trump speech, I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. And then AOC's live was so long too. I was like, oh my God. I so appreciate when you collab with Mike. You have such excellent chemistry with him. I love Mike. He's so great. And you were way too generous. No, I feel bad. I how do I explain this without making myself sound like a dumbass? Okay, so once upon a time in my life, Mike knows his shit. Once upon a time in my life, I really, really was like in the weeds with politics type of thing. I worked in politics. That was like, I just all day long consumed politics. And when Trump became president, it was just nonstop. I almost like got off on that shit. And then I like burnt out on it. And it was to a point that I just never got it back. I never got back following politics that way. I was soaking the clout, so thanks. Look, it's all for you. It's all for you. I know that feeling. Yeah. So anyway, when I started streaming, it's still a challenge for me because I really, really try and maintain that I'm a variety streamer, you know? And when it comes to like, okay, I sit down, the news that I'm consuming, the time that I'm spending, blah, 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 blah. What do I want to do on stream? It means that when I'm having just a straight 5-hour conversation with politics, I have a hard time staying focused, like filling in like little nuances, like information that someone like Mike is great for that because he does this stuff all day, every day. It's the type of stuff that like I have to, review on. And I don't know. It's like a weird thing where when you even touch politics, though, when you cover any politics, and I always say, like, I prefer to now, the type of news that I do mostly is like pop cultural related news, current events through a political lens. Everything is political. But when you at all like say, oh yeah, I talk about politics, or if that's anywhere in your stream, then you are expected, I feel, to do politics a certain way. And it's just not how I do politics anymore. I wouldn't sell yourself short, more than like 99% of online commentators. But it's one of those things where, like, recalling how many Democratic presidents have, the breakdown Supreme Court justices. It's like, oh yeah, I remember reading that a year ago, but I don't remember that shit because, like, I don't. It's not something where, like, if I'm just doing politics, and so when I'm catching up with my news, when I'm reviewing things, when I'm trying to like make sure, okay, let's set that information aside so I can talk about it on stream. And so I kind of feel like my brain is a little cooked. My brain is a little cooked because I do cover so much different news. And so when you cover such a variety of news, and then you try to cover anything political, it's not as comprehensive, I guess is what I would say. So, look, I don't even know why I'm going off on all this. All that to be said, I really appreciate having Mike there for a conversation where there's a lot of really important political stuff happening. And it's one of those things where I go, okay, do I cover this? Like, how much of this do I cover? I don't know. It's me still figuring out what content I want to do on my stream and how much time I want to dedicate to the breakdown of news that I have, if that makes sense. I'm also fucking sweating. I have to take this off. Hasman Gold is covering politics now. There's no expectations. But I put a lot of expectations on myself, is what I'll say. I thought you were solidly in the variety genre. I am. But what I was saying is, and maybe it's not true, but from what I've experienced, if you do politics at all, then you are labeled a political streamer. So you better be able to comprehensively cover every single thing related to politics. You're strong enough in your values, you can approach things well even if you don't have the deep knowledge. You're honest about what you don't know, you parse them well. Yeah, and it's one of those things where there were things that I used to know a lot more about because I like obsessively read that shit. That's what I spent like my day, all day, just being in the weeds on that kind of stuff. It's always funny to me when people with actual expertise and experience sell themselves short and have humiliated. That's my problem, I'm always just like, I'm not good enough. I don't know enough. I don't know every single thing about every single thing. I don't know every single thing about every single thing. While loud charlatans grab the camera. Yeah, I mean, that is the truth. That is the truth. Like, I I always want to feel comfortable, like I've done the ample research, like I've reviewed things, that I've prepared for things, rather than just making things up. But I guess that's what a lot of people do, so. Did you just AOC filter? Did a filter just pop up? There's room for people who aren't expert level like Mike and Hassan. People who are just getting into politics can find comfort in someone who has more humility and willing to admit where the limit of their knowledge is. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Does this make any sense? I don't want to sound as if I'm being like, oh, you guys think I'm smart enough? No. Twitch is weird. Twitch is just a weird, I'm still figuring things out, because it feels like you're either one or the other. And when you feel like you're caught in the middle, when you feel like you're in the middle on things, it's tricky to navigate, you know? And I've actually had this conversation with other streamers who want to even start covering any news whatsoever. Not even just politics, but like news. And they go, okay, well, does this mean then that I'll like be required to, like, know all these things about all these things, and that like I have to, like if I'm going to cover any news, then I better be like a fucking news streamer. And I'm like, look, I'm still struggling with that myself. Because it's a tricky thing to be wanting to not just focus on one thing in particular, want to do other things, want to try other things, but then worry that, oh no, does this mean now that I'm like, there's these expectations. You did great. Nobody expects you to be an expert in every field you're covering. Your streams. Love that you invited Mike for the political commentary. Totally. I think it's just the expectations that I put on myself. But also how horrible people who disagree with what your politics are, with what your values are, will shit all over you. And that's something where it's like, okay, you just got to ignore it. But I feel like I want to expand my content in a new direction, but I also feel most comfortable doing politics and leaving other stuff for off camera. It's tough. Actually, yeah, I mean, it makes me feel better that is a more common feeling than I thought. You know? Chat is always yeah. Yeah, and I think it's just remembering that there's a lot of people in the community. Everyone's different, and I think you just have to remember most of them are here for you. Right? Most of them are here for you, the streamer. So, if they're like, okay, there's only one thing I want and one thing only, then it has to be an understanding from you, the streamer, and you, the viewer, that, okay, then go get that thing somewhere else. Because you can't, as a streamer, like, you can't do everything. You can't cover every single thing in every genre of news. It's just not possible. You always dance around the tongue. This is funny. This is probably when Mike was saying something like really smart, and I'm talking about, remember when Cory Booker dated Rosario Dawson? Consuming politics is really exhausting. I like that you're shedding light into other topics as well. It makes me informed enough, but not depressed as much. Yeah, and I've said this multiple times, but I'll say it again. I'm a human being, believe it or not. I'm not AI. I'm a human being who's experiencing this world and politics like the rest of y'all, and I'm still new enough to streaming that I'm figuring out like what works for me, not just as a content creator, but as a human being. And as a human being, like obsessively consuming politics the way I used to, it was not good for me. And like I'm still tuned in, but it's more in like bigger picture things. And so as a streamer, it's not just like, okay, what content do I want to do? But it's also like, how do I, like, not just what content do I want to do, like what's interesting for what I think would be interesting for my community, but how do I keep my head above water too? And some people are built different. And I think I'm maybe not built different. There are a lot of heavy things I cover. Like there are specific topics that I will always cover. Like abuse of power in Hollywood, you know? That's my industry. I'll always cover those stories. But there's other like news, like politics news that so many times I'm like, I just can't cover this. I can't. Not cover it in a way where I wouldn't know how to talk about it, or you know, I couldn't cover it, like couldn't physically cover it, but in in a mental aspect. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm rambling on. I feel broken after that Trump speech. I don't even know every other word that I'm saying. But I just want to say I appreciate you all. I truly appreciate all the streamers in the news political space. I really do. I think a lot of people are doing a lot of really great things. I mean this sincerely. I don't feel a sense of competition because I'm like, we all doing our own thing. And I also will watch other political streamers and go, I don't even want to do that necessarily. Like there's not this competition because I'm glad that you're doing that. I'm genuinely glad that you are covering all these things that I can't or just don't want to cover, so that people do have a place to go get that, if that makes sense. Like I really do champion all the streamers in the news and especially politics space, because it's really hard. It's really hard, but it's great stuff here on Twitch. The only ones that thought it was a competition are off the platform now. Yeah, true. If stream isn't fun for you, it's not fun for us. Yeah, like overall, it still has to be fun. It can't be something that I wake up and I'm dreading doing, you know? Like I want to wake up I'm going to be excited to talk about things on stream. There are always going to be things I'm like, oof, all right, here we go. But I'm still going to talk about it. But ultimately, like overall, you have to have that love of doing it that's keeping you going forward. I mean, that's why like Will did politics when he first started streaming. And he quickly realized this is not for me. Yeah, isn't that a fun fact? Fun fact that Will, who, even though y'all think some of y'all think he's like Republican or centrist, he's not. He is a lefty. He is a lefty. He was the one who first, like, when I was dating him, I was an ACAB. Like, he taught me ACAB. Will taught me ACAB. But anyway, he started off when he was new to streaming, figuring out what his thing was going to be, and thought he was going to cover politics. And here's the thing with Will. He's even less tuned in than I am. Like, I'm way more tuned than he is, but he can still have a fucking conversation about politics. When we were in Michigan together, we were with his family. I'm always amazed when I hear him talk politics. It's not like I forgot that he can talk politics and that that he cares about politics. It just still always amazes me. But hearing him talk to his family, who are politically the opposite of what he is and what I am, and go, oh, okay, yeah, this is a guy who doesn't do any of this stuff on stream, but he knows his shit still. I think Will can have a conversation on any topic and it will be convincing. Yeah, and what's great is like what I have realized with politics is that you can get it in a variety of different ways. You know, you can sit there and you can like obsessively look at polls and break down all like those analytics and data and numbers, etc. But you also don't have to do that if you want to be engaged in politics, if you want to like have conversations about politics. And I think just remembering that everything is politics, right? Life is politics. The world is politics. Humans are political animals. It's completely fine if you swing that way, but I don't look at polls other than my own. I wouldn't have thought Will being tuned into politics, because even when he's in his son's stream, his son's talking politics, he doesn't really comment on it much, but when he does, he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, because Hassan will be talking about very, very specific things that Will might not be tuned in on, but if they're having like a general conversation, not just, oh, what's this thing that, what did Kristen Gillibrand say today, right? Like news of the day. What was like the Joe Biden interview on BET type of thing. Politics is definitely not an easy road, but it's been great watching your journey, and you handle it well, for real. And guys, well, thank you, Jamal. At the end of the day, lead with your values. That's how we interpret everything. What makes us? What makes us us? How do we go through this world and behave? What shapes us? You lead with that, you look through that lens, and you have your politics. What can be unburdened by what has been. Just always remember that. Will being familiar with broad strokes, but doesn't follow every particular day-to-day happening. Yeah, precisely. A chatter was yelling at Hassan today for not covering Bangladesh during Trump's speech. Why aren't you covering Bangladesh? Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. Ex-Violent Femme, thank you for that gifted. Classic. Just because Will doesn't talk about politics doesn't mean he isn't political. Will's goal is to make people happy, spread joy, and cheer. And there's a reason he doesn't do politics. I love that goofball. Yeah. Absolutely. I don't think I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. I appreciate y'all. I know I've got some Neff heads in here who are waiting for Will to come back, and I'm like grateful for y'all that you will welcome him back with open arms, because that can be a scary thing when you come back to streaming. You know, even though you go, my community's going to be here, my community's going to be here, there is still a fear that maybe people have moved on. And it's also a fear of like, maybe I'm not a good streamer anymore. I don't know. But I appreciate the Neff heads hanging out in here while you're waiting for Will to get back. And my community, thanks for getting it. Thanks every time I go on these rambles. I'm like, I don't know. I just don't feel good enough. I don't know if I'm doing this right. You guys are here. You get it. You're down. You're down. You know, I have to like lean into that more of it's about me. No, it's all about me. But no, that is what stream is. Ultimately, the people in your community are there for you. So I don't need to worry so much about, about being perfect in my content and in making sure that I'm doing all the things. You're doing amazing, sweetie. It is a weird feeling, though, because I am coming up on 2 years and it feels like a long time. But at the same time, I still feel new in so many ways. I still feel new in so many ways. And you guys like... Oh, D Boydo, thank you so much for the 10. And it helps having y'all keep reminding me of these things. Like, it's cool, like whatever you want to cover, whatever you want to, whatever you want to do on your stream, it's your stream. But streaming is a strange beast. It's a strange beast. You can do it for a long time, and maybe 2 more years from now I'll feel differently, but maybe not, where you get it, but then you also just don't get it. Like, it is just this bizarre thing. The years stop coming and they don't stop coming to the rules and hit the ground running. And for anyone who's been dying to ask if we're going to watch H-Bomber, yeah, we're going to... The other things that I had planned for today, I'm going to move to tomorrow. We'll watch more of the H-Bomber video. We'll close the stream with that. We'll do Bob Newhart tomorrow. Imagine being able to imagine life 2 years from now. We gotta be able to do that. 2 years from now. What about 20 years from now? I'm an F-head and a sandwich fan, streamer, and food based. I'm here as a refugee and I will come back for more. Love it. Love it. Yeah, so it's a crazy journey. It's a wild journey. I learn every day and make mistakes every day, but also it's okay. We just keep going. We keep the train running. It's hard for me as a trans person with the way politics is going right now to pay attention to it. Imagine a world 2 years from now, TBH. I get it. I do. I think despair is normal when you are part of a marginalized community, when you are trans. It's hard not to despair. Yeah, I understand that. But you have to, like, I don't know, you have to try to find a way through that despair, or it does just feel as if there's no hope. And that's not a good way to live. So there's being realistic. There's like understanding what's going on, like the reality of what's happening, and trying to fight against that. There's that, and then there's just being consumed by the despair. And that's like it's hard. It's hard to push back on being consumed by the despair, being consumed by the despair of the numerous anti-trans legislation, being consumed by the despair of the ongoing genocide to Palestinians, being consumed by the despair of, if you're an immigrant, if your family are just being targeted by the state. Like there's a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of reasons to despair. If you are, if you are struggling to afford housing and healthcare and all these things that are important in our daily lives. And so I just always feel like I don't have the perfect answer for you, the words that will fix everything. Just a reminder that you have community, you have people to feel less alone with. Maybe it's just like all of us despairing together, but just not letting yourself be consumed by it, whatever that takes. Misery loves company. I had to give up on a childhood friend recently, became hateful against trans, broke my heart. We're both cis, but I don't tolerate. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Yeah. Mike says that in left-wing politics, optimism is what makes you a socialist, because you're able to actually see a better world. Yeah. And I think people mistake optimism for like blind optimism, for, like a live, laugh, love sign that you would buy from Marshall's, or everything's going to be okay. The type of catchphrases that can make you feel crazy, that can make you feel like this is just a Band-Aid. But he's right. Optimism is what makes you a socialist, because you're able to actually see a better world. That, like, if you don't have optimism, and it's not blind optimism, but if you don't have optimism, then it does feel impossible, like even more impossible to exist in this world. All right, we'll stop we'll stop chit-chatting and get to this H-Bomber video so we can finish out the stream because it was a lot of politics. Spite makes you fight. Fuck these bigots. Makes you fight like fuck or fuck the bigots. Spite makes you fight the bigots. Anyway, you guys, we're in this together. We're in this together. You are not alone. We're working towards a better future. We take it day by day, and hopefully this stream or whatever streamers you watch can bring you some comfort and can bring you some joy. Spite is underrated. Oh, my voice is so tired. Let me go grab some more water and then we'll lock in. We just got to be good people, y'all. Be good people. Surround yourselves with good people. Love each other. Treat each other with kindness. And stick it to the man, as the old Jack Black would say. R.I.P. the old Jack Black. Okay, here we are. We are still in the section of James Somerton. We're picking up with his editor, I think, or somebody who works on his team. And the question is, did he know? A writer. Okay, writer. Did his writer know that James Somerton... How does he have a writer? I feel like I'm going to know the answer to this already. Did Nick Hergott know that plagiarism was happening? Co-writer. Okay. All right. Let's find out.
Nick Hergott, also known as N.T. Hergott, is a writer, mostly for James's videos, but he does have a self-published young adult novel, so there we go. He's a better writer than James as far as I can tell, in the sense it doesn't look like he steals things. So, does he know what his boss is doing? I checked the fan Discord to see if they talk about the writing process, and I found Nick has a special section dedicated to previewing part of the scripts for upcoming videos, which is a really nice feature. Or it will be, if they wrote them. Nick showcases parts he's written, and as far as I can tell, they're actually his. And they're pretty decent too. And sometimes he shows things James wrote. This is part of the script for a video called How Disney Tore Down the Owl House, and it actually made it into the video. Let me play it to you.
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money, but unlike almost every other giant corporation, it doesn't want to be seen that way by the general public.
Nick literally says, James wrote this. So at the very least, James Somerton wrote this text, right? Right? No!
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money.
It's an article by Julie Tremaine for the San Francisco Gate. I wonder how she feels about having her work reposted to an audience being told it was written by James Somerton. Holy shit! If it's any consolation, Julie, James Somerton's Discord thinks your writing is harsh but true. I love any time y'all talk about Disney. Jesus Christ, it wasn't y'all!
Well, it was written by James, but James's way of writing is stealing things. So it's not wrong.
Someone else! It was them all! But the way this post was phrased implies Nick has no idea James did this. He probably saw the text his boss put in the shared script and assumed he wrote it, because if he didn't, that would be really fucking bad. And it's not just these 2 paragraphs. A solid 4 minutes and 40 seconds are taken from this article. What's weird is James actually acknowledges in the video he has no idea why he went on this tangent.
So, what does all this have to do with the Owl House? Well, I just wanted to point out how big of a tool Bob Chapek is.
He stole a bunch of words for literally no reason. They don't even connect to his point. He just needed to pad his runtime, I guess. Here's another section of a script Nick shared. This is from a draft of the Attack on Titan video. Wait, what's this? Shonan? Okay, shonen is a Japanese word. There's like 5 ways to spell it in English, and this isn't any of them. Here's how we translate the Satsu Shonen magazine where Attack on Titan was published. Has he never seen a single issue of Shonen Jump? This video sucked, by the way. He didn't know anything about the genre he was discussing, and now it turns out he can't even spell it. I hope this section was plagiarized. Then again, maybe this time Nick found something he liked in the script that James actually wrote. Nope, it's also stolen! Again! It comes from culturalreview.com, the website / personal blog of Tyler Hummel, who hopes to bring thoughtful and enjoyable commentary on popular culture and entertainment from a culturally conservative and religious perspective. In case you're wondering what that means, he thinks Batman is too woke. Right before the section James copied into a document and told Nick he wrote all by himself, Hummel complains about Marxism and critical race theory, and then randomly whines about people who criticized Game of Thrones' final season before posting Lindsay Ellis's video about it as an example of people he hates. In his quest to seem like he knows what he's talking about, he's willing to borrow the words of a guy who hates him and everything he stands for, including Lindsay Ellis, who he credits with getting him into making video essays, another crime Lindsay should pay for. Wait a minute, did he film himself next to Disney World
He is
because
against for
Lindsay
Trump.
did? Was he copying that too? Normally I'd think I was overreacting, but he's stolen everything else. I don't know anymore. At least that means he didn't get Shonen wrong. That must have been the nutcase he copied from. No, that's one of the few new words he added to the stolen segment. James Somerton is the dumbest motherfucker. To be completely fair, this piece of the script didn't make it into the final video, so it seems Somerton thought better than to steal from one of the most insane people in the world. But the fact Nick keeps accidentally showing pieces of the script James stole, assuming he did write them, implies even his co-writer has no idea he's doing this. I feel kind of sorry for Nick.
I don't understand why he's that's a Discord, right? Why is he putting that in the Discord? Why is he putting like James wrote in the Discord?
Trust has clearly been violated here. He's been made a liar without his knowledge because he trusted his boss and I assume
Is that for like the editor?
That's a messed up situation to be in.
Oh, it was
seriously.
script
I thought it would be
preview
worse if Nick
channel.
was in on it. But it's the opposite way around, isn't it? It's so violating imagining people work for James and I assume make most of their income from working for him and don't know what they're signing up for. I don't know how I would feel in his position, but not good. This sucks. Worst of all, I think James might be using Nick as a shield. Whenever any mention of the old plagiarism stuff comes up, James immediately brings up how Nick actually writes the videos, and there's no way he would plagiarize.
I have a co-writer who came from academia, where plagiarism in academia gets you kicked out of school. Like, it gets you fired. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism.
It's like he's trying to redirect possible negative attention onto his unsuspecting co-writer. Whenever plagiarism comes up, James brings up how great Nick is for writing all the videos in a totally not suspicious way.
Because if it was like somebody accusing me of plagiarism, especially recently, the videos are so heavily
he's such a bitch.
written by Nick that they would be accusing Nick plagiarism. And I will not fucking tolerate that.
Remember,
I will
James
not
knows
fucking
there is
tolerate
plagiarism in his videos because he did it. So when he responds by saying, no, Nick writes the videos and he would never do that, it's like he's setting him up to take the fall.
Nick is an angel for tolerating me and writing the videos as well, like with his fantastic talent. So that I would just not tolerate.
So either Nick is plagiarizing as well, and that's why the new videos still have a ton of plagiarism, or James is doing it, and now when it comes up, he throws Nick under the bus. But James isn't content pretending to make video essays, no. He wants to wipe on a bigger canvas. In 2022, James Somerton started an Indiegogo for a film studio he wanted to open called Telos Pictures, which intended to produce films focusing on LGBT characters and stories. His video pitching Telos included a series of ideas for miniseries, feature-length movies, and short films. For example, Final Girl, a short about a woman who had survived a typical slasher story. The initial goal of $6,000 was to make 2 of the short films, but with stretch goals for making more. The campaign made enough money to make almost all of them, over 86,000 Canadian dollars, so a bit over 63,000 in USD.
movies.
Telos has been a runaway financial success for James. As of today, 18 months after
Did he
raising
steal
over
my script?
$64,000, more than 10 times its initial goal, Telos has made nothing. For people who supported Telos, updates on what's happening have been few and far between. A few months after the campaign ended, he claimed Final Girl, one of the short films on the slate, was in pre-production and had been expanded into a full movie, but they were having trouble with casting and were considering relocating to another
China
part
Doll
of
by
Canada.
James
The next update
Somerton?
would come 7 months later, with the announcement James had moved to Toronto to try to find actors, and they dropped Final Girl and moved on to a new project, one which wasn't on the original list people funded, called The Listener. He'd be spending $20,000 to $30,000 of the Telos money on it, and as an apology for the lack of updates, he would be adding an update page to the Telos website later that week to keep people informed.
Is it going to turn
10
out that he
months
just
later,
ended
this
up
hasn't
pocketing this
happened.
movie?
The Telos website does, however, have a working
This
donation
money?
page where you can give him more money for rewards up to and including getting to make requests about the films. What films? Months later, this July, he announced Telos had finally been incorporated as a real company. He called this a long and pricey process. Incorporating in Canada is a few hours of paperwork and costs $200 Canadian. He claimed an update was coming within a week. This was almost 3 months ago. The Telos Twitter account hasn't been updated in well over a year, but he recently opened a Telos Blue Sky page, which has made one post with a poster for a new movie supposedly coming in 2024, which isn't The Listener or any of the previously mentioned films. Every time I look in on Telos, I find no updates on what's happening, but I do find out about a new movie they announced. The website is currently claiming another new film called The Sub, estimated release 2023, is in pre-production. Better get a move on then. Telos keeps announcing new projects with a new poster to go with it consisting of a stock photo with text over it, and then not making any of them. This one's already being used for a real show that exists. He keeps putting text on stock photos and pretending it's a real film in pre-production. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence how fast new films are being dreamed up. One of them even had a teaser consisting entirely of stock footage, only to never be spoken of again. This one isn't even mentioned on the website at all anywhere. Movies take time to make, even short indie films, and for the record so do video essays, but the lack of updates on what is happening, or which film is even being made, is a little disconcerting. Continuing the trend of James's work not really being his, we need to talk about Final Girl, the first project which was cancelled. Final Girl was at one point coming this fall, which at the time was 2022. The people who funded this film were told to expect it by autumn last year. They got pretty far on this one. In late June, James tweeted the script was done. But then, all of a sudden, James moved on to The Listener and the 5 other films he started since then. But unlike many of James's other announced projects, which still have a poster and a tentative release date on the site, Final Girl disappeared completely. What happened here? He claimed he gave up because it was too specific to Nova Scotia and he had to move to find actors, but there could be another reason. The name and synopsis of Final Girl are extraordinarily close to a book which already exists, The Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. I wonder if Somerton is aware of the similarity. It would be weird if he wasn't, because it was one of his favourite books of 2021. He started the Indiegogo with this short film idea a few months after making this post. You'll be shocked to discover, but something of James's turned out to be stolen and evaporated. The 18-month journey of Telos consists of Somerton being paid $65,000 to make a dozen fake movie posters. So far, James has ripped off bloggers, novelists, authors, anyone who writes text for a living, really. Oh, and Wikipedia, and AMVs, because watching Korra for himself was too much effort, apparently. If you're queer and you wrote something good, no you didn't, but now we need to talk about the time he somehow went even further than that. Let's talk about the time he ripped off another gay YouTuber. Remember Unrequited, the video that ripped off the Celluloid Closet and plagiarized Peter Howell?
There are
Before
so
any
many
of the Celluloid
levels
Closet
to
stuff had even been
his
discovered,
scamming.
James had already been caught ripping off someone else with the same video. How? How are there still more?
Are these film projects which entice investors to contribute funds? So it's not like it's not investors in the sense that you're thinking. It's crowdfunding. So it's his audience who are contributing, 10, 15, 20 bucks. And a lot of times with crowdfunded films, they'll offer incentives like, oh, if you contribute a certain amount, you can, we'll put your name on a thank you page at the end of the movie, or like, here's what you get if you contribute this amount, which is like behind the scenes stuff, blah, blah, blah. We should do a scam crowdfunding. I feel like we're always talking about that. We should finally just doing it. But yeah, no, these are just individual people who, in this case, are fans of his and are excited to see a movie that James Somerton is making. And so he gets his funding from them. So just taking their money.
A later section covered examples of queerbaiting in various TV shows, including BBC's Merlin, the recent Teen Wolf TV series, and Sherlock, whatever that is. But people began to notice these sections were suspiciously similar to one another YouTuber had already made. Alexander Avila, whose channel used to be called Are They Gay, has a series of videos exploring the queer implications between characters in various shows, and he's covered Merlin, Teen Wolf, and Sherlock. The part of Somerton's video covering Merlin feels like he watched Avila's video and very slightly rephrased it. But what made it really obvious was the footage he used. They weren't just similar, they were exactly the same. Avila had this one part where he fades between several different scenes across different episodes to show the evolving character dynamics. This is Avila using editing and his knowledge of the show to make a point. That same sequence appears exactly in Somerton's video. Avila's video puts text over the footage to explain the character's thoughts and justify his interpretation of the show. This text is still in there in Somerton's version. This is sloppy even by James standards. He even keeps in a joke Avila made.
If I wasn't a prince, what? I think we'd probably get on.
Did you hear about Chris Stockman?
In case it wasn't obvious, Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On wasn't in the original show. Avila put that in there for a joke. And you're not gonna believe this.
We'd probably get on.
You know what? I actually had been reading about, or I saw something on that earlier, but I didn't read about it. But Chris Stockman, who is a YouTuber who just sold his horror film, Shelby Oaks, to Neon. So Neon will be distributing it. That's exciting.
Somerton stole Alexander Avila's video essay and reused it, and just recorded his own very similar version of the voiceover and jokes.
It really is like a romantic comedy.
Oh, come on, you've seen a romantic comedy, you know how this works.
This is the worst and laziest example of plagiarism I've ever seen. Reusing other people's work like this is not right, especially when, you make a living making these videos. He only said things about the show Avila also said. It's extremely clear Somerton hasn't seen Merlin, he just reused Avila's work. The other sections covering Teen Wolf and Sherlock also had extremely similar looking sequences. He'd downloaded and reused several of Avila's videos. When this was discovered, Avila tweeted to Somerton about it, asking for proper credit and in the future to ask people permission before doing something like this. He also left a similar comment on the video, which finally got James's attention. The next day, Somerton set Unrequited to private and contacted Avila on Twitter.
Why should he
I
need
reached
you?
out to Avila and asked him what they discussed, and he gave me permission to share these messages with you. Somerton apologized for using his material without asking, claiming he intended to reach out but forgot to, and he had been in a rush to finish the video before the end of Pride Month, and in this rush he ended up using a lot more of your content than I ever intended. He then offered to credit Avila in the description of his video. Ah yes, that old trick. He also, perplexingly, asked Avila to delete his comment because he put an awful lot of work into his videos and felt discredited by it, which, frankly, is a wild thing to say to someone you just admitted you stole from. You're not the one putting the work in, buddy. Avila said he would rather Somerton upload a new version that credited him in it directly, or perhaps he could watch Merlin and make his own arguments. He also reminded him that passing someone else's work off as their own is far more discrediting than pointing out someone did that. Somerton never replied. So he admitted he plagiarized
just said,
Avila's
"Why don't you
work,
watch it yourself,
but he had an
bitch?"
explanation. He was too busy. Too busy doing what? You don't do anything! The video was never unprivated. Instead, a few days later, it was re-uploaded with pieces missing, of course. This re-upload was also in 3 parts, saying the video had been edited to remove content owned by other parties. The re-uploads also say which part of 3 they are, except for part 3, which is also called part 2. Somerton had put in about as much work as you'd expect from someone who copies for a living. In the new version, the Merlin section was completely removed. However, this was the only change. change, so later parts of the video still refer back to it.
Much like with Merlin, the pair start the series off on a bad paw.
The Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections were kept the same, so all the video sequences he got from Avila for those parts were still in there. He didn't accidentally use any obvious parts where Avila's text or jokes came up, so I guess he decided it was fine to keep it in. The way James treated Alexander, stealing several of his videos, then when caught offering to hide a credit in the description like that would change what he'd done, and then re-uploading the video with half the stuff he stole still in it, is a clear indicator how little he thinks of his fellow queer creators. He does not care about doing right by other people in his community. He cares about making money, by any means necessary. What makes this even clearer is how publicly he does not admit fault or even pretend he learned anything. To this day, he lies about what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on that livestream, he made up a completely new story that contradicts the apology he gave to Alexander. He claims he downloaded a highlight reel of Merlin clips from somewhere else, and that highlight reel stole from Avila's video, so technically he didn't steal from him and it was all just a misunderstanding.
In the original History of Queer Coding video, I used a highlight reel from the show Arthur that another
yes,
YouTuber had used, and I thought it was just a highlight video, but apparently it actually came from another video from the channel Are They Gay?
He can't even get the show name right
throughout the stream.
And there was one where I took a highlight reel in 2020 from a highlight video that happened to be from a video from a YouTube channel.
Do you want to know why he's doing such a bad job defending himself here and speaking on stream? It's because there was no one for him to plagiarize from. He's like, oh shit, I actually have to use my own words. I actually have to do this on my own.
The only problem with this story is we have receipts.
And I took a highlight reel to highlight the queerness in the Arthur show. Merlin show. And
he can't even get the fucking show name right.
It was pointed out to me that didn't come from a highlight reel. That came from an actual video, and it had been stolen from that video for the highlight reel that I took it from. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism. There was, as I said, and I will say one more time, a highlight reel from the show Merlin that I took from a larger highlight reel video that was apparently sourced from a video from the channel Are They Gay?
James admitted directly to Avila that he took from his work on purpose, although he intended to steal less. How considerate of him. James is lying directly to his audience to protect his reputation. He can't even own up to his behavior. He just keeps lying, and he didn't even stop stealing. A little while after the stream where the allegations came up, he made a post on Patreon to try to explain the allegations for people still asking about them. You have to be a patron to see it, so avert your eyes if you're not giving James money. In addition to repeating the lie, he got permission from Sean Griffin to adapt Tinkerbells and Evil Queens before making the video. He again states he got the clips from a highlight reel which got them from Are They Gay? Left to his own devices, James will just make up what happened. And since his paying customers haven't seen the evidence of him admitting he did it, they have no option but to assume it's true. James did this on purpose with multiple videos
apology.
and is lying to his
You gotta
backers
love
so they
it.
continue to support him financially. James, you've been to business school. You know there's a word for that. And even if I hadn't reached out to Avila and got that woefully hilarious confession, I could still have objectively proven he did it.
So what's his goal blaming Nick? Will he fire Nick and learn to make content? Well, that's what's interesting because his goal in repeatedly mentioning Nick's name is to establish that, look, I barely do any of the writing on this. Nick does all the work here. So if you think that there's plagiarism, he's not saying like if you think it's plagiarism, it's Nick, but the insinuation is behind his seemingly praising his co-writer who does so much work for him is anybody who thinks there's plagiarism won't come after James then. But it does put him in a tough position because then it's like, okay, so if you have a writer, if you have someone who works for you, who you claim is writing the majority of your videos, turns out that they're being plagiarized, you continue to work with that writer? Like, you continue... Because any normal person would fire that employee. They'd go, oh, this is unacceptable. I have let them go. I apologize, blah, blah, blah. But he can't do that because that's not the truth. And so then he would risk either, you know, maybe a legal suit, or at least Nick then coming forward and being like, this guy's a fucking liar.
There's one last missing piece of the puzzle here. Ignoring for a second he admitted to Avila he took from more than one video, ever since he's always pretended it was just Merlin. If I could somehow prove he also used Avila's other videos for those sections, that would show
I'm
the
not sure
extent
James
of the
thinks
copying
plagiarism
and
is
how much he's
unacceptable.
lying to
Oh yeah, no,
cover it
he
up.
thinks it's
But
acceptable.
like I said, the Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections
him.
aren't as obvious. He doesn't steal any jokes, he just very boringly spouts arguments similar to Avila's while playing what looks like the same footage. It's harder to prove he downloaded his video to make this, which is probably why he feels comfortable pretending he didn't. I was thinking of watching both videos closely side by side and contrasting the clips to show they're all the same, wasting even more of my precious life watching Sherlock than I already have. But then, I was reading James's tweets from when he was making this, and I saw that he posted a picture of him editing this video, with his timeline visible. Forgive me, but the opportunity to do something like this comes once in a lifetime.
Jimmy, if you're somehow still watching, I need you to understand just how bad a liar you are. Just how obviously awful and deceitful you look to anyone who's paying attention. Before you'd even uploaded the video, you posted a picture of the Sherlock section of your timeline, and the source footage is clearly labeled, "Are they gay?" You had proven you plagiarized Avila before the video was even done.
Boom.
Also, delete your channel.
Let's get a big picture look at how much stealing James has done.
What is that,
As
Ace
of
Attorney?
making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated
That one
after
pretty hard.
October 2018. A minimum of 22 contain some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work.
You know what someone should do? They should take whatever videos of his are not plagiarized, which I guess there's some, but anyway, and plagiarize them. You should plagiarize his videos.
These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers, and hey, welcome back Unrequited. He took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other
true.
videos, or there could be more deleted
It's
ones
hard to
we don't
believe that
even know
any
about.
of those
That's
videos
a minimum of
have no
26
plagiarism.
videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money. A lot of people have been burned by James, not just in terms of having their writing or videos stolen, one even giving him money to find out he was stealing from them, but on a basic level, liking someone's work and funding them only to realize you're funding plagiarism is humiliating. James has become one of the biggest LGBT YouTubers in the room, essentially absorbing all the support and attention that would have otherwise gone to people who actually do work. Other gay video essayists have to come up with their own opinions and actually write them. They can't compete on volume with a guy who's willing to rip off dozens and dozens of other people. Many of the people he's copied were paid very little, and in some cases not at all, for their original material when they wrote it. They were hoping their writing would be recognized and result in future work and more of a career. And in a way, their good work was recognized, but only by James. How much recognition do you think they got when James read their words without crediting them? And on the other hand, how much money has James made from them? How much money has he made in fundraising to start a film studio on the back of this career he got from them, while making no films? Gay writers are already poorly recognized for their work and contributions. It's a common problem. James should know about this in Code Breakers or Queering Cinema or...
Like, the reason that creators who are from marginalized communities, from communities that just struggle to break through and become huge creators and get to the top, the reason why it's always like, oftentimes it's always the worst person ever. You know, whether it's James, who is a representative of the gay community, or I can't think of any other examples right now, but there are examples. Or, you know, or like if it were like an Asian creator who used the backs of other Asian creators to get to the top, the one common denominator is being willing to crush the people whose work that you are taking from, crush those people knowing that they don't have any voice, that they don't have any power. It's like, oh, it doesn't matter if you are gay, if you are Asian, if you are disabled, like whatever it is that that has marginalized you. As long as you have that willingness to just fuck anybody over, to do whatever it takes to claw your way to the top, and do so on the backs of other marginalized creators, then that's what you need. There you go. Yeah, you hurt your own community. But you're the one at the top. That's how that works. You know, you don't have to be, for him, he doesn't have to worry as much about like obstacles because he's gay, because he's just fucking ruthless.
Whatever it'll be called next time, James has a surprisingly eloquent section about how gay people keep going missing from history and being forgotten. This part was stolen too.
So as we start out on our lifelong personal journeys, how do we discover our queer identity if we don't know much about those who came before us?
Stephen Spinks's column is extremely moving to read and genuinely important.
Come on, man.
And no one watching James's video had the chance to learn his name. James made a lot of money repeatedly re-uploading a video about the erasure of queer people, and he did it by erasing queer people.
Yeah, and so by not crediting these other queer writers and creators, that means that all the eyes are always just on him. So not to say that like people who would go seek out these other sources wouldn't watch his videos, but he definitely guarantees that they won't grow bigger from people who watched their content through, or read their words through him. And so he gets it all. So if it's like, oh, who's the best queer voice when analyzing cinema. Oh, James Somerton. Like, he's the guy. Versus these other queer writers who are actually the ones that you should be going to for your analyses. But no, it's him.
I guess when he renamed it Queering Cinema by Any Means Necessary, he meant it. Every re-upload, the credits get longer. The list of people he's conned grows. The works he's stealing from aren't doing quite so well. This column was written in 2019 for Midlands Zone magazine, the UK's biggest regional gay publication. Due to the impact of the pandemic, Midlands Zone ceased production in 2020. This year, their official site went down, along with its archive of articles like this one. Googling the words James stole now gets you no results. I only found this plagiarism because I noticed it before the website fell off the internet. Good writing about queer living is hard to find and easy to lose. And in obscurity, it becomes even easier to pretend it was yours. None of the money he makes will go to the people who wrote the great lines his viewers enjoyed. They get to rot in the very obscurity he pretends to criticize, while James takes all the oxygen for himself to promote only himself and position himself as a crusader for real representation, while giving a speech he stole about how gay people keep going missing from the story. I wonder how that happened.
It provokes a deep and meaningful question, I think. What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?
I hate
there
this
is
guy
something
so
a little
much.
bit soul-crushing about watching a man be paid thousands and thousands of dollars to literally plagiarize the phrase, "What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?" This is the impact.
The irony.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. I don't even know if I should be making this video. I was just trying to double-check 2 or 3 old plagiarism accusations, and I ended up finding a whole bunch more, and I have functionally made a drama video about some guy. And worse, if this video goes up and is monetized and gets views, I have been paid, financially rewarded for making this. I don't find that acceptable. Especially not when the story is really about people who were never compensated for their work being stolen. So to make sure I have no financial incentive to make a video like this again, I'm going to be dividing any of the ad revenue this video makes among the creators James stole from. I'll be conducting a thorough examination of every video James has posted, including the many he has deleted I can find archives of, and contact everyone I can. At least the stuff he got from that weird right-wing guy isn't in the video, so he technically wasn't stolen from and doesn't need to be paid. You dodged a bullet for me there, James. It also occurs to me now that I will have to make a substantial donation to Wikipedia. Something that really got to me researching this video was watching James pitch himself as the queer creator to support. Making YouTube queerer entails giving him...
I mean, I understand what he was saying there, where he's like, I feel wrong that all have made a lot of money off of this, which is exposing a guy who plagiarized the work of people who didn't make any money. And I'm not the person who was stolen from, yada yada, but you can't discredit how important a video like this is, because what this does is it exposes someone like James, who otherwise would continue to be acting without people really knowing. Like, obviously there had been some chit chat here and there, but nothing as big as this H-bomber video. And so what that does then is it does hopefully make it so that James's business is hurt. And that is a really important thing. And that is getting justice for people that he has plagiarized from, or that people he will plagiarize from in the future. After the video release, James said he was stepping away from social media. During that time away from social media, he used stock accounts to whine about H-bomb, plagiarize other men's nudes. Plagiarize other men's nudes? I'm sorry, what? Faked his dad. Okay, hold on.
And his movie studio Your Money, and not the other talented people who have a fraction of his support. He extremely
Sorry, I got caught
rarely
up on the fake
recommends or speaks
dudes.
positively of any other creators, as if to him fellow
I
members
didn't get
of
to
his
the fake
community are
death.
competitors. He acts like no one else is talking about these issues, and no one else sees things his way, even though he stole those observations, so obviously people do. The trickle-down effect of this behavior is a little upsetting. From the look of his comment sections, his devout fans believe him when he says there's no one else doing what he does. It's a manipulative strategy. Some young queer people feel underrepresented because the main guy they watch says they are, and that sucks to see happen. So I want to recommend some of my favorite queer creators in case James fans who made it this far need to know someone else they could watch and support. Matt Baum is a brilliant creator who, to put it bluntly, is the platonic ideal of what if James Somerton was good? His videos are entertaining but also well researched. He doesn't need to steal from books to discuss the evil queens of the Disney canon. He writes his own books because he actually does his own work. His video about Disney villains is a favorite of mine and a palate cleanser after watching someone reconstitute other people's observations into smug hamburger. Khadija Mbawe's ability to be energetic and funny when
We've
handling
watched
sensitive
Khadija's
topics is
videos.
incredibly refreshing and instantly makes the conversation at hand so much more useful. Their video about the politics of coming out, the evolution of the concept, and whether maybe we fixate a little too much on what it's come to mean in modern culture is great. Give it a shot. Lady Emily's videos are all made for me, but the one about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy explores the history of two of DC canon's most important characters and why they make such an engaging couple in stories. I recommend it, especially if you've not seen any—
Man, what a powerful shout out, because 23 million people have watched this video.
of the good stuff
Or
coming
it
out
has
of
23
DC
million
lately,
views.
which does
'Cause
exist,
I know some of you have
like
watched
Teen
it
Titans
1,000
Go.
times.
Or the Snyder Cut. Shanspere covers a broad range of issues from AI to Lolita,
Oh, we
but
watched
their video
Shanspere.
about true crime is a great tour of our species' long-term morbid fascination with gruesome stories. Shanspere asks, why are we fascinated with true crime? With real curiosity rather than judgment.
I'm 2
They don't
for
even
4.
make up any white women to get mad at. Amazing! Ricky Hirsch has made a ton of videos about media and gender over the years. Kat only found her by searching queer horror on YouTube and scrolling down for several minutes to see what was buried under the huge pile of James Somerton and X and Y being gay for Z minutes straight. I recommend her recent one about body horror, which explored gender's role in it in a way that made me say out loud, oh right, yeah. It's good. Give it a shot. I just found out about Verity Ritchie and their channel Verily Bitchy, good one, but their videos with the help of co-writer Ada are really entertaining. I should recommend the video about the lesbian gays just to offset all the baggage I had to experience making this, but the one about Doctor Who and women is great and also deals with gayness, so it counts. And after all this, I'd be amiss not to recommend Alexander Avila, whose latest videos have been real bangers. The type of content he makes has evolved in the last year or so from funny, queer-oriented media
Can we watch some of
analysis
these
to
next?
funny
Hell yeah.
queer-oriented life analysis. TikTok Gave Me Autism is really good, and I'd plagiarize it if I could get away with it at this point. There's a ton more
think
queer
I had
creators
that
out
video
there
pulled
covering the
at one
topics
point.
James pretends to, and they manage to do it with their own words, even without his massive budget. Linked in the description is a playlist with these and more video essays on queer media, or history, or politics, or philosophy, or queer anything really, from creators you should consider giving a look if you haven't. It's been reassuring putting this part of the video together and getting to fully realize there's plenty of us out there, and most of them are very cool. James was the exception to a group of entertaining, thoughtful, and kind human beings. I'm proud of us. Yeah, I guess that's the word, isn't it? Anyway, let's try to pull a rabbit out of this bloody mess of a hat. I'm gonna put my wall back up and try to come to a wider conclusion about plagiarism real quick. One sec.
See, you know what, y'all? This is just a reminder that when your fave gets found out for having done something bad, whatever that bad thing is, and you're like, no, but my fave, blah, blah, blah. There's so many people who you can fill that hole with, okay? Fill that hole. You don't have to just keep watching that person because they're the only one, because you can't get this anywhere else. Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Rachel, you haven't even held the camera. Can you help me with this?
Caroline, please don't get canceled, though. I can safely say I literally don't know what I would get canceled for. Unless I mean, I have really bad takes on cranberry sauce, according to a lot of people. I fucking hate cranberry. Canned cranberry is disgusting. Oh yeah, my anti-white racism as a half white person, as a person who's as white as they are Japanese, and if anybody saw me rapping last night, would go, actually, you're 100% white girl.
At least. That's right, she's real. You don't know me. To me, to you.
But if I do get canceled, look, like I said, if I get canceled, fill that hole.
It's on. Thanks for that.
Your pronunciation of colic. It's a colic.
We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it.
I insist.
Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the
Ludwig
yoink and
mention?
twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the Capsule Hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas. I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the first time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad
thank you for the
revenue.
gifted.
There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better, more original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AVGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, the Game Dude, the Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, the Pissed Off Angry Gamer Man.
Nintendo Shit Cube.
Even before there was any money in it, we were drowning in people competing to be the guy calling NES Batman a shitload of fuck. But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically wanna be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves, but inspired and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics, like the Spoony one, are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony one today? Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still
James,
around
apology
today
after this
because he
amount of doing. I'm
developed
really
his
sad I
own
can't
new
make videos
ideas,
anymore.
started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoink and twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, riffing, parody. Drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and unique. It's only wrong when you add nothing and try to pretend it was yours in the first place. And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic lore YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information and images he got from websites like the Cutting Room Floor and just explains where he's getting it from and often asks permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Kat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on YouTube. Thanks a lot, Kat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally open about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story unfold, one generation of Baja Blast thieves passing on their designs to the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything wrong with adapting a book or telling people what you found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Bhutanese passport.
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission.
I think a good example is the fast food challenge, where that was, correct me if I'm wrong, that was originally Doug, right? Doug did the fast food challenge. Maybe he got it. Maybe he even got that idea from somewhere else. But for streamers, Doug did the fast food challenge. And then Will's group, which I was the driver in, was the next, I think. And he challenged other streamers to do it. Right. Like, that's something where obviously this is the same concept, it's the same idea, but it's really fun seeing different creators doing it. And obviously, like, no one in their right mind would have been like, yeah, this was my original idea, blah, blah, blah. But you credit the creators, you make it this, it is like a community thing. There's also the alcohol version of the challenge now. That one is fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Although there is a part of me that would love to force the yarn to do it. Though I know I would have to end up doing most of the drinking.
Mission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadeiras would never notice. This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility for creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French so more people could engage with the facts of the story, and Pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery in more ways than one. For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing as non-YouTube video hosts died and their content didn't make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on YouTube were it not for the Spoonie Russ, a Russian fan.
You know, Nandre's not a huge drinker. Like, if I were to put together a drinking team, I would have Will. I would have I'm like, who are my biggest alcoholic friends? No, who are like people I know I can drink? Britt. I would have Britt. I'd have Will. I'd have Britt. Maybe Marsh. Yeah. Does Cinna drink? I don't recall her drinking that much. Milena, she's out of the country. But if she were to come back, Melena's a solid choice. Marsh should drink you all under the table. You know what? Yeah, I've been around Marsh enough times. I don't know why I'm saying maybe Marsh. I would definitely have Marsh. Austin, hell no, he likes to drink, but is probably a lightweight. Austin would. The thing is, I don't think he would be down to drink whatever was on the tab, though. You know what I mean? Like, Austin likes the drinks that he likes. But the whole challenge is you are drinking the tab, like the last tab. So it could be anything.
Of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos.
So you need people who will drink like
and some
anything.
of these were the only versions of those videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to a new language, but to the original language too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You can dub. Counter-Strike tuber 3Clicks Philip dubbed two of a Russian creator's videos about mods they made into English, with permission of course. It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us sukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English.
I think a lot of people are inclined to protect creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very academic sounding problem, like something that happens in research papers or journalism, not something
something that you can do in a silly video made for entertainment purposes. Why are we holding YouTubers
Yeah, I don't
to
think Wake really
standards?
drinks.
That would be like expecting accurate history from someone whose name has historian in it. Because YouTubers often project a sense of being scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs, it feels almost wrong to expect them to be professional. But a lot of them are professionals, regardless how authentic their persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creative voices that need to be taken seriously as part of the next generation of media, and also ooh small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional.
Actually, you know who I would bring in? I would bring in my fucking girlies who I worked in clubs with. Like, these are my group of friends who we were all forged in the fires of working in nightclubs. That's who I'm bringing in. I would bring in like my hot girlfriends who can drink.
Professional things they do.
Heavy hitters.
We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit, so they don't check. And on top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious mistakes and made-up facts, which we haven't even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole, no one questions it. I've seen James repeat a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, truth does not do as much good in the world as the appearance of truth does evil. Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place. A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making small talk, and I made a joke that was actually quite funny about the topic we were talking about. And this big YouTuber, she laughed and took out her phone and tweeted it. She heard my joke and just casually went, "Oh, I'll have that." And it became her joke. And she just took it. People really liked the joke too, which felt
I'm sure
kind of
people
good,
must
but not
know.
really.
Somebody has to have figured out what this was. Internet sleuths can figure out anything from the smallest amount of information. So it would obviously be VidCon. They'd be able to track it. They'd like check YouTube. Somebody knows.
What are you going to do? Complain and start a massive public fight
He
with someone
tweeted he's
extremely
taking it to
famous
the
and get
grave.
smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks. And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a multi-millionaire. When people hit a certain level of celebrity, they start to think the world actually revolves around them and they can just take something if they want and say it's theirs. I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just fucking weird. I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any
Motherfuckers will hear your
systemic
joke
way
and say it
could
louder
risk making
IRL.
it worse.
Yes.
Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have. If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the Illuminatis of the world wouldn't stop. They'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this. Just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as it is actual infringement of copyright. A system like this would also allow bad actors to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their target
targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened to me. I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up.
You wouldn't say our jokes are allowed to get the laugh, would you? I would never do that to you guys.
Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes peeled for that. As technology progresses, the methods of plagiarism are getting stranger and more complex. The hot new tool in the stealing tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called...
this is what we were talking about yesterday.
Complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large data set of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smushing all the stolen data together and using pattern recognition to try to guess the next word. It can't actually intuit things based on context. Here's what ChatGPT thinks I'd say about ChatGPT. It's like having your own personal tutor, therapist, and fact-checker rolled into one. So whether you're here for the knowledge, the banter, or just to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, buckle up. It knows I say buckle up. I'll give you that. None of the people whose stuff was stolen to create this were asked permission or compensated. I certainly wasn't, but you bet they're charging you a monthly subscription for the privilege of using Theft Machine 4.0. When you look into what a large language model actually does, it boils down to a slightly more advanced version of mashing the predictive text button on your phone, which makes it especially dangerous when it comes to writing reliable information. AI frequently hallucinates imaginary people, books, and historical events because it doesn't actually know any facts, just what facts look like. It's like asking James who came up with Disney.
I don't mean to be like that person. I genuinely, outside of when we joke around and do ChatGPT things on stream, which is still even once in a while, I never think about ChatGPT. I've never used ChatGPT outside of when we're doing funny things on stream. Like, I forget. I literally forget about ChatGPT. So when you were like, there's tons of AI videos, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess people are using this.
Disney gay days. You can't trust it. They had to put "don't trust me" at the bottom so they don't get in trouble for inventing a machine that makes up lies. But because it has copied a lot of text and can guess a lot of new ways of saying it, the power this tool brings specifically to thieves is tremendous. ChatGPT's one truly impressive feature is how well it enables plagiarism. You could just paste a bunch of stolen stuff you got from Wikipedia or someone else's video in there and tell it to rewrite it so it sounds different.
I'm not saying it's always bad. No, that wasn't me being like everyone who uses ChatGPT is evil, blah, blah. I simply am like, I forget about ChatGPT because there's really nothing in my life that I would think to use it for. So outside of stream, which we've only used a couple times, like I just forget about
James's
it.
videos suddenly stop having easily detectable plagiarism in them right around the time computers become able to launder this type of theft. Now it's a machine accidentally changing the quotes. Some creators have found people copying their work using this exact method, feeding their videos transcripts into a GPT, asking for a different sounding version and using it as the basis for a new video. While it's scary to consider a world where machines crank out videos copying your work and replace you, the plagiarism is extremely obvious. It's just someone's script reworded badly. The thumbnails are just a thesaurus version of the originals that doesn't even make sense, and the videos themselves actively demonstrate they're using footage from the original video. It's sloppy. The videos are unwatchably bad, so no one watched them. When someone finally did, they were caught immediately. Not to downplay the chance for these to be successful, or the possibility of a more sophisticated version in the future, but it's heartening to recognize that these aren't even really AI. A person had to make these videos. It's still just people doing the stealing here. Pointing out AI was involved is almost a misdirection. A human being stole a video and made his own. All the AI did was speed up the process of making a shitty, obviously stolen video by doing the bad rewriting for them. People have been ripping each other off long before AI happened, and for now, it's still people. So, why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff, but these are small things. There's other ways of getting those. The reason humans copy like this, I think, goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built for humans, do we? There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world. And the people claiming to have one for you are really just trying to sell you something. We spend most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away, or find something to placate them. It's either ennui, or being ennuied. I know it's a little pretentious, but we're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us, and we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who seems to have it figured out, making you feel better and entertaining you, and seeming to attract an audience on this roulette wheel of a planet?
What?
That's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand what they're supposed to be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people wanting to be exactly like the AVGNs.
I have figured it all out. Yes. Yes. I have figured every single thing out.
Sounds silly.
I know how it's working.
But he knew who he was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh. In fact, you're supposed to. But that's a human being with purpose.
I love that I just, like, before we watched this, gave a speech tonight where I was like, so you guys, a lot of times I feel like I still don't know what I'm doing here. And I don't have confidence in myself. And I'm not sure what things I should cover, if I'm good enough.
There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore. It's very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing. In real life, James Rolfe is a human being with all sorts of problems and fears, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to be like the person he seems, someone who knows their place in the world. I know this is getting a bit pretentious and heavy for a video about plagiarism, but I do worry there are people out there who will never get the chance to become who they are because they're too busy trying to be like someone else who, at best, has it figured out for themselves just a little bit. I feel like I know who I am and how to live my life, and that makes me feel happy and somewhat complete. And I don't think I'd have ever found myself if I was trying to chase someone else's sense of completeness. Basically, no one knows how to live your life, and you might not either. But the only person who's going to figure it out is you. And you won't find that by trying to be the next that person. You can only be the first of whoever it is that you are.
Yes.
Other people help in small ways, though. They give you pointers to who you could be. And I think what makes me happiest in the world is feeling like I might have helped some people with that. People take inspiration from my work sometimes, and that is very cool. It's the ultimate flattery,
Anonymous
and
gift,
let's be
thank
honest,
you.
the closest I'll ever come to having children. If you find any happiness or success making something creatively, and you think I helped, thank you. Feeling like I can do that for someone makes me happy in a way I can't describe. And if you find a lot of success doing it, give me all of your money.
Damn. Y'all, we did it. We did it. We watched it. What an amazing video. I could definitely watch that again. Should we watch it again?
The light literally just went
Should
off
every
right now
single night of the stream just now end with watching a chunk of the plagiarism video over and over and over again?
in some form, for keeping the lights on and allowing me to
for the rest
keep
of
making
time.
stuff like this. Not literally
We
this,
just
though. This
it's
shouldn't
like
have
putting on
happened.
reruns
I
of
have
Friends
good
or
videos
something.
coming that I've also been working on. Those are happening as well. I didn't just make this for 10 months, I promise. I have a video about Mist that's 90 minutes long and is just
Not
up for
subscribed.
patrons.
Wait.
Check it out.
Okay. 1.71 million subscribers is a lot of subscribers. Like, that's a lot. He should have so much more. He should have 10 million subscribers minimum. That's crazy. The man carrying thing meme from when the H-bomb vid dropped.
This new H-Bomber Guy video truly exposes some of the worst examples of plagiarism on YouTube. These examples prove it almost takes more effort to steal someone's ideas than to just cite them as academic sources. I hope that this example raises the standards for video essays and allows for a more comprehensive system for academic sources on YouTube. Hold on. I'm a YouTuber. Hi everyone, can you accidentally plagiarize myself? What is it? I am unlisting my latest video until I figure out what plagiarism is. I just don't want to be in an H-Bomber Guy video. I think I did the right thing.
Is H-Bomber like the Ronan Farrow for YouTubers? If you want a follow-up video, Tell in the Shadows as a fact check of Somerton. I'll pull this aside. We're definitely not watching anything tonight because I'm tired and my voice is tired. But thank you for saying that. Holy moly. When this video dropped, Dan Olsen did a thread going around on the scummy things. So it's incredible that this was a 4-hour video. I mean, I guess it was just the second half that was on Somerton, but there's still more. There's still more. Okay, so back in April, I snapped at James and replied to a tweet that was linked to this video, which James had since delisted but not deleted. I want to talk about the full context, but I want to make... Wait, so I need to know... Okay, before I sign off, I need to know what exact... Like, did James put out a full response? I need to know, like, what were these faked nudes, faked death? I want the director's cut of this video. Release the director's cut. Damn. Yeah, this guy, this James Somerton guy really fucking sucks. He said he forgot. Wait, he forgot what? That he plagiarized? He said he had inspirations with stories or things that came from himself. James uploaded 2 shitty apologies, posted a suicide note on Twitter, but was caught horny posting on an alt literally an hour later. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. You guys, he's got to be finished, right? He has to be finished. Okay, so after H-Bomber Guy video comes out, Todd in the Shadows releases a video. That's when the chatter sent me, and then in response, Somerton removed all of his videos from public view, deactivated his Twitter, Patreon accounts, removed the website for his film studio, yada yada yada. Later released an apology video, which was widely criticized. In his video, he said he would continue his career, reopened his Patreon account without notifying his patrons. This raised concerns about individuals being charged without their knowledge. He removed the apology video a few hours later after it was uploaded, closed his Patreon a second time. Then he uploaded an apparent suicide note to his social media, sparking concern. However, he was later confirmed to be safe because he was horny posting. Okay. He's made his way back into the internet's consciousness most recently because it was discovered that he'd rebranded his alternate Twitter account and was trying to make his way back into the content creation sphere. Wow, y'all, I missed all of this. You're telling me this has been happening since last December? Because that's when the video was released. I don't recall seeing any of this. And then he posted a video 2 months later.
It has now been about 2 months since the release of
Oh, this is 2 months after the H-Bomber video.
H-Bomber Guy's video, Plagiarism and YouTube. If you were somehow unaware of this 4-hour-long expose, we have another video on this channel discussing its contents and the immediate aftermath. But now that the dust has had a chance to settle, I wanted to explore the impact of Harry's video and see what, if any, long-term consequences it could have for its targets, and YouTube as a whole, considering it has a whopping 15 million views. To begin today, let's start with some of the video's lesser targets, such as Philip Mewson and Cinemassacre's Newt Wallen. While Harry was thorough with his breakdowns of these stories, nothing he said was particularly groundbreaking. These creators had already been exposed years prior, and thus the controversies surrounding them
This guy's a bit of a turd himself. Is anybody not a fucking turd?
Long ago. Not only that, but both of them had already faced consequences for their actions, being fired from their jobs and more or less run off the internet. Another YouTuber that was briefly touched upon in H-Bomber-Guy's video was Luke Stevens. As Harry told the story, Luke had ripped off his review of the game Bloodborne back in 2017, and upon being called out for it,
I'm so tired, but I want to watch this, so we're doing...
released a vitriolic response which has now been deleted. While Luke was only mentioned in passing in the upload, he was still accused of being a plagiarist even to this day.
But his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now. The only
I'm
news
doing the
section
Zoomer
stuff about how
brain.
homophobia is fine.
For his part, Stevens went to his YouTube community tab and posted a lengthy apology, denouncing the person he was back in 2017, and vowing to continue to better himself in the future. Going one rung higher up the ladder, another larger target of the video was the infamous creator Illuminati, aka Blair Zahn. Like those previously mentioned, Blair had already faced the wrath of the internet, both for plagiarism and a litany of other offenses. However, her public shaming was much more recent, and she continues to be a popular topic of discussion for drama and commentary channels even to this day. While Harry went more in depth with Illuminati's many examples of plagiarism, even devoting a whole other video on his second channel to breaking down even more instances of it, nothing he said was particularly new in terms of information, and Blair did not respond publicly. That being said, the ability to comment on all of her new videos has been turned off, a fact which H-Bomber-Guy has taken credit for. Yes, it was clear that Harry wanted to keep an eye on Illuminati's content for a while after his video was published. On December 29th, he posted a clip to Twitter from her most recent video at the time, about disaster relief, in which she had completely forgotten to edit in her own voiceover for nearly 5 minutes. He went on to chastise her for the apparent laziness on display. You only miss something this obvious if you're completely asleep at the wheel. Like a single test watch. Hell, clicking through the video just to check it rendered correctly would catch this. As of writing, the video is still public on Illuminati's channel with the editing error intact. After seeing this, I realized that the odds that she'll ever do anything to change at this point are fairly low. Blair's channel was on the decline long before the H-Bomber-Guy video put the spotlight on her, as she's been hemorrhaging viewers and subscribers for almost a year. While it's still possible that she'll eventually try to change her ways and put more effort into future uploads, it seems as though the ship has sailed in terms of goodwill from her audience. Even in the past month, she has lost 10,000 more subscribers, which makes you wonder who are these people that are just now deciding to jump ship after months of drama and callouts. Moving on, it was with Harry's segment on Internet Historian that things became more interesting. Again, this was already discussed more in depth on our previous video on the subject, but to put it simply, it was discovered that Historian had taken many segments of his video Man and Cave from a Mental Floss article word for word, resulting in him removing editing and re-uploading it without ever publicly addressing the issue. While the internet had already known the original video had been taken down for copyright reasons, the full explanation was new information to the majority of onlookers. At the time of making our original video, there had not yet been a response from Lucas Riley, the author of the Mental Floss article. There were some Internet Historian defenders who spread the rumor that the two had already hashed things out in private, making H-Bomber-Guy's call-out a non-story. In a turn of events, a little under a week later, a viewer posted an email he had received from Lucas in response to the controversy, claiming that he had never been contacted by Internet Historian and that he was hurt by what had happened. It should be noted that Lucas had sold the story to Mental Floss, so that's who Internet Historian dealt with when there was copyright issues. Much like Illuminati, Internet Historian has yet to issue any sort of public statement about the callouts, and given his track record, it's unlikely he ever will. A look at his social blade reveals that he lost around 60,000 subscribers since December. While this may sound like a lot, it's important to note that Internet Historian's channel still boasts nearly 4 million subs. In addition, the video he posted a day after Plagiarism and YouTube went live, he still managed to reach a respectable 2.5 million views, so it's probably safe to assume his core audience isn't going anywhere. Time will ultimately tell, but I'm going to guess this elusive creator will probably never publicly acknowledge the situation. And this brings us to the main subject of H-Bomber-Guy's video and the person undoubtedly most negatively affected by its aftermath, James Somerton. Not only did Harry fill nearly half of his video with examples of plagiarism from the single creator, but he also pointed out several other things about his content that he took issue with, such as Somerton's apparent dislike of women and the fact that he took money from Indiegogo for a project he seemed to have never made progress on. This entire segment was so thorough in its deconstruction that it made James Somerton the laughingstock of the internet, both from his former core audience and the people who had never even heard of him before. It didn't help that multiple other YouTubers began speaking negatively about him around the same time as well, many of whom were members of James' same genre, breadtubers as some might call them. Dan Olson of Folding Ideas wrote a lengthy thread on Twitter delving into his own problems with the LGBTQ creator, specifically about how he seemed to recklessly spend Patreon money on incredibly expensive cameras. He even called out James directly in the comments of his last upload. When you said your channel was teetering on the edge of extinction and then replaced your Ursa Mini Pro G2 with an FX6 a few weeks later, later, was that a lie about your financial situation, or just a profoundly reckless use of money that your patrons believed was intended to keep you from being homeless? In addition, Todd in the Shadows posted a video the day after Harry's, fact-checking numerous errors made by Somerton over the years.
I started watching Somerton's stuff out of curiosity to see all this plagiarism for myself, and I did catch some of it, but I was struck by something else entirely, which was his tendency to just straight make shit up.
James quickly erased his online presence, wiping away all of the content from his YouTube channel, deactivating his Twitter, and shutting down his Discord server. He kept his Patreon up for a bit, posting a brief apology and promising to speak on the matter further later on, before eventually deleting his account there as well. While many waited eagerly to hear what the disgraced creator had to say for himself, it seemed as though he would be gone for the foreseeable future. Later in December, James returned to YouTube with a video simply titled, "I'm sorry." But this was not the well-thought-out response to the accusations that many fans may have hoped for. Instead, Somerton spent the over 30-minute
because he couldn't plagiarize it again.
Runtime sobbing uncontrollably and struggling to speak in complete sentences. He even opened the video by explaining that he had been in the hospital after an apparent failed suicide attempt. The rest of the video mostly consisted of ramblings, although he did manage to elaborate on a few details of the fallout, most notably that he had completely lost touch with his former best friend and writing partner Nick, following H-Bomber Guy's video. While James seemed despondent over this, it also appeared to some like he was trying to throw Nick under the bus for some of the accusations of misinformation, despite his claim later on in the video
he
that
looks
this
like
was not his goal.
Jack from The
I'm sorry, this
Incredibles.
stuff made it into videos that just shouldn't have been there. Misinformation and lies. I promise you, I did not write that stuff. I should have been a lot more exacting.
He has a tendency to
when
claim that he was
editing
on the
scripts,
verge of homelessness.
but I promise you that those are not. I don't think those things.
Is there
James also
anything about
apologized
this
to all the
guy
writers
that's
whose work he had
not
lifted, stating his
super
desire to
shitty?
make things right financially? Of course, this would be easier said than done, since by his own admission, he was not exactly flush with cash, and would soon be moving back home, presumably with his parents. But James suggested that perhaps he could make his old videos public again, and each month send the ad revenue to H-Bomber Guy's team to distribute amongst the wrong parties. That said, even though Somerton claimed to understand that he was in the wrong, he still claimed more than once that he had often credited the works of these others in his videos, saying he adapted them. He also stated that he was eventually planning to return to making YouTube videos and was going to be reopening his Patreon so that any of his supporters who wanted to cancel their pledge could do so before the next billing period. It probably goes without saying that this upload was incredibly poorly received, and it was deleted mere hours after being published. As of writing, this has been James Somerton's final public comment on the matter, but onlookers have noticed channels re-uploading his old videos getting taken down due to copyright strikes. On top of that, writers whose work he plagiarized have claimed that Somerton has been reaching out to them directly, apologizing and offering to help make things right however he can, although they largely do not seem to be receptive to this idea. And while the public continues to roast James, it would appear that Harry isn't finished with him just yet either. He recently posted a tweet asking for anyone that had been plagiarized by Somerton to contact him for the purpose of creating a fund to pay them back for their stolen work, at least in part. And this brings us back to the person who has certainly benefited the most from the video's success, Harry himself. In the span of the first month, plagiarism in YouTube had gained over 10 million views, already making it his biggest video of all time. It also sparked a larger conversation amongst online creators as a whole, with a large number of people taking the opportunity to explore instances in which they were stolen from, or maybe had even stolen from someone else. I've personally seen a shift in the industry zeitgeist, with many creators now trying to make more in-depth videos and looking to do more than just derivative scripts with surface-level information. While I don't think it's apparent just yet, with more competition than ever before on this website, I think that doing some digging to find stories that no one else has covered before will be the surest path to success on YouTube moving forward, even if it takes a lot more effort in the short term to do so.
Yeah, I mean, people who maybe haven't been caught, who are like, shit, I might get held accountable. I might get Ronan Farrow. I might get H-bombered. Good night, Caroline. Good night. I'm too tired. I'm right there with you, Sako. I got nothing in the tank vocally. I feel like I can't really speak. So, sorry y'all. I know there's like more follow-up stuff and it's seriously so fucking fascinating, but I'm logging off. That's that's it for me. Okay, so tomorrow I'll be back. We'll cover things that I wanted to cover today that we didn't get to covering today. I think we'll also get back into gaming. Maybe some gaming tomorrow night. Friday night gaming. And that's all I got for you guys. That's it. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, as always, for choosing to spend your time here. And I hope you feel like it's time well spent. That's what I want. I hope you feel like every every amount of time that you spend in here, that it's time well spent. Let's see, who am I going to send you to? I'm going to send you guys to Gina. There we go. Take care, y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Somebody asked if Farley's still with Dad. Farley is still with Dad. I checked in today to make sure he remembers Mommy. It's like, does my son remember Mommy? He forgot about me. He's having a great time. He's having such a good time. He's going to be sad to come back, but I'm excited to see him. It's like, you can't forget Mommy, okay? Anyway, y'all, I will see you mañana. Good night.